Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is 9:30 on June 3rd, 2014. We'll call the Marion County Budget Committee to order. First observation is we are back in Courthouse Square, and it's fun to be back. There'll be more about that as we go on. I'd like to begin the meeting with the pledge salute. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. First item on the agenda is election of the chair and vice chair. Entertain motions.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would move that we re-elect you, I guess, as the chair of the Marion County Budget Committee. And as our tradition is that the chair of the Board of Commissioners serves as vice chair, I would nominate Commissioner Sambrantano to serve as vice chair of the Budget Committee.
Okay. Second. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Call for the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any put opposed? Nope. Motion carries. Thank you all very much. Next item is meeting procedures. In the past, we had staff develop a set of meeting procedures for us, and they have worked well over the last couple of years. Anyone see any reason to amend them or any additions we need? The chair entertain a motion to accept and adopt the meeting procedures. There's a copy in your notebook. The meeting procedures we've used for the last several years.
I would make a motion that the Budget Committee adopt the meeting procedures for 2014.
Motion, is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Taylor, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you, staff. Next item on the agenda is Budget Officer's message. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Kenny, Mr. Taylor. Glad to have you all here. I'm a little tired this morning, and so if I nod off or miss a number, I've got a lot of help over here. So to keep me going, I was up rather late last night. My daughter graduated from OHSU, summa cum laude, I might add.
Congratulations to her and to you.
I'm what you might call a proud parent. Unfortunately, I was too proud yesterday afternoon and evening. So we'll see if I can get through this all right. There was a brochure that was sent out by the National Association of Counties, NACO, several months ago, and it talked about why counties matter. And I think that's important today, so I'm going to talk a little bit about why counties matter. Now, unfortunately, this may seem like an ad for counties and maybe even a little bit of a I won't say rant, but sort of talking about what the state's been doing to local government in Oregon in the last few years. And I think it's important to understand, because of what's happening at the state level, how important counties are to citizens of Oregon. I better move this thing, hadn't I? Okay. Counties own and maintain 7,000 miles of roadway in Oregon, 4,000 bridges, and we spend over $500 million on roads and bridges. We provide physical and mental health care and spend $677 million doing that. We spend $680 million on public safety by arresting, prosecuting, and enforcing state laws, hold all elections, maintain public records, assess property, collect property taxes, and distribute those taxes to local governments in the county. I think it's interesting to note that out of the roughly 100 public services provided to our citizens, only 14 are provided by the state alone. You know, counties act as administrative units of the state. They have done that since the beginning of the state. And we share key management systems. You're going to have to throw something at me to remind me to move that. And we share key management systems. I think it's important to understand that because one of the things that we do as counties, we spend almost $1 billion of county general resources to help run these, quote, state programs that are managed by the counties. And one of the things I think that's most important is that because of the highway system and the other public works that we do, that counties are maintaining the farm-to-market system, road system in the state, needed services, creating a healthy and safe place to work and live. And I think that's important for us to understand as we look at this budget, particularly here in Marion County. But the state has been, for a number of years, consolidating and centralizing programs. They're also changing funding mechanisms. And that makes a difference in how we, as counties, and the state as a whole, manages some of these programs. And I'll give you an example. Late in 2013, OHA, the Oregon Health Authority, required counties to apply for grants for programs that had routinely before been provided by population-based allocations. So we applied for the grants because we had no choice. They're ongoing programs, and we needed the money. And it was a costly process, a time-consuming process, probably took funds away from providing services. Fortunately, Marion County has the resources and the talent, and we were able to acquire a majority of the grants. Unlike many counties who didn't get much at all. The reason this bothers me is that the state is trying to set statewide enterprise programs that provide services equally to all the citizens in Oregon. And yet, because the larger counties have the resources, are better able to write the grant applications and keep the records that are necessary to show how well we're doing. The large counties can do a better job of getting these grants. Another example is juvenile crime prevention. This is an important program for us. It is for all counties and has been going on for a long time. The Oregon Youth Development Council doesn't like the way it works, doesn't like the population-based allocation of these funds for juvenile corrections, or juvenile justice, even though we can show statistically how well we do in providing these programs to juveniles in our county and across the state. So they had a bill in the legislature last session, and it was defeated thanks to the good work of people like Commissioner Cameron and others. That bill was defeated, but they keep coming back, and that worries me. They keep trying to make those changes. So you have state agencies who think that particular programs are more important, and they want to drive state dollars to those programs. Now, that sounds like it's a good idea. The problem, as I said before, is that you are creating silos of funding for various programs, and they're not providing the programs necessarily statewide in an enterprise fashion. So how can the state then bring together a consistent approach to how these programs are provided across the state for all the citizens? And because we are such an important part of that, that's why I'm raising this issue. As I think I said before, counties provide about $1 billion in county general resources for these programs. And if the state was to try and pick up those, both the infrastructure and the funding, their budget would double, the state bureaucracy would double. It would be very difficult for them to handle. So here's the 2014 proposed budget. You can see we have a general fund of $82 million and other funds of $288 million for a total budget of $371 million. You might note that while total funds are down, our general fund is up. And I'm going to talk about that a little later, but we are hoping that this increase in general fund, primarily due to the property tax, is a harbinger of a good future for us. Here you have a pie chart showing the total county resources, 61 million from taxes, and property taxes are 59 million of that. You have intergovernmental state, and that's mostly the gas tax at 18 million, mental health at 14, community corrections at 11 million. Those are the big things in there. Intergovernmental federal is primarily health and from the Federal Department of Justice. Intergovernmental local is primarily from BCN. Help me, Janet, what's BCN stand for?
Behavioral Care Network.
Behavioral Care Network. I told you I was tired. That's primarily where those come from. Charges for service, we have recording fees, Medicaid fees, ferrous metal, electricity, tipping fees, medical insurance, administrative cost recovery, IT and PERS debt are the big ones. Other fund transfers are like community corrections to the general fund to help fund the jail. And there are a variety of general fund transfers. Then the settlements, financing proceeds and settlements, primarily the $5 million loan that I'm going to propose, and then settlements of $891,000. Networking capital, of course, is in our major funds, road fund, health fund, our health insurance, our insurance risk fund. That's where most of that networking capital is. So the total requirements by category. We'll talk quite a bit a little later about capital outlay, but it includes autos, roads, bridges, buildings and other construction. We'll talk a little bit later about debt service, transfer out our general fund to $4 million, health 3.4, debt 2.6, and facility renovation. And then you've got a contingency of 18 million, ending fund balance of 57. Our total personal services are 126 million. We are a people business. We provide services to people. We also manage our roads, but primarily it's a people business. And the general fund of that 127 million is 46. So materials and services is down 6%, but that's contractual services, the health fund, and environmental services primarily. The general fund. I wanted to spend a little time talking about the general fund and what's happening here. We've had several years, as you who have been on the budget committee know, we've had several years of restricted budgets. This budget, 2014-15, may signal a turnaround in property tax revenues. We're not sure yet. We don't want to begin building programs, starting new ones or adding to old ones. But we're fortunate now making decisions about how to invest our funds rather than cutting programs and staff, which we did in 9-10 rather drastically because of the downturn in the economy. So it's important to understand in that taxes, property taxes are 60.6 million. And they're increasing. I'm going to talk a little bit about that a little later, but it's an important notion that we may be on the upturn here in Marion County. Our intergovernmental, state, and federal is primarily Chapter 534 money from about 300,000. CAFA, or the grant we get from the state for assessments, is 1.4 million. Our liquor taxes are 1.6, and cigarette taxes are 300,000. So that makes up the intergovernmental, by and large, for the general fund of state and federal resources. With charges for services are primarily court fees and recording fees. Other fund transfers are from the general fund are primarily 3.6 million to the community corrections fund, or from the community correction fund to the general fund for the jail. But with this budget, we are continuing our long-term commitment to sustainable programs and staffing levels. And we want to hope that in the future we'll be able to do that, perhaps even be able to build on what we're doing now. General fund requirements. We spend, as I said, 46 million on personal services. We transfer out 11 million. The health department, community corrections are the big ones there. Administrative charges are another part of that. That's how we pay for our central services, finance, IT, human resources, and the like. And then materials and services are 10 million. As I said earlier, the property tax is doing better than we have seen in a number of years. In 2013-14, the Council of Economic Advisors said we would receive about 2% increase in general fund and property taxes. And as you know, the property taxes go to the general fund. But what actually happened was we had an increase of 4.13%, primarily due to unexpected exception value that came in that year. So that increased our net working capital by 24.7% to begin 2014-15, which was a surprise to us, but we're a happy surprise. This year, the Council of Economic Advisors has said we will receive 2.7% increase in 2014-15. We're not expecting the same kind of exception value this next year, but we'll cross our fingers. So we have a much healthier ending fund balance. We had to reduce the board reduced our requirements for an ending fund balance back in 9-10 and 10-11 because of the problems we were having. We had to reduce staff and programs, but we wanted to keep from really decimating some of our major programs. So we have an ending fund balance of 4.5 million, or 27% more than 2013-14. We also have a large contingency, as you'll see in there. But as I'll talk a little bit later, and the sheriff will talk to you about, inmate medical care is once again skyrocketing. It's been a problem. And so we've increased the contingency for that problem, should we need it. and for possible increase in personal services due to union negotiations. Because the general fund is, the total funds of 370 million are, and the general fund is only 80 million, 81 million of that, I thought it would be important to talk about some of the important other funds or dedicated funds. I know when I talk to my friends in the union about our budget, they don't always understand that this 221 million is dedicated, and we can't use it for other things like salaries. So we have a self-insurance fund, and the health fund is one of our largest. Public Works Fund for roads, we have to maintain that for roads by Constitution. And then, of course, we have to pay our debt service. And the rainy day fund is not appropriated, so we can't spend that unless you were decide to appropriate it. And then we have a capital projects fund that has to be used for capital projects. I'm going to talk a little bit about budget drivers. This was such an important issue in years past because of since personal service is such a large part of our budget, PERS was a big driver of some of our costs. We're fortunate in that many years ago, the board decided to sell PERS obligation bonds to pay to PERS to bring down our unfunded liability. It means that we spend a much lower percentage on PERS than others who don't have that fund. So you can see from this chart what's been happening to PERS. Property taxes. I told you I was tired. This is property taxes. How'd I get on PERS? Property taxes dropped, as you can see from this, when we had the downturn in the economy. And it's coming back. That 4.1 we think is an anomaly due to that exception value. We don't know for sure. If the economy continues to go and we get more building in Marion County, we may have more than 2.7% increase next year. Now we'll get to PERS. PERS is such a large part of our budget. It's not nearly as large as health care benefits for our employees, but fortunately the legislature helped us out with Senate Bills 822 and 861 that capped cost of living increases for retirees, delayed $350 million in employer payments, and adjusted out-of-state benefits for retirees. But PERS is doing quite well during this increase in the economy. The PERS's employer side accounts are 96% funded, 80% funded without those side accounts. Our side account, by the way, is about 18 million. And the current statewide unfunded liability is 8.1 billion. That is a significant drop in liability, unfunded liability. So that bottom bit of benefits shows you that while PERS is important, at 11.6 million of our budget, health and dental benefits are 21.5. As Commissioner Cameron knows, I've been one of those trying to get some changes in the law. Ours, local government benefits are higher because we're required to keep our retirees and our current employees in the same rate pool. Of course, retirees are older, they cost more, and it increases our overall cost. I was not successful. Was I, Commissioner? Let me talk about other budget drivers, administrative charges. Since we moved back to Courthouse Square, administrative costs are down, and we've had increased efficiency due to being here. We no longer have to have legal counsel or finance travel across the county to get to meetings, and it really helps a lot in allowing me to have closer access to the folks that run these critical services throughout the county. So there's no significant change in the methodology. General net decreases in administrative charges is to departments in other locations. And you'll note when Jolene does the board's budget, you'll see that our utility costs increased dramatically, but that's because they were in our rent when we were at MAPS. We've also created a new federally compliant cost allocation plan, which this Budget Committee has asked us to do several times. We have that now in place. It's interesting, as we do this, the federal government has now decided to change and provide a 10% across the board administrative recovery without a administrative recovery allocation plan. However, for some of our departments, 10% is not near enough, so we're going to go with our own allocation plan, which is federally compliant. Our debt service in this budget is 1.5 for the refunding obligations on this building, and 1.1 million on infrastructure renewal, and 4.2 million PERS limited tax pension obligation. It's interesting, I thought it was interesting anyway, others may not find it so interesting, but over the last 4 years, I've only approved 10 decision packages. And this time we are approving 22. Should you agree with me, or not 22, 18 out of 22. I've turned down 4. The biggest one of that is the sheriff's request for $410,000 in for inmate medical costs. I've talked to the sheriff about that, and we're setting some money aside in the contingency in case he doesn't have enough money in his budget to meet those medical costs. So what you see here, business services, we moved back into this building, and we needed an additional custodian to take care of this building, particularly the floor covering. We have all brand new carpet. We want to take care of it, and the tiles that are on in the entrance. The clerk needs help with an elections technician, and we've approved that. Community services, we've added money to the county fair and OSU, and a management analyst, and money for a RARE grant. And I heard yesterday that we actually have received the RARE grant, so we need the $20,000 to match it. I've provided $14,000 for victim assistance programs, the district attorney, a grants coordinator in finance department. We've talked about problems with our grants. We've had audit exceptions with some of our grants, our federal grants, so we're going to put in place a different process for managing some of these grants with a grants coordinator. We've provided $84,000 to information technology for hardware and software. The juvenile department for staff training and alternative programs. Public Works, I'm recommending a playground and then a stormwater FTE for the new stormwater program. And then in the sheriff's office, $87,000 for civil support and a property specialist.
John, if I can interrupt for just a second, what is RARE?
You're going to ask me to tell you what that is, aren't you?
No, anybody, not necessarily you.
You'll hear about it when the community services budget is talked
Okay, thanks.
about. I couldn't even tell you what RARE stands for. Maybe Commissioner Carlson could.
Oh, I can look it up.
No, I can wait. It was
Okay.
one I hadn't heard before, and I just,
It's a program out of the University of Oregon where they provide graduate students to do planning related or community development type
oh, okay,
services.
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kinney. Appreciate the help. We also have infrastructure renewal projects that I want to talk a little bit about. You know, last budget, you approved 15 million loan to upgrade the facilities out at the jail, the work center, and the health department, and a variety of other things, including some work here at Courthouse Square. We only took $10 million loan of that. It was all we could spend was $10 million. And we didn't want to borrow more than we could use. We received a bank-qualified loan, a tax-exempt bank-qualified loan at 3.12% interest, which is mighty good interest. And so we've got these infrastructure renewal projects for the health department now, the sheriff's jail complex, courthouse parking garage, and a variety of small facility projects, equipment and carryover projects, and then, of course, our annual roads and bridges projects. I am recommending the rest of that 15 million, which would be a $5 million loan this year to remediate the courthouse parking garage. The parking garage is not compliant with shaking, and we might get a shake one of these days. This building, by the way, I'll tell a little story about this building. The structural engineer for the city told his emergency management folks, if we get the 9.0, they're to come here, because it's going to be the only building standing in Salem. This building has more concrete and steel in it than just about any place, but it's a very safe building. We'd like to make the courthouse and parking garage safe also. So these are our major program areas in the budget with the percentages. As you can see, Health and Community Services is one of the largest, and even much to my surprise, the health fund and the health programs just seem to be getting bigger all the time. The health department has been very, very good at acquiring the grants they need to run these programs. And so, as you can see, they've increased fairly to be a fairly large part of the budget. Public safety, of course, is still one of our largest and a key priority of the board. Growth and infrastructure and economic development, and operational efficiency and quality of services. Those are from our goals that have been adopted by the board and departments. Major programs in the general fund. As you can see, we spend 78% of our general fund on public safety. Again, to reiterate, it's a high priority of the board and of mine, I might add. And so that's where we spend a lot of our money. And of course, we do spend a lot of general fund on our operational, what we do operationally to make the county work and work well. Let me say, this is probably one of the shortest budget messages I've ever given. But maybe it's because I was up late last night, or because maybe Jan edited it down a lot.
Thank you, Jen.
This is my 11th budget. And it's interesting that we've gone from highs to lows, and now we're coming back. And I think it's really important for you to remember that when I came here, we began trying to put together an enterprise approach to managing county government. We tried very hard to break down silos in and among our departments, and I think we've managed to do that quite well. For example, and just a couple examples, Health Department and the Sheriff's Office work very closely together, not only to work on mental health issues at the jail, but also for a crisis outreach team. We have a mental health professional with a sheriff's officer going to try to handle mental health problems in the community before they become problems of the jail, or an officer gets hurt, or an officer is forced to hurt somebody else. And it's worked very well. We've had much success with that court program. We also have a veterans court here. And this was really a combination of a state organization, the circuit court, our sheriff's office, our DA, working close together to make this veterans court work. And I appreciate Judge Day and the sheriff and the DA doing this, because it's been a great boon to the veterans in our county. For 10 years, we've had the same leadership. Jan and I, the same board for 10 years until now. And so I think that leadership tells. With Commissioner Brentano and Carlson, and before Commissioner Cameron, Commissioner Milne, we really created a county that's one of the best in the state. I think, I'll show you here in a minute why I think so. We have some of the best employees. We've created an enterprise approach to managing county government, which some of us tried to do years ago at the state level, and it's clearly failed. The state has become more siloed rather than less. And so with this work we've done, I think we've set ourselves for the future, and with the new leadership of Commissioner Cameron to help us move forward. We will continue to foster commitment to quality customer service, transparent and responsive government, and respected financial stewardship. And you folks have had a lot to do with that, because the Budget Committee has always been very careful with our finances, and I appreciate that. So let me talk a little bit about why I think both our employees and our county is one of the best in the state. We received GFOA's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award again for last year. We've received a Certificate of Achievement for Excellent in Financial Reporting. We're in the top 10 healthiest employers in Oregon by the Portland Business Journal. We have the Oregon Engineer of the Year in Cindy Schmidt, Oregon Emergency Manager of the Year in John Vander Zanden, and the DUI Prosecutor of the Year, Melissa Wakeman. Yeah, don't get drunk in Marion County. This one was one we're really proud of. Our Marion County Sheriff Jason Myers has been Oregon Sheriff of the Year a couple times in a row. Enforcement Commander of the Year, and Eric Ladd. Parole and Probation Commander, Jeff Wood. Parole and Probation Deputy of the Year, Belinda Cottrell. Civil Support Staff of the Year, Patsy Klusman. Jail Volunteer of the Year, Sue Ann Olson, and Corrections Outstanding Award, Anna Whitlock. And I think a lot of this is due to our focus on public safety. It's very important to Marion County. And then, of course, how could I not thank the folks that worked so hard on getting us back here in Courthouse Square. And those of you who haven't been here for a while, you can see what a big change and how good it is. We're happy to do this budget here rather than over on North Commercial. So thank you all. Counties do matter.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer. Committee members, questions or comments for the budget officer?
I do, if I could, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Just a reminder for those who are listening or watching, I'm a volunteer member of the committee and grateful to be so. I'm not paid. I'm just here to learn and kind of represent the average citizen of Marion County, and it's really an honor for me to do that. I just, as you were giving your dissertation there, I wrote down a couple things, and I have some questions, but I don't expect you to answer them. Maybe somebody that's coming along, maybe in the general government section, could answer these, because I've had some questions, and they were highlighted when you were speaking. And again, you don't have to answer them now, but somebody along the way. Why should I, as just a citizen of Marion County, not be worried about unfunded liabilities in the PERS world of $8 billion, not million, but billion? That's a lot of money to me, and I'm just kind of concerned why that shouldn't bother me. So that's one thing. And then the other is, you mentioned exception values have had a kind of a positive increase on property taxes, going up 2.7, whatever. And I should probably know this, but I don't. I don't know what an exception value process is, what that means, why it had a positive impact on that, and will my property taxes raise at my house?
Okay. Thank you for taking me off the hook for not answering those, but I will anyway. Okay. I don't fear to walk into the valley of, no, never mind. It should cause everyone a moment of pause to have an $8.1 billion unfunded liability in the PERS account. That's statewide, of course. A lot of it is school district debt. It's coming down. That's why I made that. We were very concerned, counties and cities and school districts for several years were very concerned about the cost of PERS. We spent a lot of time, as Commissioner Cameron would know, we spent a lot of time in the legislature about PERS to try and get some relief. $8.1 billion unfunded liability is high, but it's much lower than it was. And so we're happy to see that. And it's hopefully it will, as the economy increases, it will continue to get lower. What you need to understand is that the PERS is funded primarily from their investments. And as you know, the last quarter of '08 was a disaster in our economy, and it was a disaster for the county. It was a disaster for PERS because they didn't do very well in their investments. The exception value is new value, new construction. What was going on was there's a lot of building of apartment complexes, and that's where a lot of that exception value was coming from, as well as new homes. But I think the large part of that was in apartment buildings.
Other questions? Comments? Commissioner Carlson.
I just want to make a comment and then a question. So first of all, thank you for the budget presentation. I left momentarily to take a call because my fourth grandchild was born.
Oh, congratulations.
And she, my daughter-in-law, it was a high-risk pregnancy, so she's been hospitalized since Easter, and they delivered the baby 6 weeks early, but she's 6 pounds, 2 ounces, and 19 and a half inches, and has passed, she's in the NICU, but has passed 4 of her milestones, so good. She's doing really well. Great. So if I'm a little bit emotional this morning, it's because I was kind of nervous about that. I wanted, though, switching gears here to the budget, to thank you for highlighting, I think in the 11 years you've done budgets, we really haven't talked about the context of the role that counties play generally as directly as we did this morning. You served, John, as our county budget officer for those 11 years, but before that, you were the state legislative fiscal officer for a number of years. That's when I first met you. Why do you think it is that the state does not completely understand, and maybe Commissioner Cameron can respond to this too, the important role that counties play? It seems like we struggle with that we've struggled with that for the time that I've been a county commissioner, but it feels like in these last couple of years it's been more preeminent than ever that the state is saying, well, we're in charge. In some instances, we don't want you or need you. In other instances, we need you, but we want you to do it our way and very differently, and we don't want to have a partnership with you. We just want to kind of tell you what to do. So it's hard, I think, for the state to really understand counties until you're in it, and they don't have that same opportunity that you have to have both perspectives. So I just was interested in your insights on that.
Boy, that's a big question. Let me see if I can take it from a couple of different angles. One is that legislative staff don't know what we do. Frankly, when I came here, I didn't know what you did. So it was a learning curve for me. And it's taken me about 11 years to learn, but I've learned. And I think that's a big problem for legislative fiscal staff. They don't understand. Part of the problem we've had with our downturn in traffic fine revenue is that they did not understand the complexity of traffic fines, not just with justice courts, but with circuit courts and the like, and where that money goes and what it goes for. So they don't understand what we do. But I think the bigger problem is, there are two big problems. One is you have more of an interest, and this is not a bad thing, I don't think, but it's more of an interest in focusing the state on particular programs. And of course, the funding mechanism where so much of the state's general fund goes to schools, it's compressed what we can do with the rest of the general fund at the state level. And I think that focusing is not a bad thing. We try to do that here. But what it means is that because the state agencies are not understanding the complete role that we play, I just don't think they really understand it. We had a number of people in Department of Human Services and before Oregon Health Authority, quite frankly, before Bruce Goldberg, who did understand what we did. We had very good relationships with Department of Human Services. Those people left. They were asked to leave by Dr. Goldberg, and I think that has been he brought in folks that just really didn't think much of counties or understand really the role that we played as administrators of their programs. We've always had an ongoing battle with ODOT. Cities have that battle with ODOT, right, Mr. Kinney? And it's a kind of a love-hate relationship. They follow their rules, and we don't always think their rules are good. And they're sort of in charge because they have the money. They give us the gas taxes. On a broader plane, it's a bigger issue in this country, the way we organize government. The Congress, the legislature, departments in the federal government and in states are all built in silos. So you have an education committee, you have a transportation committee, you have a health committee, you have whatever. And people are on those committees, in those departments, are focused on those things. And so this whole notion of an enterprise approach to government, of having these programs work together, like we do here in Marion County. I mean, we could not have the high-quality juvenile program we do if they were off on their own, not working with the sheriff's office and with Public Works and the health department. It just wouldn't work nearly as well. You don't find that at the state level. But I think a lot of it is those silos because of the way we're organized in government. And also state departments are much more, how do I want to put this without, they tend to have groups of outside folks who are very committed to their programs and advocate for them in the legislature and advocate for their programs to the detriment of others. We don't have that happening here so much. I think you might remember when I first came here in 3, 4, 5, I can't remember what year, we had some advocates for certain mental health programs. And we didn't let that override the overall goals of the county. This board has met with county departments to create county goals that everybody has to work together to meet. You don't see that happening at the state level. You don't see that happening at the federal level at all. A president can come out with a wonderful program, but he can't make it happen, particularly if he's not getting along with Congress. A governor can come forward with all kinds of great ideas, but if there isn't the consistent management of those programs, and we've seen major failures at the state level, that consistent management is so important. And I think that many people in very high elected office don't understand that. They think it's the policy that's important. The policy is important, but it's the management that makes that policy work. It's the dollars going into those policies that make those policies work. That speech is my answer to your question. I don't know whether it does it or not.
Sure, you've called me out a few times, Mr. Latimer.
Well, you were in the legislature. I can blame the legislature for a lot of things.
I guess I want to make a couple comments of a little bit about the presentation that you just gave us and some things, observations, not necessarily so much about the legislature, because I could spend all day about what I think that's all about. But one of the things that came to my mind was 9+ years ago when I sat in front of the 3 commissioners to be appointed as a state representative. I remember distinctly walking away from that meeting and listening to the commissioners say they had pretty good relationships, real good, healthy relationships within the cities and the counties, but not a very good relationship between here and the state. And I'll never forget that. And that was one of the things I took over there, to open up Friday morning meetings where the commissioners could come and people could come and we could listen and talk about those things. And so another thing I want to point out, 9.5 years ago when I was appointed the state superintendent of the state police and the sheriff Ramirez at the time, I asked both of them, do you guys get together and meet regularly here in Marion County to talk about? Wasn't happening. Today, our sheriff is meeting with the state, and so you've got to continue to work to break down those silos, because when you look at who the customer is, and this is where I think we have a lot of work to do at all levels of government. When you look at who the customer is, and I as a customer have nowhere else to go, the response of that bureaucracy is not very healthy. And so we've got to have stronger leadership, but to have people like Sheriff Myers and the new superintendent talking about maybe even coexisting in the same buildings in town, doing those types of things, that's where we start to break down silos that the citizens will benefit from in efficiencies and leadership. And there's a lot of challenges out there, but I think it's just a disconnect from who really the customer is and not having to respond. I mean, I just use the DMV as an example. Where else can I go? I can't go to the DMV down the street. So I think that's what we have to do, is continue to work on leadership, like you just said, of the people who are going to implement the programs and respond and really recognize who the customer is that we're serving.
One of the problems, Commissioner, Budget Committee, that we've had in the last few years is we've had some State Department directors who have literally been anti-county. I won't mention any names. I could tell you who they are. You may know who they are. At least one of them is gone now. But it's so important that that leadership at the state level in state departments understand how much infrastructure we have out here to implement their programs. It's huge. You go out here on Center Street and look at the buildings we have and the staff we have at the health department and the juvenile department. You go over to Almsville Highway and see the infrastructure we have there at the jail and the work center, or the dog shelter. I mean, they cannot replicate that, but they don't know it's there.
One more comment.
Yes, sir.
And maybe I'll get to hear this. One more comment about the overall presentation and the priorities. I am concerned about the rising healthcare costs in the jail, and your comment about not putting that in the budget. And I'll wait to hear that from the sheriff about how that's going to work. But obviously, public safety is important, funding that's important, and how we're going to deal with that. So that would be my one flag that I saw there. Thank you.
No, I don't want to spend too much time, but John's theme, we went, Kevin, we went to see you 3 years ago to every legislator that touched Marion County and just took that message and asked them to be aware, not really to protect the county, just to, and I was just starting to make a list, children, families, health, you did this too, economic development, regional solutions, it's the same theme, grants, competitive, but it's also their program. It smacks of cronyism because Friends get the money and Portland gets the money, to be more exact, so not just kind of sour grapes, but it's a real issue out here, and I hope they get wise to it. That's probably all I'd say. Oh, there was one more that they forget about that I don't think you really mentioned, John. Like children and families would be a good example. What do we contribute? $200,000 or $300,000 a year that we were putting in children and families to go with the state money? Well, that kind of gets challenged. Doesn't do anything at all. So they lose the local part of the investment or match or whatever it is with this program too. So overall delivery of services to the community that are important goes away.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner makes a good point. I'm, as some of you know, I'm chair of the County Administrators Organization. I have some friends who are county administrators in Eastern Oregon, and I think they would say that some of this is very unfair to them because they don't have the ability to get the funding that we do here in the valley, other than in the Southern Valley. So I think it's really important that when we talk to our friends at the state level, we talk about what it means to the people of Oregon, not just us bureaucrats.
Yes, sir. I think, just to add my perspective to it, John, is kind of picking up on something Mr. Cameron said, is that the county is the most responsive unit of service delivery, government service delivery to the people that live in the areas that the county encompasses. I know all of you county folks live in or near the county. You know your neighbors know you. Our services are all for our neighbors. You know, several of you know, I worked for one of the small hospitals in the county for years, and it was a community hospital. It still is a community hospital run by neighbors, for neighbors, delivering service to neighbors. I think the further you go up the food chain of government to the feds and maybe even internationally, you lose sight of the fact that all of this is about services to people. It's not about a road, it's about a road that's maintained so that trucks can get back and forth delivering goods and people can get back and forth to church. And that's something that I think the further up you go, a lesson I've learned, I think, listening to you over the years, is the further up you go, the more people lose sight of that and they become focused on a program or a policy or a bureaucracy and the survival of that bureaucracy, not the service it delivers. I think Marion County has never lost sight of the fact that this is a service delivery government organization. We exist, you all exist, to deliver services to people who live right down the road. Anyway, thank you.
Couldn't have said it better.
Oh, I'm learning. Mr. White, I think you're next on the agenda?
Wait a minute, excuse me.
Yes, sir, by all means.
Before you bring him up here,
Uh-huh.
another thing that we talked about, we have the GFO's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and I'd like to give this to Rich Meinecker.
If I have my choice, Meinecker will. If you give it me a choice.
This big document that you see and the bound one that you see at the,
You need a microphone, John, please.
sorry.
Thanks, Sam.
The big document that you see that's published of our budget is really put together by Rich. And Rich helps put all these numbers together. I don't know how he does it, but he does. So, Rich?
Now, I suppose that makes me responsible for any of the errors that you may find in the.
Absolutely. We also have this certificate of recognition for budget preparation of the budget team in the finance department of Marion County. And the finance team that brings this budget to you is, of course, myself, as because the board's made me the budget officer, and statute requires that I give a budget message to you. But it's Jan Fritz, Jeff White, Richard Meinecker, excuse me, Cynthia Granatier, and Erica Sanders. They've all worked very hard to help you have this budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've taken enough of your time.
Thank you, John, and congratulations to all of you, and thank you for hard work. I mean, that's no small feat. I mean, this is tremendous amounts of data and information that create a historical record, and accuracy, I'm always amazed at the accuracy. We occasionally find a comma out of place, but for the most part, it's phenomenal. Several hundred pages of history here and discussion, and it improves every year. This year, I noticed more about the process in the preface to the document itself. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jeff, I think you're next to talk about that process, as a matter of fact.
I think we're going to see an exit here real quick by people, so.
Must not like your presentation.
No, I'm not the highlight of the morning. I think it's great that people come down to hear the budget message and the overall theme and how things are going, but I realize they don't really want to hear about the budget binder. Chair Vance, commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, my name is Jeff White. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about some of the particulars of the budget process that we're in compliance with, and then point out just a few things that are a little bit different consistently throughout the budget that you, I think if I point them out here, each department won't have to try to explain them over and over. So I want to make you aware that we have properly noticed this meeting as required by Oregon statute. You can find a copy of this notification as the first page of the appendix, section A-1. It's also on the Board of Commissioners website. We have also properly scheduled opportunities for the public to make comment on the budget. The time and date for public comment were included in the meeting notice that I just mentioned. But for any viewing public, those times will be today at 5:15 p.m. and tomorrow morning, June 4th at 8:45 a.m., just prior to our second full day of budget presentations. First, I'd have you take note of what should be, I hope, the first page in your budget binders. You open the cover. Should say Department Instructions for Budget Committee Presentation. That's just so you're aware of the format, what they've specifically been asked to discuss, and how to go about that. At least so they cover those topics. I don't think we prescribed it had to be in that order or exactly, but we want to make sure they hit the important, relevant points. We began the budget process by developing certain parameters that would set some of the foundation for the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget. Those parameters were approved by the Board of Commissioners. They were shared with department heads and elected officials as part of the budget development process. Some of the examples of those budget parameters were calculating a medical and dental budget rate that were used, setting an interest rate for revenue calculations, and setting a rate that we would use for PERS and for PERS debt service assessments and charges to departments. So those type of parameters all departments followed. The binder organization, you should see that department tabs generally follow the same presentation schedule that you'll find on the budget calendar. There's one or two places where we're a little bit off in the tab order, but in general, we should be going from front to back of the binder. If you look at the tab, it's the third tab, I believe, that says Strategic Plan. You should find a summary of the county goals as they're aligned with some sample department goals that meet the county objectives and should include at least one related key indicator. Departments will be talking about at least one key indicator during their presentation and how that kind of ties up to the county goal and how it's affecting their operational processes. You're not going to find all the key indicators or all the department goals in this front section, but you will find them in each department section. Each department section will begin with the county goals and objectives and will end with their key indicators. As the budget officer, Mr. Latimer, mentioned, we did meet with the Council of Economic Advisors in March of this year to discuss our major revenue estimates, particular estimates regarding property tax calculations. That is the one number that is significant to the general fund as far as a revenue source, and we look to the community to help bring their expertise in helping us develop an increased rate for next year. And I think Mr. Latimer mentioned that we landed on a 2% increase in estimated property tax revenues over the current year estimate through June 2014. This is a higher increase than in the last several years that, even though they've increased each year, they've been very small amounts. With those particulars behind us, now there's a couple of specific areas I'm going to have you turn to in the binder if you would like, to go through some things you might notice. Well, I won't have you turn to, but just so you're aware, fringe benefits you should see throughout the binder for departments generally increase about 2 to 4%. That's consistent with inflation and inflationary cost increases with our fringe benefits. That will be true for departments that have little or no staffing change. Where you see the change to fringe benefits greater than that, and you'll see some interesting swings, it generally means that there's been some change to FTE, and you can see that. So I think in our assessor's office you see a decrease actually, and they've had less staff over the years. There's one particular area I did want to note. The smaller that the fringe benefit budget is, the more impact one FTE can have on that. In the sheriff's office, one FTE change, you wouldn't notice much of the fringe benefit calculation, but in a small department, perhaps like community services, one FTE can make that percentage suddenly jump up into double digits and it might look awkward, but it's just a function of math, really. In particular, you'll notice in the sheriff's department that their fringe benefit budget has increased across all programs due to the pickup of the PERS employee share by the county. That causes that percentage to jump a bit for the sheriff's office. Mr. Latimer mentioned in his budget message that there were some changes, kind of how we do administrative charges, not the plan of itself, but because of the move back into Courthouse Square, how things were accounted for for departments that were in leased facilities. So for an example, just so you can kind of see that, if you turn to page 359, it should be under the Finance tab. Because you'll see this consistently, and I don't think each department will necessarily need to explain this. I need to get myself on the right page. And departments will not normally be going through this detail section in the back. They'll be going through their program budgets, but it's easier to see how this happens when you look at the details. So if you look at the, under utilities, it's just not quite to the middle of the page, electricity account 524010. You'll see that in the finance department budget, it was zeros all the way across until fiscal year 14-15. Now there's a $13,000 charge there. Again, this will be for those departments out maps and the commercial locations moving back. For us, utility charges were part of the lease charge, so we didn't have a utility expense happening or didn't need to budget for it. Now that we're in Courthouse Square, the way that we account for those utility charges are by department based on our pro rata share, based on square footage and some other amounts. So you'll see some increase in utilities for especially those central service departments, the clerk, the treasurer, the assessor. They'll have more utility budget than they did in the past. Now, if you move on down to under rentals there at the bottom of the page, the very last line, building rental private, that was our share of the lease cost at the MAPS building, which now has gone to zero because we don't have that. So you should see a big drop in rental budget for departments. Finally, I'll have you jump over now to look in the administrative charges area on the next page, on page 360. The second, third lines, facilities allocation and custodial allocation. For facilities maintenance, you'll see it was zero in the leased buildings. We didn't have to pay for that, the landlord did. For custodial, our cost is a little bit higher to be in this building for custodial than what it was out at the leased location. I know that's some particular detail at the moment, but you're going to see that in departments where rentals go down, utilities go up, some of the admin charges go up. Overall, for finance, if you kind of net all that together, there's a general savings of about $27,000 to the finance department to be back in this building. You just can't see that in any one place. You might think, oh, we're saving a bunch of rental money, but you have to account for how now we allocate charges through utilities and admin charges. Hopefully that helps as you look at departmental budgets so you understand what's happening there. Yes.
Mr. Cameron.
Thank you. On that same page, when you look at condo association assessments,
Oh, sorry.
referring to this building and then the equipment rental, what would those types of things be, obviously with the difference?
Yeah, I apologize. I actually wrote down condo. See, I went off script. I tried to just speak off the cuff. The condominium association expenditure is another one that you will see showing up under materials and services. The way that we allocate some of the charges for this building, the charges that aren't assigned to a department. So the entry foyer area, the hallway area, since the hallway doesn't belong to finance, because we're accountants, we like to really parse things out, and we specifically allocate custodial and utility costs to those areas and run it through the condominium association and spread that out among departments also in a pro rata fair share.
It would be like a CAM in a commercial building, common area maintenance.
Yes. So that's what that's for. Okay, one other program area I'd like to have you turn to is the justice courts on page 160. Just so you understand when that budget presentation comes up, I just want you to see the format of how this looks. We had multiple courts operating under two programs. They were called the East Marion Justice Court and the North Marion Justice Court. In this fiscal year, we consolidated those courts into one. So from a book standpoint, what we'll see on page 160 is East Marion Justice Court history with nothing for the 14-15 budget. And when you turn the page over to page 162, the same thing, you'll see the history for the North Marion Justice Court, nothing in the 14-15 budget. And when you jump to page 164, then you see the 14-15 budget as proposed for the combined courts. There's a little bit of budget in 13-14 for this combined court, which was kind of the startup operational cost in this last quarter. However, when you look at the discussion on page 165, the information is taking this budget and comparing to the previous year's consolidated court. So tried to make sure that we could explain the changes. The format kind of bounces around between pages. The last change I want to draw your attention to in the departmental budgets will be found in the key indicator section. In the past years, we had the key indicators up through the current year that we're still residing in, but not necessarily for the budget year. So they would have been through 13-14, estimated through this June. We asked departments to try to help make their key indicators a little more relevant to the budget, to add another column on there. So you'll see key indicators now for estimated for actually 14-15. So departments were to kind of look at what their trend has been and what they're hoping their programs will accomplish, so what they expect to see happen in those key indicators aligned with this budget. It's kind of new for departments, so some have felt a little uncomfortable trying to estimate that far in advance, but we asked them to do it, and you should see that.
Question. Yeah, thank you. Jeff, could you point to an example of that?
Sure, let's go back to finance, back to page, let's find what page I'm on here. Page 355. So you'll see the P card transactions, and we discussed it, and I'll talk more about this actually in the budget, but that chart, the data units for the fiscal year, if we were doing it the same as last year, you wouldn't have seen that 14-15 estimate column on there. It would have stopped at fiscal year 13-14 estimate. Through some conversation, we felt like it just made more sense to have the key indicator a little bit more aligned with the actual budget you're looking at as opposed to the budget that's finishing up.
Thank you.
Finally, on page 33, you're going to see a little teeny tiny schedule that's hard to read. Mr. Meinecker handed out a larger version of that to you. You should have had it on your desk. Yes, exactly, that sheet right there, to make it more readable. We just couldn't quite fit in the binder. It's the same, it's not a replacement, it's the same page as page 33, just larger size.
We've come to call that Mr. Meinecker's placemat.
Well, yeah, it used to be 11 by 17. We have scrunched it down a bit. And the relevance of that document, and I want to make sure and point this out, is over the rest of today and tomorrow, you're going to see departments come up here and talk about their budget by program area. They probably aren't necessarily going to go through the numbers, but this binder is primarily organized by program. The statutory requirement is we adopt the budget by fund, and so, pardon me, that chart is an attempt to help you translate departmental budgets into what funds they go to. I believe that's all the really key stuff that's going to come up as far as organizationally and how the binder looks and what might be a little bit different other than specific department issues and concerns and budgetary needs. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them or not.
Seeing that, and Jeff, you or Mr. Meinecker will be here along the way as the departments come up, so if there is a question and they look flummoxed, they can always look to you to say this is how we do it, right?
You can always look to us. We will be here right over there all day, both days.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the next item on the agenda is Compensation Board. We're actually running pretty close to time. You would take places and identify yourselves for the permanent record. Good morning.
Hi, Tracy Warren, and I'm the chair of the Marion County Compensation Board.
And Tracy, you're a volunteer, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
And I'm Mina Hansen, Business Services Director, Mr. Chair. Just for the group and to frame the conversation, ORS 204.112 requires that the county call together a compensation board. The compensation board is charged with reviewing the salaries of elected officials and making recommendations on those salaries to this group. The compensation board met in February, and Tracy is prepared to talk about their recommendations.
Okay.
So are you ready for me to just go ahead and jump in by position?
Yes.
So the board is recommending a 5.45 increase for the county clerk, a 2.77% increase for the commissioners, a 5% increase for the county sheriff, and no change in the current salary for all other elected officials. We did have an additional change recommended for the justice, and that is based on going from a part-time rate to a full-time rate.
And since the Compensation Board made their recommendation about changing the Justice Court salary, we were provided information by County Council that there is a constitutional requirement that we not modify the salary of the justices during their tenure. So while the board has made that recommendation, we're recommending that you reject the change to the compensation for the Justice Court position because of the constitutional requirement that we were not aware of at the time that the Compensation Board made their recommendation.
Would you take just a minute for the record and explain the Compensation Board and how that process, take a minute, maybe 2 minutes, how that process works and how you look at comps and how you arrive at your numbers?
So we treat the, let me back up. Human Resources for Marion County provides the Compensation Board, which is 5 members. They're all volunteers who have background in public sector compensation or compensation in private sector. They all have a tie to the community in some way. We're very lucky to have a very skilled Compensation Board. We provide them from HR information regarding comparative counties. We use comparators that are prescribed for us for the majority of our employees through the Public Employees Collective Bargaining Act, or PECBA. PECBA tells us what our comparator counties should be. So since those are the comparators we use for employees, we use those same comparators for the compensation review of the electeds. We pull the compensation information from the counties of Clackamas, Jackson, Lane, Deschutes, and Marion County and compare them. We look at a total compensation, meaning not just salary, but salary plus the 401k contribution that the county provides to management and elected officials, because that is part of the pay structure. From there, we look at whether or not that compensation is within 5% of market. And so by market, we mean we look at the compensation in those 5 areas, and is Marion County within 5% of that mean? And in these, and historically over the last several years, because of the economy, the Compensation Board has not recommended increases to the elected official salaries. But now as we're coming out of that and looking at where we are in comparison, all of the recommendations at this point were to bring those closer to their current market status, and thus the recommendations for increases.
Thank you. Question, Commissioner Carlson.
I do have a couple questions, and first a comment. So thank you for the presentation, and Tracy, I have to apologize to you because you came, first of all, thank you so much for your service and for chairing the Compensation Board. Thank you for being here today. That's wonderful that you took the time to come. And then you took the time to come to a board session, and I got so myopic and delving down in the details about whether I had the right papers or not that I didn't thank you for your service then, and so I just want to take the time to do that now and appreciate all the work that you do. And we do have a wonderfully skilled Compensation Board, and they do a required work that's very necessary for the county. So my questions, and I don't know if these questions are actually for you or for others here, but I think my first question is for John. So are these recommendations of the increases already encompassed within the budget that you're proposing?
Not in the department budgets, no.
So we would be, if we adopt the recommendations of the Compensation Board, we'll be making those adjustments then when we do all of the puts and takes at the end, we would do that then.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we're really, that's one of the reasons we have money in the contingency, because we didn't have them in the department budgets because you have to make this decision here to increase these salaries. We didn't want to preempt you with that decision, so they're not in the budgets.
All right, and so, but then in the instance of the Jen Ziernoff, the Justice of the Peace, because they're not in the budget, actually her current salary is in the budget, which then goes along with legal counsel's advice not to change the current salary. Is that correct? I'm trying to understand what happened
It's
there.
only at halftime now.
All right, so it would have to be adjusted to full-time, but it wouldn't be adjusted to full-time and a different hourly rate. It would be adjusted to full-time at the current hourly rate?
Let me help clarify that.
Thank you.
Jeff, please.
Since I'm the one who helped work on that. We actually did adjust for a full-time judge. At the time, and trying to estimate what that salary should look like, we used the mean that we had at the time, which was actually last year's mean for judges. So the rate that's in there is not appropriate per the statute.
Okay.
We'd have to adjust that.
So we will be adjusting that as well then, all right.
But full-time was accounted for, just the wrong rate.
Okay. And then we did make a motion at the board meeting. We didn't accept the findings of the compensation board. We simply accepted the report and moved it to the budget committee, which is our practice. So at some point, do we actually make a motion to accept or reject the findings of the compensation board? Or I'm trying to remember if we do that, or do we just put it into the budget, and when we adopt the budget, then those numbers are part of that? Is that how we do it? Jen's nodding, so, all right.
Yes.
So my last question then is that I noticed that in the pay relative to market, that the treasurer is 8.25% below market, but there was no recommendation to bring that up to the 5% below market.
Right.
So can you add some insights to that?
So one of the struggles we have with the treasurer's compensation is that very few counties, there are only 2 that we can find, currently have elected treasurers. And when we look at historically where we've looked at the treasurer's salary, the 2 that have treasurers are Clackamas and Lynn County. And we have looked at, as you'll see with just a couple of exceptions, we look at the size of the staff and the personnel services budget, or the materials and services budget, excuse me. And so in looking at the treasurer's salary, the compensation looked at it in relation to the Lynn County treasurer, because the staffing and the materials and services budgets are about the same. Ours is slightly more, but the total compensation is also slightly more. In comparison, the Clackamas County treasurer, the staffing and the budget is significantly larger. So even though it was 8% out of market, there was some exclusion of the Clackamas data because it didn't seem to match. And that's not an uncommon practice for us across the county. There are times when, because of the size of Clackamas County and the nature of their staffing, we'll exclude them from looking at as comparators.
Thank you. So if I could, I would like to just put on the record here that I'd like to review that salary differently when we get to the treasurer's office or when we get to the end of the budget or whatever. I mean, I know the Lynn County treasurer, she's also the budget officer. I mean, things are configured differently in all counties. So it just feel, it doesn't, we have a policy, if you will, it may be informal, that we have everybody, we try to keep them within 5% of market, and to do 8.25%, I just think is not respectful to the treasurer. So that would be my request in this.
Mr. Brentano.
Mine's going to be similar and expansive a little bit. Justice Court was cleared up, but I'm not buying the treasurer at all, so just go on record that way. I'm also looking at the sheriff, and we get up to the number, but I know there's been pressures where he has to be the highest, and he is, after all, a sheriff of the year, and then to go on the cheap is how I feel, and I'm not happy with it. And then I'm going to put one out that I'll avoid it myself personally, but I think the commissioner's salary should be looked at. We'll have 2 new commissioners in this next year, and it ought to be a salary that is commensurate with the work and responsibility. So wherever those come up, I want them looked at.
Are you announcing something, Commissioner?
Announce I won't take the salary increase, but it should be.
Excuse me, you said there were going to be 2 new commissioners.
A lot of things could happen.
I should note too here for the board that the compensation board did recommend that if the Board of Commissioners approves COLAs for the major collective unit, that should be applied to these salaries as well. And so we did bring, for example, the commissioner and the sheriff's those two salaries up to a -5% from market. So if we overlay the COLAs, just food for thought.
Okay, so I'm going to need,
Excuse me, I have to go
yes,
back.
Mr. Martino.
I should have said, well, there will be 2 newly elected commissioners. I said that wrong. and I
There
tried-
we go, okay. I thought you were presupposing what my election was going to be like in November.
Presupposing good things.
That was a stopper.
You didn't listen to the real message. All right.
Okay, so I just need some clarification on legal process. What we will do then is accept the report of the compensation board, and then it will come up for discussion at a later point. And just so we don't miss an opportunity here to actually take action on the report, that'll come up as we move through the process.
That's correct.
Okay, so,
One other point of clarification.
Cameron.
Are all, are they all on the same agenda, or are they done individually, each position?
Mr. Latimer?
The compensation board recommendations are just that. They're recommendations to the budget
Yes.
committee. And so the budget committee can do whatever they want to with them.
Thank you.
And when we have the budgets come up, we can talk about those with the individuals, or you can do it at the end, however you want to do it.
Okay, we're good with that?
I just had one quick question, if I
Mr. Taylor.
could. Did I hear you say in your presentation that these folks that you identified, the county clerk and the commissioners and the county sheriff, they haven't had an increase in years? Did you say that?
That's correct. Much like our all of our non-represented employees have not had an increase in 6 years. Our union employees got an increase 5 years ago, but we have given 0 increases for the last 6 years to all non-represented employees.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I could,
Commissioner
to
Hauser.
clarify that, we have done market adjustments by position for certain positions in management and in union positions, correct? So.
Correct.
But that's a market study of
But-
whether a certain position is within market.
So to
But in terms
clarify-
of an overall COLA, cost of living increase, which is a blanket, we have not done that.
To clarify, market surveys are about increasing our competitiveness for recruitment purposes. They don't necessarily adjust the salaries of existing employees.
For individual positions as they come open. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mina. Other questions?
Mr. Chair, let me qualify what you just said. When we do those market studies and the employees do come up for their personnel review, their annual review, then they can be increased and quite often are.
Okay. So then I think the chair will entertain a motion to accept the compensation board report and with the proviso that we'll discuss those particular recommendations later? Is that, you look puzzled, Commissioner.
I thought we said we weren't going to do a motion to.
To accept the report.
We'll accept the
Just
report.
to-
Do we always do that? I don't remember. That was my
That
question.
was kind of what I was asking, is what's the next step in the process?
You made the recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, who referred that recommendation on to the board.
Okay. And so we will accept
All right, I'll
the
move-
report referred from the commissioners, we'll accept the report.
I'll move that we accept the report. We're not approving the report, we're
Right,
simply
exactly.
accepting the report.
Accepting the document. Okay. Moved and seconded, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much, and please go back to the committee and thank them for their work as well. I think it's time for a break. I see a coffee pot over in that corner.
No, it's back here.
We
You
moved it
moved it
back
back
here.
here? Okay. Oh, I don't see it here, I see a pillar. Okay. Okay, so we will recess for about 10 minutes? Is
Okay.
that enough time to make calls
No
and
problem.
grab coffee? And we'll reconvene then at 11:15. That'll keep us on track.
Waiting for
Thank you very
pictures
much.
on Facebook.
Committee. Next item on the agenda, speaking of general government, the assessor, Mr. Rolfing. Identify yourself and your companion for the record, please, and have at it.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners and Budget Committee members. I'm Tom Rolfing, the Marion County Assessor, and joining me is Leslie Box, Assessor's Administrative Manager.
Good morning.
We're here this morning to request your approval for the fiscal year 2014-2015 Assessor's Office budget. The total requested amount is $5,535,129. This proposed budget amount represents a 4.2% decrease from our current year's fiscal budget. The total full-time equivalent employees requested for fiscal year 2013-14 is 51, the same as our current FTE. Or is it 14, excuse me, 14-15. The assessor's office is comprised of 4 programs. We have an administration, tax collection, cartography, and valuation and appraisal programs. The administration program oversees core department business functions such as long and short-term strategic planning, budgeting, payroll, accounts payable and receivable, personnel functions, records maintenance, and general customer inquiries, as well as our administration also assists with manufactured structure title transfers and facilitates the processing of veterans, active duty military, historical, and nonprofit exemptions, as well as the senior tax deferrals. The tax collection program is primarily responsible for collecting property taxes for distribution to the many districts within Marion County. These districts provide essential services through city and county governments and other key agencies such as schools, fire departments, public transit, libraries, parks, water and sewer districts, and street lighting districts. The cartography program maintains an inventory of all parcels of land in Marion County, along with the property owner names, situs addresses and mailing addresses, account numbers, property size and legal description. Partition and subdivision plat maps are reviewed and processed in this program, as well as annexations and changes from recorded deeds. Creation of or changes to taxing districts and the continuous maintenance of district and individual property boundaries in our GIS parcel layer are also functions of the cartography program. The valuation and appraisal program estimates the value of all real property and business personal property in Marion County. This includes estimating the values of new construction and the reappraisal of existing property through mass appraisal methods. These values create the foundation on which property taxes are calculated. Staff in this program assist taxpayers with questions regarding the valuation of properties, maintains property records of inventory, and determine eligibility for a variety of tax exemption and deferral programs. The assessor's office budget begins on page 49 of the budget manual. Our proposed budget is $246,000 less than our fiscal year 2013-14 budget. Personnel services decreased by $95,000, primarily due to employee turnover and retirements, allowing us to hire new staff at a lower salary step in most cases. Administrative charges are nearly $42,000 less than the current fiscal year, and materials and services shows a $109,000 or 22% decrease, largely attributed to the elimination of increased costs associated with leasing a private facility during Courthouse Square remediation project. In materials and services, there are the usual relatively small shifts in funding from one line item to another in anticipation of our needs for the upcoming budget cycle. There are no substantial changes for fiscal year 2014-15, other than to note the inclusion of a line item for our condo association assessments, which covers our office rent, and a fairly substantial increase in electricity payments in the utilities category, which is partially offset by a decrease in natural gas charges. Overall, our department business model and the services we provide remain stable, despite reduced staffing and a department budget that has remained relatively stationary over the past several years. Through the recalculation of property values, cross-training of staff, and distribution of institutional knowledge, continuous evaluation and streamlining of processes, and making the best use of available technology, we are confident that we will be able to deliver the same high-quality services in the future for which our department is often currently recognized. In keeping with Marion County's strategic plan, goal number 1 in providing efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability, I'd like to take just a moment to talk to you about our key indicators and show how they tie into this goal. You'll find a chart of historical data on page 67 of your budget manual, covering the total number of accounts in that our office maintains, estimated total of building permits county-wide for fiscal year 2014 and 15, and actual county real market value, exception value, and assessed values. We feel it is important to educate and inform the public on the functions of the assessor's office and how our work ties in with the county's long-term goals and planning. The numbers represented are indicative of the health of the local economy. Assessed values are directly related to revenue for our local districts to meet their fiscal obligations and provide the essential services which Marion County residents have chosen to have provided within their communities. The total number of accounts has increased slightly this year. Although last year there was a slight decrease, the trend is a slow general increase in the number of tax accounts over the past few years. Building permits and new construction numbers have experienced a small increase over the prior year, which is a positive sign for the growth in our community. Marion County real market value is estimated at a 1.6% increase. This modest increase is positive after the small decrease last year, and it appears that we are coming back out of a market slump from prior years. The total assessed value of exceptions is newly added taxable value resulting from the creation of new accounts and added market value due to new construction. Exception value for this year is estimated to be approximately $350 million. This is slightly less than it has been in recent years, and partly due to fewer large-scale development projects being actually completed this year. The estimated total county assessed value is up 2.46% for the fiscal year 2014, compared to the smallest increase in recent history of 0.82% that we experienced the prior year. Assessed value is the value on which property taxes are calculated. From the perspective of the various districts currently operating on lean budgets, any growth is a positive sign. Under Property Tax Measure 50, when the real market value of an account falls below the Measure 50 maximum assessed value of that account, the assessed value declines. Last year, we had approximately 45% of our residential tax accounts with the estimated real market value less than the maximum assessed value. If these market values increase by more than 3% this year, then their assessed values and taxes can rise more than 3%. And that's kind of a key distinction. There was questions earlier about exception values. That assessed value is the real market value or the maximum assessed value, whichever is lower, for calculated for each account. So if an account is assessed at its market value, its maximum assessed value is higher, and that maximum assessed value is what's limited to a maximum of 3% increase. So their assessed value, right, the real market value, could increase more than 3%. We will likely see more of this happening in this year and in the near future. For most properties, their maximum assessed values are still typically less than real market values, and we'll see their assessed values increase no more than 3%. So the difficulty in the projections of what kind of growth we're going to see is because it's calculated by account. You can't just take historical trends and make these assumptions on the broad scale. So we've tried to estimate by account as best we can, but without our job being done for the year, we don't know yet what the effect's going to be. So I've spent some time going over these key indicators. The tie-in to the Marion County Strategic Plan occurs when we at the Assessor's Office effectively and efficiently implement the property tax statutes of the state of Oregon. This provides revenue to the Marion County General Fund, helping the greater Marion County as one of the taxing districts to provide effective and efficient as well as responsive services throughout the county. Regarding potential future legislative changes, last year we were asked to consider potential legislative changes, and that's constantly been on my mind because revenue is constantly being looked at. The current governor of the state of Oregon has stated a major initiative of his is to rewrite the Oregon tax code. There have been 2 recent studies published by prominent local economists highlighting the inequities of our current property tax system. The constant potential of changing legislation is one of the main reasons we need to be diligent in maintaining accurate value estimates. When Measure 50 was enacted, some of the inequities created were because it was based on a certain time in a year, what we had for values, right, wrong, or indifferent. They were the best values we could possibly have, but it's very important to have our values very accurate. This concludes our presentation, and we would welcome any questions you might have. Hopefully I addressed the Measure 50 question, and we might have more.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Rolfing. Questions for the assessor? Commissioner Carlson.
3 questions, just brief answers. I know we're
Sure.
short on time. So the first question is, you have listed a whole page of key department accomplishments. If you were to look over those, what's one that you would like to highlight for us as a budget committee? Something that you perhaps are the proudest of, if you've listed it as a key accomplishment.
You know what page that is?
64.
64.
Okay.
Maybe Leslie can answer that one. I'll bet you were the one that put those together.
Yeah, she is, actually. A huge major change that we've made, we've made a lot of progress in developing a strategic plan for our department. And we have identified 5 major initiatives for us to continue now and in the future. Communication, training, recruitment, technology, and legislative. So all 5 things that we intend to consider on a regular basis throughout the coming years.
Okay, thank you. Second question, page 70 of the budget book, line 525715 under contracted services. So it looks like in 11, 12, and 12, 13, your actuals were around 2,000, 2,700 for advertising. Your budget for this year's 26,000, and your proposed is 28,000. So is that because of the retirements that you were talking about and the need to do recruitment, or what would that advertising entail?
That was the difference in charges from one newspaper to another. We last year were required to advertise through the Statesman Journal.
Got it.
And the
All right.
advertising cost is that much different.
All right, I'm going to be looking at that one in other budgets too. All right, and then the last question I have, page 71, right across the way, under miscellaneous training, 529230. So it looks like in the 2 actual years, you spent roughly 3,000 and 4,000 on training. You've got more budgeted this year and a little bit less budgeted for the upcoming fiscal year. What types of training do your staff generally need to stay current in the field, and what do you offer as a department? Maybe, I mean, again, this is like a 60-second answer that I need from you right now. What kinds of things are you anticipating that maybe the county could help with in terms of training for staff?
The county helps a lot with IT types of training. Our appraisal staff requires training to keep their registrations current. And we're lucky in Marion County that we're in the same city as the Department of Revenue that puts on much of that training, and we're pretty centrally located. So for those reasons, a lot of the training occurs here or at our semi-annual assessor conferences. This year, we had some turnover with cartographers, and one thing that we realized was there's not very many training opportunities for cartographers locally, but their job is very technical, and so we had some pretty expensive cartography training this year. Different assessors, it's a major concern for assessors' offices, the amount of training that is available for their staff, and assessors' offices are starting to put on their own classes, getting them qualified for training hours through the Department of Revenue. So definitely looking at ways to keep the costs down and the availability up. Another thing that we would really like to have our staff do is follow through more of a curriculum for training. If they're on a certain career path, and particularly appraisal staff, because their training's required, to have, like any other type of a degree program, have your basic training provided in order, right? So you have your lower level classes, and then obviously, similar to your electives, other classes they can take in addition to that, but make sure that they get the basic training that they need early on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
I'd like to make one.
Okay.
Just one comment. I noticed that in your key department accomplishments, you talk about the digitizing and scanning of documents. And from the public's perspective, I think that's a really important customer service, and ultimately will end up saving your staff time by being able to provide resources online that are not readily available, that have not been readily available in the past.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ruffing, thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Burgess, I see you sitting down there. How you doing, sir? Oh, they going to make you do this all by yourself?
I guess so. They're shy, even though they do great work.
Oh, see, now we've dragooned her into coming up. So if you would, please, as you take your seat, identify yourselves for the permanent record.
I'm sorry.
Would you identify yourselves for the
Sure.
record?
Bill Burgess, Marion County Clerk, and here with me is Lori Kruger, Administrative Assistant. And in back is our Job Share Administrative Assistant, Laura Tunnell.
Morning.
The clerk's office, as you can see by the picture, we do elections. We also do voter registration. We take care of petitions for folks that want to get things on the ballot, and some other procedures too. But also, we do, in our clerk's office, marriage licenses, passports, liquor licenses. The marriage licenses and passports, this is a big time of season for that, and I really encourage you to come on down, because it's the most fun place in Oregon to get your license, and it's good all over Oregon, the one that you get in Marion County. It's true everywhere else too, but I'd just like to specify that Marion County is the best place to get a marriage license or get a passport. And we believe people should leave with a smile. We also do the Board of Property Tax Appeals. We also take care of the Commissioner's Journal, from historical from back to the 1850s to now, and other various records functions for the county. Okay, our budget, as you can see, our budget starts on page 73 and goes through page 98. We're actually spending or budgeting a little bit less this year than last year. and I'll explain why. The FTE you see there is 14 and a half. That doesn't show the total picture because we also have another 1.5 FTE are contract ACS indexers for our land records system, and it's ACS charges us by the document. So when documents are down, our charge is a little less. When documents up, charges are more. But we more than recoup that in the fees that we charge for everything that's recorded. Also, another thing that doesn't show there is we have about a dozen temporary, we call them temporary employees in elections, that all together work about 2 FTEs a year. And then we have something called election board workers, separate from temps, election board workers, where we might bring in 70 or 80 people on an election. And of course, it varies. That's usually the big county-wide elections for those. And that one is another couple FTE on that. With those particular FTEs, of course, they're not loaded with the all the benefits and all the ones are that you see there. Administration is very similar to last year. Administration is where we do the, well, for one thing, the budgeting and projections and overall management, accounts receivable, accounts payable, payroll, and all. And then Board of Property Tax Appeals actually could be considered part of administration, but we break it out because it helps when we go to produce numbers for the CAFA, to the money that we get that the county gets from the Department of Revenue, and so that figures in on the CAFA charges. Licensing and recording is where we do our marriage licenses, and mostly property records is what we do with that one. And I think I may not have mentioned we do liquor. We are a portion of the liquor license process too, for entities outside of cities. And all that comes to the commissioners, and the commissioners have to approve each of those. And then elections there, you see a little bit of a decrease in elections also. And I should step back and in general talk about some of the personnel savings that we've had this year, sort of like what the assessor's office had, was with retirements filled by staff with lower pay steps. And we have 2 employees, each half FTE job sharing, that are not taking health insurance. The 2 people with me in the room today, Lori and Laura. Also within personnel, we have a decision package for authority to increase to 40 hours from 37 and a half hours. It's a cost of about $38,000. It's already factored in there, can be taken out if you wish, but it's in there for the express purpose. Well, now that we're in Courthouse Square, there may be some advantage to being open at 8 instead of 8:30. When we go to electronic records, we can still, not electronic records, but electronic filings from the East Coast, we'd be able to handle earlier in that. It's, there's some advantages and disadvantages to it. The disadvantages, do we really need it to get the job done with our present volume right now? No, we don't. Could we provide better customer service with it? Possibly we could. Overall, you see our budget is down, and much of that is because the savings in the rent from the election move is saved in our M&S, and you can actually see that better than this on page 75, I believe. Yeah. Actually, page 74. Well, either one will do that. We'll give that to you. decrease there. We saved quite substantially. We were paying a couple $100,000 in rent, and now we're only paying about $40,000 in rent here. Now, there were some other charges. We're paying $40,000 more in maintenance here. We're paying another $25,000 more in custodial services here, and we're paying about $17,000 more in utilities here. But it's still a net savings to the county, and plus we're paying ourselves instead of paying somebody else when it comes to the rent. So there are quite some benefits to that particular move. My only great concern right now is make sure that our voters can get to us here when we have our high volumes, and we'll be working on that. We're talking with the city of Salem, and the commissioners are interested in finding some ways to assure that we can enhance customer service and parking downtown here. The elections is the budget is reduced just a bit in spite of the fact that this time we're looking at 2 countywide elections. Last year, we only had 1 countywide election and 1 small election. So that increases printing, postage, and personnel. But with the reduced rent, we still have a reduced budget expectation for next year. Legislation affecting the clerk's office. So one of the ones that happened just right the day before this last election was the judge ruling on same-sex weddings. And we had to work hard beforehand to get the software ready and tested. In fact, even that day, we found that we still had to do a lot more work to make it actually work. But we got it to work because we didn't want to offend anybody. We wanted to be able to serve our customers with as dignity as we always strive to do in our county. And we've had a couple dozen same-sex marriages over the last couple of weeks, and so this, we believe, now is going to increase our volume. When you look at the volume of marriages that we generally do, I think we may end up for a record-setting year, which is different than what we printed when we put this together a little bit ago. There's still a court decision on that. Some folks had to get their paperwork into the U.S. Supreme Court yesterday. Some other folks had, the other side had till 10 a.m. today, and so that may change again. We'll see where that goes. Another legislative change, in fact, our legislative committee is meeting today with the Oregon Association of County Clerks to go over some legislation for what this looks like may be coming at us in 2015. One of the big ones that could affect our budget is still the Department of Motor Vehicles, well, the Secretary of State having automatic registration through anybody that's registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles. This could add to us another 50,000 voters. The cost to getting all these folks registered could be another $50,000 to $100,000 to get that job done. And then each county-wide election, it could increase the cost of the election by about $100,000 too. That's one reason why a budget is a budget in a guess, and we we ask you to be sure to hold some money in reserve in case some untoward things happen or some unexpected things happen for us. With that, let's talk about the key indicators. If you could put up the key indicator slide. Thank you. We have
Bill,
four there.
Bill, excuse me, just one second. I'd ask you to kind of speed it up because we're getting close to closing time.
You got it. Recording revenue has been, I wouldn't want to say abysmal, but it's much lower than we'd like it to be. We're looking at maybe $1 million in recording revenue. Elections costs, we haven't been able to figure it out this year's yet because the one big election we're still billing for. But we've noticed cost decreases since we've gone to our new vote tally system. It's something that in just a few years will pay for itself in just the printing costs alone. I'll skip board of property tax bills for a minute. The marriage license and passport applications, you'll see a number in there on page.
It's, I don't know, it's 19.
Okay. On page 91, and that's where we had estimated 2,250 marriage licenses this year. But I think because of the same-sex marriages, we're going to beat our record of 2,456 we had in 2008, 2009. Board of Property Tax Appeals is a very important program that gives citizens, when they believe that we've evaluated their property improperly, that they can come and appeal to a group of peers that have a background in real estate and assessment. And this year, we only had about 360 people, but you can see by the chart there on the same page that we looked at the weddings. Actually, the page before, page 90, that's certainly down from last year's 862. When I first came to office, we had about 150, but years past, before Measure 5, we had in the thousands. Our county generally has less appeals than many other counties. Our folks have been working hard to find more efficient ways to run this operation, and they've been moving from paper to electronic means. Quite an accomplishment for the effectiveness, efficiency, and responsiveness, one of our county goals. With that, I'll open it to questions.
Questions for the clerk? See none. I see none. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Up is the treasurer. And Lori, we're running a little behind schedule, but you take as much time as you need.
Thank you very much. Chair Vance, members of the Budget Committee, my name is Lori Steele, and I am the elected Marion County Treasurer. I do have the smallest budget of all of the departments in the county. I have the smallest departments, the smallest budget, so I don't think I will take too much of your time. I did want to bring to your attention that we still have 3 FTE in my department. That includes myself. My first year as treasurer is the very first year that we did not have a deputy treasurer any longer. That position was cut due to budget cuts, and the treasurer assumed the duties of the deputy as well as the treasurer. I've been able over the last several years to transfer a few of those duties to my staff, to my 2 employees, but overall, I'm still managing both the treasurer's job as well as the deputy treasurer's functions as well. There is a decrease for the second year in a row to the treasurer's budget overall, and that is primarily due to the fact that we completed a request for proposal for banking services at Marion County, selected a new treasury management bank, and have seen a significant decrease in costs to our banking due to that new request for proposal. Additionally, in the month of June this year, the commissioners will be seeing a new contract because I've completed a request for proposal for merchant services. We will be hiring a new merchant bank and seeing some significant decreases to our costs of merchant processing as well. Those costs will be seen in each department. The treasurer's office doesn't accept credit cards, so there aren't any costs to my budget, particularly for merchant services, but that will be a savings to all of our other departments. And my key indicators, I show you 2 key indicators. One is relevant to the volume of receipting that my staff do. every fiscal year, and every year, as a trend, both the number of receipts that are posted as well as the dollar volume that is handled increases every single year. I left the estimate for 14-15 flat because it's difficult to estimate what the state is going to do with a lot of the money that currently passes through for various services at the county. And I'm not sure if we'll be seeing any significant increase next fiscal year on the number of receipts that we post and the dollars that flow through. Marion County does have an overall portfolio size that averages $100 million a year. Oregon has one of the strictest statutory limitations when it comes to investing public funds. There are very few things that public funds may be invested in. Of course, we don't invest in the stock market or any investments that would be considered risky. So we are allowed to invest in extremely high-rated corporate debt, a small percentage of our portfolio in local governments, and we also, for the most part, invest in U.S. Treasuries and U.S. agencies like Freddie Mac and Federal Home Loan Bank and agencies like that. Most portfolios are limited to 18 months by statute, although if a county completes an investment policy, has it reviewed and adopted by their board, and reviewed by the Oregon Short-Term Fund Board, we may invest out past 18 months. And at Marion County, our limit is 5 years. A small percentage of our portfolio can be invested out 5 years, which does help us reach out a little bit further and maintain a little bit higher rate of return on our investments. Marion County's portfolio is returning a rate that is one of the highest of all of the counties in the state right now, even though some of the other counties do have more flexible portfolios that do allow them to invest more money longer term and in some riskier investments than Marion County might have. So with that information, I also wanted to tell you that because of the conversation earlier with the compensation board, I did run upstairs and put together for you some statistics about both myself, the work that I've done since I've been the treasurer at Marion County. I also handed out to you a document that I put together my first year as county treasurer. I went through all of the statutes and pulled out anything I could find relating to the county treasurer. My first year I was elected, I really wanted to make sure I understood statutorily what my duties were and that I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing. Because if I asked people what the county treasurer does, everyone I asked would give me a different answer. So I read the statutes to see specifically what it is that I'm responsible to do. I am ready to take any questions that you might have.
Yes, Commissioner Carlson.
I don't really have questions of Lori, but I just wanted to say, after we had that discussion, I actually asked her if she would pull some bullet points together, and she said she already had something that she could bring to this meeting. So it's not really her custom to brag on herself generally, and I did ask her to come up, because let me just give you a few instances about how Lori, you can see from these bullet points that she has served as president of her state association. I serve on the Association of Oregon Counties. I'm past president on the board and serve on the legislative committee. Lori is one of the few, actually, affiliate groups that is a stalwart in coming to the meeting. She's always prepared. She's been involved at the state level in identifying statutes that are either cumbersome or outdated, and has worked with the legislature to resolve those. At Marion County, she is very much a problem solver. You'll see that she talks about training more than 500 local government employees in cash handling and internal controls. We had some embezzlement problems at Marion County the first few years that I was here, and Lori became a county treasurer the same date that I became a county commissioner. And so as she moved into that role, rather than simply seeing herself as someone who is responsible for investing the county's money, well, actually all of the taxes that we collect and then we distribute, which is a major responsibility. If that is not done well, we are at huge risk as a county. But she also spends her time making sure that the departments are aware of what those internal controls requirements are, what the cash handling requirements are. Everybody is supposed to go to training. She opens it up to cities and other local jurisdictions so that they can participate in that. And when I'm out and about and someone says, we're having trouble with this and that, I say, well, maybe Lori has room in her class so that you can send one of your employees there. And it's just a great opportunity for people. And then for me in my role, I've been the treasurer of the Marion County Fair Board, and I'm the liaison to the Marion County Fair. We had some issues the first few years that I was involved with it in terms of how cash was being handled, how expenditures were being done. It's an interesting thing being involved with a county fair because you get this huge amount of cash that comes in, and then you collect cash throughout the day, and then as treasurer, I was going out with a plastic bag at 1 o'clock in the morning. My husband, I insisted that he came along with me and would shine the lights on me while I was in front of the U.S. Bank, dropping the money, because it was really nerve-wracking for me to have, like multiple thousands of dollars in this plastic bag and be dumping it in. And Lori worked with us. She literally came out, took a look at the safe, took a look at the practices, went on to the fairgrounds, figured out how we might change it, paid out of her budget for an armored truck for us to be able to, so that I wouldn't have to do my midnight drop anymore. And then I was also the treasurer of a nonprofit organization that did mentoring, and they were having some issues with not having policies and procedures in place for finance, and so the first person that I called was Lori. She sat down and spent an hour with their director and gave examples to me and also to the director about how we might make improvements. Those are just ones I can think of off the top of my head. She is the true definition of a public servant. She expects excellence in everything that she does. I have never seen a quarter go by or a month where her reports aren't prepared and they're above and beyond what's required by the statute. She provides us more information than we need. We always say when she comes, we really don't have any questions because she's so thorough. And I just think for all of those reasons that it's important for us to review what the compensation board has looked at, because positions are so different county to county in the treasurer's office. And just because Marion County chose to have the treasurer in a separate department, which is very small, we could have had it in a finance department, and she could have supervised some of the people that Jeff supervises or whatever. We just chosen not to do that. It becomes, and then she also gave up because of budget cuts her deputy to become more efficient and took on all that responsibility herself, and then to be penalized for that, I just don't think is the way that we should be treating our elected officials in Marion County. So I just wanted to highlight those things because I know that you all don't see all of those things behind the scenes that I see every day in the work that Lori does, and because she is a humble public servant, she doesn't often spend time talking about what she's accomplished. She just talks about the next problem and how we might solve it together. So I think it's important for us to be aware of that.
Thank you for putting that on the record. I think it makes me smile.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I just have one quick question. Would you be willing to come speak to our Rotary Club in Silverton?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I've done that before, and I will come back.
Okay, I'll get a hold of you.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Good job.
Perfect.
very much.
Thanks. Sorry, any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
And with that, we're a few minutes late on our lunch schedule, but we will recess until 1 sharp and take time to return phone calls and check on daughters and grab a bite to eat. We're in recess. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the June 3rd meeting of the Marion County Budget Committee afternoon session. We'll call the meeting back to order. Next item on our agenda is the District Attorney's Office. Mr. Beglaw, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Come up and identify yourself for the record.
Always feel like I need to bring a lot of books up at budget time. I'm not sure I...
Well, you've been working with Jeff for too long, Mr. Meinecker, I tell you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board and budget committee. My name is Walt Beglaw. I have the privilege of serving as the district attorney of Marion County. And it's been an honor to serve in that position, and I think I'm coming up on my 10th year of budgets as well. So always an honor to be in front of you. I wanted to start just by acknowledging this board's and this county's commitment to ongoing prioritization of public safety. And he's not here yet, but I also wanted to give Commissioner Cameron a warm welcome. I saw him this morning, and I'm pleased that he's on board and working with our county in his new position. So our budget starts on page 113 of the books. This year's proposed budget for the district attorney is $10,413,409, with a total FTE of 84.003, representing 5 core programs of service delivery. Those programs begin in the adult prosecution. This is kind of the core bread and butter of prosecuting adult crime in our county, across our communities, in all of our cities. Our second program is the medical examiner, a very small program, but very important in that they go out on a 24/7 basis all year round and identify the cause and manner of deaths that occur within Marion County. The third program is the Child Support Enforcement. This is the program that safeguards the financial health of family through the establishment, modification, and enforcement of financial obligations from parents to their children. And some exciting initiatives there. Conchetta Swessinger, who's the manager of that program, we're starting to leverage resources even into the Demunis Center, where we have non-paying obligors who we're trying to bring training and support from an employment perspective and get them employed and then on board with their support enforcement. So we've got some exciting things going on in that program, very instrumental part of the district attorney's office. Fourth program is our victim assistance program. Mr. Latter mentioned a little bit about some of the propping up in terms of a decision package that we appreciate and would like the Budget Committee to consider. This is where we provide advocacy and support in the enforcement of victims' rights that come from top down from our Constitution through our statutory obligations, and then they walk alongside the criminal division, not only in the adult side but in the juvenile side, in terms of making sure victims understand what's going on in the courtroom and appreciate and can stand up and have their rights enforced. And then the final program is the juvenile enforcement. This reflects our work with youth who have committed crimes, and that's the delinquency half of the equation, and then our work with vulnerable families. And I'm going to be highlighting today one of the key indicators here that talks a little bit more about juvenile, because we've got some very exciting things going on there from a county-wide perspective, and I wanted to share with you. So those are the programs that we have. There are no significant changes relative to our fiscal year 2013-14 budget. In terms of legislative impacts in our budget, there are several I'd like to highlight with you. And the first one is House Bill 3194. I've shared conversation with the county and with the Community Corrections Board and our board about this. This bill was a substantive criminal justice bill from the 13-15 legislative session that implemented broad statutory revisions and reinvestment into local programs in exchange for, so to speak, in balancing the bed space at a state correctional level. In other words, control state correctional bed growth so that we don't have to build a prison and reinvest in at a local level. That's what 3194, among other things, has done. And our local investments in that bill are threefold, basically. And I'm sure the sheriff, since we have partnered with so many different folks, including the sheriff's office, in the implementation of these programs. One is the work center, using that for transitional leave. One of the elements of 3194 was to expand from 30-day early leave to 90 days. And it was the sheriff's and the Community Corrections Board idea, let's create a pathway that's easier in that transition from prison back into our communities. Second one was reentry. Marion County has a pretty stellar reentry program, continues to grow and evolve in a positive way. And the third one I really wanted to highlight because of our role at the DA's office in that is what we call Senate Bill 416. And this is an initiative that we started before 3194 was passed using some leftover stimulus dollars from the federal government through the Criminal Justice Commission. And the soundbite of it is simply that instead of sending someone to prison up front on moderate to high-risk property offenses, we secure resources at a local level and put them on supervision with tight controls and treatment. So you save prison space, you invest at a local level, and then you address the core underlying behavior, and therefore you're saving prison space. Marion County and the state of Oregon continues to hit the mark on the expectations of 3194 at a legislative level. In fact, our bed space for Marion County in terms of prison beds that we are down 8 as of May 22nd. Criminal Justice Commission just put out a report. Our length of stay markers for identity theft especially is down, and we're within those crime categories that were delineated in the bill. So I just wanted to let you know this is a big deal. It is about budget and policy, and Marion County, through its teamwork, is hitting the mark at this juncture. The second act will be very, very important. That is the next legislative session. The idea is if we meet that mark of saving prison space, there will be an opportunity on a grant base to restore and reinvest, I think, as much as $70 million or more back into local communities to address those programs that we deem as a community to be what we want to invest in. And so Marion County, in my perspective, is well positioned to look at those dollars in the next 2 years. The second legislative piece that I think impacts from a budget perspective is some dollars that were allocated last session to address resources and teamwork in prosecution of chronically ill patients who commit assaults within the Oregon State Hospital. And we're doing a lot of work with the Oregon State Hospital. It's located in Marion County. We manage that from a prosecutorial standpoint alongside some other key partners, the Oregon State Police, the Oregon State Hospital, ourselves, and other partners. And that's one legislative piece that impacted us financially. The future outlook for our department, I think I said the same thing last year. I'm going to say it again. It's bright. I think we're using some great innovation. I feel real confident about how hard and committed our team is. And I think it's largely due to 3 dynamics. The first one, and it was talked about this morning when Mr. Latimer delivered his opening salvo, that there is a sincere interdepartmental, interagency, and community commitment to public safety. The second is we have a very, very talented workforce and across the county, but within our office, our people are very capable and trained to manage just about any situation, and we have, and we do. And so I'm proud of that work, and I'm proud of them, and it allows us to kind of navigate the ups and downs, the landscape of public safety, as you know, kind of changes day to day. And then the third dynamic is, again, the commitment over time here and throughout the year to public safety. And when I say that, I mean from a fiscal standpoint and from a policy standpoint, because when I look at some of our other partners, some of the timber revenue counties, when I look across just the river, there is a marked difference. It was today's paper. And I worry about that stark difference. Those are our friends too. We drive through Polk County, we visit family, we go to the beach. So that dynamic is very important. And we've looked at that for years here in Marion County. And I know that you, as well as others in the public safety system, are concerned about that balance and that equilibrium. So that's the future outlook. Some of the highlights, I think, are coming. I kind of turn to to John Latimer on this because he and I have had several conversations. The first one I think is on our horizon here is the implementation and alignment with e-court. The court system is going through to a data-driven, paperless system. It will be happening in Marion County on December 16th, I recall, of this year. And we have a team in the district attorney's office embedded on their implementation team. So we're working very closely. It's really going to impact kind of the day-to-day functions in the courtroom as judgments are entered. That's where most of our work is being done. That's the first highlight. The second highlight, I think, is the development of a new district attorney case management system. I think this will be front and center on your plate and our plate next year, 2015. Meanwhile, we're looking at this transition from DACMS to a modern system that can kind of handle the new challenges. And so that's a conversation I look forward to having with you and with the county. And then the third highlight is just an issue I want you to always be aware of. Again, our folks do a very good job, but one of the most difficult areas that we do in public safety is navigating officer-involved use of force situations. And we have a very established protocol that came under the auspices of a bill years ago, Senate Bill 111, and the sheriff and the chief and the planning authority, of which I am a member with them, and other citizen members have had our eyes on that process very closely, and unfortunately and sadly, we've had to utilize it in significant matters just this year and just recently. And again, these are things that law enforcement will encounter. So those are the highlights I think I would have for just kind of the future outlook. In terms of our decision packages, there are two. They're small, but they're very instrumental in shoring up some critical service delivery in our victim assistance program. Our director, Kim Larson, she's here, very appreciative of all the work she does with victim assistance, but there are two. One is $5,000 for sexual assault response pagers, and the second one is $9,000 in materials and services that helps us kind of pull up to a reasonable level to keep up with victim rights notices, postage, supplies, copier, all that. We've seen a growth this year, and so that helps us shore up those two areas within that particular program. Finally, I wanted to highlight a key indicator here that we saw in the instructions that we had. We've got 10. I've had these in place for a while. Be pleased to always look at other areas that the Budget Committee would be interested in looking at, but these tend to kind of be hallmarks of certain things that we're doing within those 5 core service. But the one I'd like to highlight, it's on page 139 of your books, but it's number 5. It's the juvenile enforcement dependency petitions that are filed. Dependencies are court actions that are filed in a juvenile court to basically address and bring into the protective care of the court families that are vulnerable due to a number of different reasons. And we all know them. Substance abuse, mental illness, and those are the issues that are driving vulnerable family in Marion County. I have to say that we've all but halved the number of petitions that we have filed in Marion County over the last 10 years. And you might see from my projections there, they're kind of stabilized, but I think I've kind of put them forward just a little bit, upped them just a little bit. But again, it's kind of just kind of ballparking what we might think happened. And there are a lot of different drivers for those issues, but what I really wanted to kind of highlight for you around this key indicator is that this is really vital work that we're trying to revitalize from our perspective in the district attorney's office. With the help of the county, we've got a new management position out there. We're taking a look at the operations. We're looking at the structure that we have here in our service delivery. We're working very, very close with the key partners at the Department of Human Services, the Juvenile Department. I saw that Faye came in, and we're working with the Juvenile Department on the delinquency side and shoring some of those things up. We're renewing relationships. So again, those are those petitions we file. They kind of show the kind of the workload and the investment of people around those families, and it's just multifaceted. Some of the dynamics I see at work out there and why they might be going up, because we're getting better at reporting abuse and neglect and concerns because of the training regimen. And then we're also getting better, I think, at investigating them from a Department of Human Services perspective as they team up with law enforcement as well. When you've got all these nonprofits working and doing awareness through Liberty House and family building blocks, you elevate the awareness and you do a better job. People recognize the issue and we get involved earlier. So that's one reason. The other one is something you might have heard about as differential response. And I just see this as an earlier fork in the road for intervention and a different path in terms of some of these families, particularly what appear to be neglect versus real clear abuse situations. Honestly, I don't know if that's going to make things go up or down. I think it's probably going to be down because there might be less formal petitions. But if we don't get it right the first time, it might go back up. So I'm not sure as Oregon and Marion County rolls out differential response where those numbers will go. Third is jurisdiction. The Court of Appeals has kind of leaned in a little harder on establishing the threshold for filing of a petition. And so that might see your numbers go down a little bit. We're having to work harder to establish jurisdiction in the courtroom with Judge Partridge because the Court of Appeals has told us so. And so there's a lot of energy and work going in and around and on an academic base on what those facts mean relative to the law. We're getting more involved in family planning. We now have our department out there through the management meeting 3 days a week at the Department of Human Services. We have a little office out there now with the caseworkers trying to identify the family planning issues right at the very front point. We've never done that before. It's kind of exciting. We're also leading some conversation around teenage placement. The older teens that had traditionally fallen through the cracks, we're trying to identify, and I think we've identified 6 teens that we're case managing, and the district attorney is going on. So all of those factors I just mentioned, I think, kind of will have the petitions that we're filing kind of in play. And I'm very excited to be measuring those through that program, and that's why I wanted to highlight. We've got some really neat things going on out there and some interesting dynamics and some new initiative. I think they all fall into place behind the strategic goal of the county, which is that's number 3, the impact being is safe and secure communities and families. And that's a big deal. So I think I've come to the end. I know you wanted a high key indicator. I'd be pleased to take any questions that you have and address any budget concerns. And if need be, I'll throw a lifeline to my great management staff.
I do have a question. And first of all, thanks to you and your staff for a great job that you do in the district attorney's office. You know, as a citizen member, there's certain curiosities that I have about different departments as they do their presentations, specifically this one. And in my industry, I'm in banking, I see certain things, and I wonder if these things ever get prosecuted and what kind of success is had amongst these two different things that I've got here. But, you know, in your department, everybody's department, you have a finite amount of time and money and staff to deal with things. And, you know, if case A didn't exist, then you could be working on other things. So I'm wondering how, again, as a citizen member, how big of a problem are these two areas that I see in my industry, in banking, financial elder abuse and identity theft? Is that a big problem? Is it getting bigger? Is it getting smaller? How is that? Because it all takes time and money. And, if those two things didn't exist, you could concentrate on other kinds of things. But, I see it too much in my world. So is there any success that you have in prosecuting people that perpetrate those kinds of crimes?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Taylor, thank you for that question. I think the short answer is that in both of those categories, it is a substantial problem. Let me start with financial elder abuse. There's two types of elder abuse. One is the physical mistreatment, but it's the financial one that is the lion's share of what we see. And with an aging population, the baby boomers, we're seeing a greater identification of the issue, which leads to reporting and elevating and an actual increase in it. And so within our adult prosecution team, we have Team X, which is a career property team that is beginning, not beginning, they have been focusing in on elder abuse. We have not only the trial team leader there, but one of our prosecutors on there is kind of an expert in that arena and is connected to multidisciplinary teams. And we've just recently added victim support in elder abuse cases so that we can better reach out and provide that advocacy as level. So the short answer is absolutely, and we're beginning to adapt to address those issues. I see those as just going up until we get a handle on it. There's also some really great training that's going on to address that as well. The second is identity theft. Identity theft has been high, prominent crime in Marion County for a long time. We have, in some respects, led the state, and actually Oregon has led the nation at different points in times in terms of number of people stealing identity and making victims. They're often very clustered, so you'll have multiple victims. There's usually one offender, career offender, serious offender, multiple victims. And so what we do with our law enforcement agencies, the police and our prosecutors, is focus in and then use some of the tools in our toolbox, such as Measure 57, a sentencing tool that we have, and so we have some other initiatives. So we try and prioritize with them, but again, the short answer, it is a very serious problem, has been for a while, and probably will continue. One thing I'd put on there for you is that when we look at property crime, what you'll see as a common denominator there is substance abuse. If you looked at 20 cases of identity theft, 20 offenders, I'm confident you would see probably some kind of substance abuse in every one of them. In fact, probably 15 to 18 of them would be using meth or heroin. And so really kind of looking long-term, how do you address that as part of the county-wide effort to address the kind of the underlying root, in addition to accountability, because we get that done as well. So I hope that addressed your question.
Thank you very much. It does.
Yes, Commissioner Carlson?
So I had 3 questions, and then I added a fourth, but and I realize we're running out of time, so we'll try to be brief in the answers, I guess. First of all, Walt, thank you for your outstanding leadership. I was exalting Lori Steele's leadership as well as the treasurer, but we were just really blessed to have you as our district attorney. So the first question's a really short question. You mentioned that you were involved with family planning, quote unquote, in the health department. That's like birth control, but you're talking about a different kind of family planning, right?
Yes, Commissioner Carlson, yes.
Okay.
The family planning is a strategy
Right.
from a social services perspective on how to manage that in a formal court setting.
Right. Didn't want anyone listening to perhaps be confused by that statement.
Oh.
Second question, the Title IV dollars that were mentioned in the budget that are estimated underneath juvenile prosecution, and I might have a similar question because I understand 4E is going to be more of a factor in the juvenile department as well. So it sounds like those for you are dependency-related cases. And so maybe you could just describe briefly, so you have someone stationed actually as a prosecutor out at the juvenile department, is that correct? And then how does this new infusion of money influence what that person does? Or are you assigning more staff support out there for just dependency cases? Does it morph over into juvenile delinquency cases? And I know this is maybe a longer question than we have time for, but curious.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Carlson, I think I can get right to this. there's a formula for the Title IV-E, and they only apply to dependency, not delinquency. And we have now established an intergovernmental agreement. The way it's allocated out there is the time committed by each of the entire staff out there on those cases, and we're finding it is the largest portion of the work we're doing out there. So in our reporting method, it's a percentage of each employee's the time they are committed to that. Those dollars have been established. 178,000 of that is related directly to the Title IV-E money, and we intend as we move forward with this is to augment all the programming there and then look at the staffing levels, but we're finding it's a majority of our work.
So 4E, I'm trying to remember, that's a prevention of abuse and neglect, or kind of the overarching mission of that money? It's around abuse and neglect, I know that.
I believe so. I haven't looked at the actual statute recently, but I believe that is the case.
Okay. Third question, drug-endangered children. With regard to some of the narrative in here, we had a huge number of drug-endangered children. The statistics went down. Now it looks like they've kind of leveled out, maybe going up a little bit. And you mentioned in the narrative, your budget narrative, your staff mentioned that methamphetamine is still playing a role with that, and then I also mentioned heroin and some other drugs. So could you comment briefly on how that's impacting your drug-endangered children staffing?
Certainly. Commissioner Carlson, I'd have to say from about 2010 till now, we have really steadied in all of those arenas. Methamphetamine. Back in 2005, there were 700 dependencies filed with meth allegations, and last year there were 132. In 2012, there were 113. So we have found that methamphetamine, we've got a handle on it, but it's still prevalent in the work that we're doing around family because it is such a gripping addiction. What we've seen in the last couple of years, even 3 years back, was a rise in the issue related to the opiate, the synthetic opiate prescription drugs. So those were getting into the hands of young people and others, and then it was very expensive to sustain that addiction or that issue within family, and they switched to heroin. So we saw a rise in overdoses and usage, and so that has edged up a little bit as well, so we're kind of concerned in those arenas as well. So heroin, methamphetamine is steady. I'm not seeing sharp rises in our drug-endangered children numbers yet. Again, our protective custodies, our children born drug effective has plummeted and remained about a dozen a year that we've identified. Again, there's always more. So I'm hoping that kind of response covers some of those areas that you were looking to hear a little bit about, Commissioner.
Right, it mentioned driven by methamphetamine up 14% between 2012 and 2013, and then it looked like you went from 127. I realize they're small numbers, and so it's like Jeff's talking about small numbers drive larger percentages, but 127 to 150 to 170, so the trend line, again, was going up slightly, where, we'd kind of thought that things had leveled off, like you were talking about, so I was just wanting to check in on that.
Yeah, and one of the things that often influences that is, kind of the enforcement. What's law enforcement doing?
Mm-hmm.
What's the staffing at the Department of Human Services, and are there new folks there versus a little more seasoned folks, and how are we doing it? So there's a lot of variables, but I would certainly, and I really do appreciate to have this ongoing conversation just to see so that we can identify some of those drivers and have a more effective conversation, and then, dedicate interest and a resource if we really feel that there's a new problem, like we did with OxyContin and the prescription drugs. That clearly was a spike that we saw dynamic, we identified, and tried to hammer away at with public awareness and actual policy that made it harder to get your hands on Oxy.
And I comment on that. While it's likely that every county has issues with families that are involved with drug abuse, as you're talking about, I don't think that every district attorney's office necessarily has a focused drug-endangered children team, right? I mean, that's somewhat unique to Marion County.
I think it is, Commissioner. I think it's pretty unique. There are a lot of good teams, but to have all of the players, parole and probation, law enforcement, district attorney, social services, everyone there kind of managing certainly works best. And And so that's kind of a unique look, I think.
Right, and the success of that's been great. Last question. Adult prosecution cases resolved in the early disposition program, and the trend there talks about numbers increasing in 2014 as the State and Justice Court is closed, and cases are referred to Marion County Circuit Court. So can you circle back around? We had this discussion when we actually, I think it was last October, when we developed the policy around the Justice Court, and this is a nice segue, I think, into our next Justice Court presentation. But the State and Justice Court was taking misdemeanors, and I know you had talked about the protocols, the consistent protocols that had been established across the circuit court to address those misdemeanor issues, which are different than the traffic court and other sort of ordinance violations that are often taken up in the other side of the Justice Court work. So could you speak a bit to the impact that this is going to have? I know there were some concerns about people coming into Salem for misdemeanors. There were concerns the other direction about the Justice Court not being a court of record. So just maybe hit some high points on that topic.
Sure, Commissioner. I have every confidence that the transition from State and Justice Court and the court and the district attorney's capacity to manage these cases is going to be just fine. It is important that we are treating similarly situated individuals charged with crimes across the county similarly. And that was one of the things that I raised then, and I think we can accomplish that with this transition into the circuit court downtown. We've had a work group together kind of addressing the mechanism in which they will come into our court. We're capable of managing those. They will align with our policies, and we will also prioritize those particular crimes appropriately. For example, a lot of the game cases were out there, and those are real important up the canyon, and making sure that our natural resources are protected. So I've actually got a deputy downtown that's going to handle those. So we're able to kind of have eyes on with that total caseload and make sure that we're giving them the appropriate look. So those are some of those areas. Again, we've moved forward to manage those caseloads. The DUI cases, that almost early on were already being sent down here. So we've already turned the switch and made the transition for the most significant of those crimes that were previously being cited into the State and Justice Court. So,
if I could just do a follow-up too, I know you hear a lot of different things, but I think one of the concerns that I heard also was that because I think it was what Farron was talking about, because you only have so much time and so much money, misdemeanors become less of a priority when they're brought downtown than they might have been in the Justice Court. So what I'm hearing you saying is that the District Attorney's Office will be focusing on those misdemeanor cases, not necessarily ignoring them.
we won't ignore them, but we're going to treat them like we treat other misdemeanors. And again, there's always prioritization in a district attorney's office, and you're going to focus where that investment needs to be. So those driving under the influence cases, they're going to be treated equally and get full priority. Some of the lower misdemeanors will go into a different category and be treated like other misdemeanors, and we're going to dedicate the resource that we have. But I don't think it's going to be unfair, and I think we will achieve the level of accountability that we need to. Some of those misdemeanors they don't need to go to jail or get a firm sanction. We can manage those appropriately, and I'm always willing to relook at how we do things too. I think that's part of the process. So I shared those concerns before, and I'm confident that we can adapt to that. The numbers are not huge. Sure, some of them won't get the exact attention maybe they were getting out there, but they will be dealt with and treated accountably within our bigger system. So I hope that helps, Commissioner.
That does help. Thank you.
Ms. Cameron? Okay. Ms. Brentano? Mr. District Attorney, we thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next on the agenda, I see Judge Ziranoff. Nice to see you again.
Mr. Chair and members of the Budget Committee, I'm Jan Ziranoff, North Marion Justice of the Peace, and I have been so for 27 years. If we could have the first slide into the Justice Court program. The program summary at this point, my total budget is $885,291, and you will see that there are two other departments up there, East Marion Justice Court and North Marion Justice Court, which both at this point in time have a zero balance. And I'll be talking about that in just a few minutes. The total number of full-time equivalent staff I have at this point is 8.5, and the Justice Court budget begins in your book on page 157. The Justice Court in Marion County takes care of the traffic tickets that are issued by the waymasters and by the traffic team. Mostly, there are traffic team citations. That's the greatest portion of the work that we do at the Justice Court level. There are some PUC violations or generated from the way station in Woodburn, and those are the semis who might be getting overweight or over-length types of citations or permit violations. We also process county ordinances, fish, game, and wildlife, and then we have civil filings. Those are where individual citizens are attempting to sue other individual citizens, and as long as that amount is less than $10,000, those cases can be filed in the Justice Court, and of course they'll be processed there then. Our key indicators are what we consider to be the best means of quantifying the work that we do at the Justice Court. And so we look at the volume of citations processed, and then we also look at the amount of fines collected. And those indicators tell us how much workload that the court is doing. The actual amount of fines collected is our gross fines as opposed to what might go to Marion County, because a lot of the fines that we collect, actually a smaller part of that goes to the state, a little bit less than 50% or 40. And the citations tell us about the volume of law enforcement that is done out in the community. We fall under the Marion County Strategic Plan Goal 3, which is public safety, the pursuit of a safe, secure community by protecting people, property, and the economy within Marion County. And of course, an effective and efficient traffic law enforcement allows the community to be safer, and therefore there's fewer collisions, and that protects both the safety of the individual and the property damage that might incur as a result of traffic collisions. We have no particular changes in the legislation that has affected the court this year. The state legislature kind of ignored justice courts, and that might be a good thing. So there's nothing really brand new with the legislative session that as it affects the Justice Court. So what I wanted to talk about this point is where we're going, where we've been and where we're going, because we're having major changes here in the Justice Court in Marion County. And it actually all started this time last year with the Budget Committee and the John Latimer's presentation and his vision, and the Budget Committee's vision and the Commissioner's vision on what should be happening with the Justice Court. And it was decided that the two divisions should close, East Marion and Woodburn, and we should be moving to a new location and being combined as one court. And up there on the slide is a picture of the new location that we're going to be going to. It is in the process of being completed. I was there yesterday, and the carpet's been laid, and the walls have been painted, and the vinyl is down, and the doors are getting ready to go up. So we're very close to our opening date of July the 1st, which is when the commissioners had ordered that the 2 previous existing divisions would be closed and the new Marion County Justice Court would open, and we plan on being on time. It's a hard picture to see because I took the pictures about a week ago and they hadn't put down any carpet yet. This is a picture of the unfinished courtroom, and you can see that this is going to be the bar. There'll be a swinging gate here. This will be my bench in this area. The clerk will sit here. The witnesses will be there. One of the things that the commissioners had indicated was a change for better safety when we went to the new court. So I understand that we have right within the front of my bench, there is a bullet-resistant material that was salvaged from, I believe, the courthouse across the street. And that's been built into the bench there. There's also a door over on this side where if the clerk and I need to make a quick exit, we can go out that door. There is going to be a gate right here so that the public really can't get up into the bench area and the clerk's area. And then this door over on this side is set up. If we do have to have a jury trial, there's room here for 6 chairs, and that would be the exit for the jurors in the event we need to have that. Next slide. This is our main entrance. This will be the lobby area for the clerks. This has not yet been installed, but there will be bullet-resistant glass in this area, and also over here. This is our handicapped window. There'll be 1 clerk here, and there will be, we have the ability to have 2 clerks over in this area. And then in the back behind the, what will be the window eventually, is a large area where the clerks will actually be working in that area. So we're very happy to have a new location. We're looking forward to the move. It's very challenging. We've been very, very busy and doing everything to get this together. We've looked at safety. We've looked at the cost going from 3 courtrooms out to 1 in Woodburn, 1 on Lancaster, and 1 in Staten, down to 1. It's going to be a savings to the county. Also, the safety features that are built into the new court will be of benefit to us and to the community. So we're very anxious and looking forward to that. But beyond just the physical location, there have been a lot of changes that we plan as we're going through and combining these 2 courts into 1 location. We have 7 clerks altogether. We will now begin starting the process of specialization. When you had 3 clerks at 1 location, everybody had to be a generalist. You really couldn't have individual duties. You had to be able to take care of everything because if somebody was gone, you had to know how to do everything. Now we're going to begin specializing into different areas. When we have all of the clerks together, we'll have a backup so that if somebody's gone, somebody else will have that specialty to cover it. Our cash handling and cash management systems will be improved. We'll be able to have checks and balances because we have many people. We'll be able to isolate those people taking money from those people doing the banking, from those people filing the tickets in, so that we can better have controls over our cash management. We're going hopefully paperless here fairly quickly. Judy Dunn, one of the court clerks, had proposed that. We have a huge filing problem right now. We were looking to do a bunch of archiving. Fortunately, there's enough room in here that we don't have to do archiving at this point and try to move and try to keep the court going as we're doing all these other changes. But we're moving towards becoming paperless so that we don't have the storage problems in the future that we have currently. We've also tried, as we've put this project together, to involve other county departments. We've had somebody from finance sit on our planning department. I want to have a more open, I almost hate the word transparent. I think it's used too much, but I want to have a transparent relationship between finance and us so that as the money comes into us, we know where it's going. Finance understands how it's coming in. We understand that it's going to the appropriate places at the other end. So we have had somebody from finance sit in on all of our meetings with the staff as we plan our new design and our new arrangement so that we have some coordination between those departments. I've talked with the county treasurer with cash handling and cash management plans so that we can better keep a balance on the funds that are coming in. We've talked with HR about team building because we're taking two different divisions within the county, trying to bring everybody together into one unique team, and we're going to have some HR programs once we get together to help us kind of meld and build that team together. We're trying to work with the sheriff's office to shorten citations from the time they're issued until the time they get into the court. Once they're in the court, I want to see if we can't get, if somebody pleads not guilty, we want to get the trial date in their hand before they leave the court, so it's flowing through the court more quickly. There's an old adage, justice delayed is justice denied, and it's true. So we're trying to get those processes going through so that we can be as fast and as efficient as we possibly can be. So we're doing lots of that, plus we're keeping the ongoing court going as we're moving. And I was on the bench most of the morning trying to get through the traffic tickets because East Marion and Staten are now beginning to close, and we're getting everything for this last month up in Woodburn until we can get things moved down. So it's getting hectic, and it's going to get more hectic before we're all done. But it's an exciting time, and I'm happy to be here and happy to be working on this project. And it's one that I think is going to benefit Marion County. I firmly believe that this is a good change and will help the county out. So that's what I have to present. I am open to questions. I haven't looked at the time so that I don't know how much time I have.
Just one comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for all, I mean, this is a lot of work, I know that, and it has been a great vision, but now the rubber meets the road, and you're the one that's responsible for that. So thank you for all the extra hours you've been putting in to make sure that this happens smoothly and on time.
Thank you for the ability to do this. This is something that comes close to the end of my career, and it is something that I feel I'm pulling everything that I have learned over the last 27 years and putting it into fruition and focus, and it is a great experience. Thank you very much.
I have one question before you leave, Your Honor. Where is it located? I'm probably the only one here who doesn't know where that site is.
And you know, I don't know the address off the top of my head. It is on Portland Road, and it is just north of the I-5 exit for, I think it's 99E. And if I weren't here and under pressure, I could come up with the address, but I'm sorry, I can't
No, but
do it right at the
in that
moment.
area, okay.
Yeah, where the old Kmart was, just north of the exit, it's now Harbor Tool and Freight.
Oh, yeah, I know that
Okay,
space.
we are right across the street from there.
Okay. Commissioner Campbell.
Mr. Chair, like you, I hope I never find out.
Well, I will, Judge Zirinoff and I go back to our Woodburn days, and I will say I was once on her docket, and she was indeed a very fair judge, and I felt well treated in her court.
Well, I invite you all to come out, and at least if you don't want to participate, perhaps you would like to come and observe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I don't remember, but it was one of the sheriff's deputies caught me going too fast for where I was.
And you learned your lesson.
I did learn my lesson.
Doesn't speed
I
it.
haven't had another fine for several months after that. I didn't.
Then they'll send you to school.
And I see the sheriff back there, and your deputy was also a very professional sheriff. I learned my lesson. Hi, Faye.
Hi.
Next item on the agenda is the Justice Court. I'm sorry, is a juvenile. Faye, you're here. If you identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. Members of the committee, Mr. Chair, Faye Fagel, the Director of the Juvenile Department. Also present with me is Chuck Seibrandt, the Deputy Director, and also in the audience is Kathy Linville-Grace, who does all of our budget numbers that we rely on, and we may have to call her up if you ask a question that we don't know the answer to. Our budget starts on page 173. And if you look on the, not yet, but the slide, we have our total proposed budget is $12,768,329, and we have 103.5 employees. And I want to kind of walk you through the department programs that you see up here They start on page 178, which is our juvenile case management. And that entails our peer courts, which is community-based resources that we use where we send police reports actually out to community entities that have formed these peer courts to be able to hold kids accountable within their own community. And that's a really valuable resource for us. And we have peer courts in Salem, Kaiser, Santiam, which is Staten and Sublimity, and then also Silverton. We have our family support program. I'm going to talk about it a little later on in more detail about some of the legislative issues that have concerned that program. But it's a program where we serve youth that are 9 to 13. It's a juvenile crime prevention program. So we're taking youth that are at high risk for imminent involvement in the juvenile justice system, and we're providing services kind of outside of our normal juvenile justice process to try to address the issues within that family system and within that youth to prevent them from coming into our system. We have educational advocates. School is a very important issue for young people and also a significant crime reduction risk factor. So we're really focused on figuring out what are the barriers to some of the kids that we're serving being successful in school and being able to address those through their learning styles and figuring out how it is that they process information and help them so they can be more successful in their educational pursuits. And then we have our probation staff who are actually involved in assessing the risk of the juveniles that come to us. They're providing risk reduction programs and services. They work closely with victims around helping victims to understand the rights that they have in our juvenile justice system along with the district attorney's office, and then making sure that the restitution that is owed to them is ordered in court. And then they also are brokering and trying to access services to address the youth in providing for them in a way that we cannot within our own programs and services in our department. Second grouping is our juvenile accountability risk reduction programs and services. That's on page 182. That includes in that section our detention. We have 32 beds that we have open in detention. We have 56 beds, but we're only operating 32. And within those beds, we hold pretrial youth. We hold the Measure 11 youth that are being charged with Measure 11 charges pre-trial that are under 18, probation violations, and then we also hold youth for the Oregon Youth Authority and for Polk County. We also have our GAP Shelter Care Program, which is a 90-day program for youth that need to be out of their home. They're waiting for placement, or we're working at trying to stabilize them and get them returned to their home. It's also an alternative to detention, and it also is a diversion from the youth correctional facility. And then we have our alternative programs, which are our very extensive work programs, which also include our Fresh Start Market on 3030 Center Street. Come by. A little plug there. Then we have our juvenile counseling, which is 186. We have our own mental health staff, which are very critically important for us, particularly within our detention facility and keeping youth safe, addressing mental health issues, and also addressing suicide prevention concerns and issues. We've had a number of impacts of funds and concerns around the funds in our budget. One is the criminal justice funds, criminal justice assessment fees. These are fees that are collected through the court process of both adults and juveniles, and then they go to the state and then come back to the county, and there's a portion of those that go to the jail, to the sheriff, and then to the juvenile department. You will see in our packages that John Latimer talked about this morning, there was $50,000 that was in a package that came to the juvenile department for alternative programs. That for us was, we had a reduction in the criminal justice assessment fees that are coming to the county and a cut to the juvenile department, and so the $50,000 in that budget packet actually fills a hole in support for existing programs, actually existing staffing within our alternative programs, which is our work programs. We also are the administrators of a drug court grant, which is the juvenile drug court grant, and there was a $95,000 reduction in that funding. So that's also reflected in our budget. That's not a direct impact to us other than that we're using the drug court to have youth processed through we call it Star Court in the juvenile system. The other is that we receive federal funds. So we have JBAG funds, which are Juvenile Block Accountability Grant Funds. They come through the feds to the Youth Development Council and then to Marion County. There's been a significant reduction in those funds over time. A couple years ago, we were up to $17,000. This year, we were allocated $10,000, so we've had to make reductions to the peer court support that we've been able to provide to communities. And the information that we continue to get is that those funds will not continue for very long, and possibly by next year they will be gone. The other issue that was a concern for us was around the juvenile crime prevention funding, which I talked about for our family support program. And in the last legislative session, that funding, there was a change in when the State Commission on Children and Families was sunsetted or eliminated. The Youth Development Council or Youth Development Division was developed, and the funding that used to be with the State Commission got moved over to that entity. And the juvenile crime prevention money is money that's been in existence for a long time that has been allocated through a formula to counties and tribes, specifically to target juvenile crime prevention. And during the last legislative session, there was a bill that was introduced that would eliminate a funding formula and instead create a competitive grant process and expand the entities that were eligible to apply for that funding. And in our perspective as juvenile directors, would repurpose that funding from juvenile crime prevention to an educational strategy. We were able to defeat that bill with a lot of assistance. Thank you, Commissioner Carlson, for all your help on that, and Commissioner Cameron. I always want to say representative when I talk about the legislative process. So we appreciate your help in that, but I believe that there is still an interest potentially in a general theme around looking at taking that funding and moving it somewhere else. And I think one of the major concerns for us was that we did not feel like there was a real state and local conversation about what are these funds used for, what are the outcomes that you're getting, and how is that being facilitated. And the John Latimer talks frequently about an enterprise system, and it's difficult if you're trying to combat juvenile crime prevention to just do it in pockets. It really is a statewide strategy to try to address juvenile crime prevention to have any impact. As far as future issues, as I've said, we've had ongoing concerns for the state and local partnerships. We receive money in our budget from the Oregon Youth Authority and also from the Youth Development Division. So there are continued concerns about if there are cuts to that funding, what the impact will be about our ability to deliver services at the local level. There's an important partnership in that the reduction or the ability for us to manage kids safely within our community without having to commit them into the state system is a cost reduction. It's much more expensive to serve those youth within the state system than it is to provide local services, keep them connected to schools, connected to their families, connected to their communities, and support systems. The other major issue that we have is mental health services. We have seen a significant increase in youth with very significant mental health issues. And we've seen an increase in the number of youth that are found unable to aid and assist in their own defense. And we've had a number of conversations and continue to have conversations with our health department, with the district attorney's office. We've talked with the sheriff's department about some of the efforts that they're doing with the adult system and the connections that they have with the state hospital and entities to talk about this concern. It's a similar concern in that the jail becomes the default for mental health adult I was going to say offenders, but in some cases there's a question about is it the mental health issue or is it the criminal activity. Similarly, in the juvenile system, we have an increase in or have become a default for mental health youth. Given the aid and assist process, the belief seems to be that they can be provided the restorative services to be able to be ultimately potentially found able to aid and assist, but that those services could best be provided while still contained in the detention facility. So they could potentially be held for 180 days within our detention facility to receive those services. Two issues there. One is that the length of stay the number of people you have and the length of time they stay impacts your ability to manage your population. And so we have a capacity issue that is created. And then we're also not equipped necessarily to actually address mental health issues within a detention facility. I do want to give great credit to our mental health staff. They have been outstanding. Also to our detention staff. They have literally changed the rules, the processes, and the procedures to manage a subset of our population in a very different way than through a traditional correctional kind of process to be able to facilitate their mental health issues while we have them within our detention facility. And also our probation staff who work really hard trying to find resources, connect with folks to take responsibility for these youth and get them in the most appropriate placement. The other issue that is a concern is that as I'm approached at the market in my community for entities that are interested in having me sign petitions to legalize marijuana, when I think about the impact of youth if marijuana is legalized, there's some concerns around the brain development of youth, the message that we may give to youth around the use of marijuana being something that's acceptable, and what we know given brain development of youth and the lack of the treatment resources that we have in the community and those connections between educational success, work success, we have concerns about what that impact may do to the juvenile justice system. And then finally, the field of juvenile justice is really moving very quickly. There's a lot of new information about brain development, about evidence-based practices, about trauma-informed care, research-driven decisions and policies, different mechanisms and strategies to change behavior. And that is part of where we had asked in one of the decisions package for money for training for staff so that we can help our staff to be as confident and competent in the most up-to-date research and models to be able to deliver quality services to youth, to victims, and to our community. We are part of the county strategic goal number 3, public safety. And our key indicators start on page 197. The first is recidivism data, and we measure recidivism in the juvenile departments different than in the adult system or the Oregon Youth Authority. We measure recidivism based on referrals within a 12-month period. The adult system and Oregon Youth Authority looks at felony convictions. Our recidivism, most recent recidivism data shows that 74.2% of the youth that we're managing are not having any subsequent criminal referrals within a 12-month period. The other area that we look at is chronic offender recidivism, and so those are those youth that have 3 or more. So we have a smaller percentage of kids that are potentially committing more of the crimes, and we want to have a strategy to be able to address them, and that has been reduced to 4.3% of our youth are chronic offenders. And the last on page 199 is restitution payment to victims. This is an area that is a very high value for us. We never forget that victims are significantly impacted by juvenile crime and that we have a responsibility to those victims. One of our primary goals is that we have the youth in our system pay off the restitution that they owe to victims in a very timely manner and completely pay off their restitution. And so that's something that we measure. One of the ways that we do that is through all of our work programs. And you will see that in 2013, the actual amount that we earned and paid out of our work programs is $89,607. I will put that number against any adult or juvenile program within the state of Oregon and possibly other states. It's an incredible amount to be able to earn and have youth quickly pay off to the people that they have harmed. We have not done that alone. We have great partnerships with the community who have been very supportive of the alternative programs and the work that we're doing with youth. Public Works has been very great about giving us jobs and opportunities for us to do recycling projects and other projects. And then just the public coming and buying and supporting the wood that we sell, the products that we make within the market, and then supporting the coffee shop. The other area that I wanted to bring your attention to is the amount of cases that when we close, the other area that we're looking at is when we close a case, we want to make sure that the majority of the restitution that was owed is actually paid at the time the case is closed. And so you will see that in 2013, 9.2% of the, 90.7% of the restitution that was owed at the time cases were closed was actually paid at that time of closure. And again, that's a number that I would put up against pretty much anybody in the state. It varies a little based on length of stay in our system with the youth. Sometimes we have kids that owe a great deal of money, and we're probably not going to keep them long enough for them to pay off that restitution. But that money then goes to a money judgment, which they're held accountable to until it's paid off in the future through a collection process that occurs for that obligation. So that is, I don't know how we did for time.
You're doing good.
All right.
Questions? Oh, yeah.
Entertain any questions?
Questions or comments for Ms. Fagel?
I'd let other people go first.
I think you're it.
All right. So thanks, Faye. And are you president of the Oregon Juvenile Department Directors Association currently?
I am.
She is. See, so here's another person in Marion County that has a leadership role at the state level and does absolutely outstanding work. So two questions. One is, you probably heard my question about Title IV dollars to District Attorney Walt Beglaw. Can you elaborate a little bit on how IV dollars are coming in and being used on the delinquency side in the juvenile department?
Chuck would be happy to answer that.
Right. Knew you.
Chuck, you're it.
Okay. At this point, we've entered into a contract with JBI, Justice Benefits Incorporated. They will be our oversight and have introduced us into the process where there's a tracking system. Our probation officers will get an email, or not an email, an email every 2-3 times a day. It'll track what they are doing, and if the youth qualifies for the federal reimbursement, based on those tracking, an amount will come from that. So it'll be a percentage as to which clients actually qualify, and is the probation officer actually doing a function during this check which assists the youth.
So what types of activities do qualify?
Taking them to their appointments, taking them to res care, going to court, preparing a case, meeting with a family. Most everything that they do is going to do that.
So does this relate to abuse and neglect, or is this a different aspect of 4E since it's delinquency related?
That I can't answer.
I can answer a piece of it. I don't know if I can answer it that directly, but the idea is, can you avoid putting them into a placement?
I see.
So the idea is, are you able to provide services to stabilize them without having to use an out-of-home placement kind of resource? That's my understanding.
All right, perfect.
The goal is to keep them out of foster care. One point that we also, kids in our GAP program, our shelter program, some of them also qualify. And so, yes, that's out of home, but it's not out of home placed in the state. They are still within the county's jurisdiction. There's no amount at this point. We have not received any funding. We need to put a couple months on the books, and they'll give us an estimate.
This is kind of a new thing that
Very new.
you're doing, right?
Yes.
Okay, second question. And actually, it's not a question, actually, it's just more of a comment. Faye mentioned that we had a legislative issue this 2014 session with the juvenile crime prevention dollars, and that I was instrumental in helping defeat the bill, quote unquote. And I just do want to say that initially the board took a very strong stand in opposition. It came out quite late. I think we learned about it in December, maybe January, of a session that started in February, and had assurances actually up to that time that nothing would change, and then it did, so that was a concern. But I do want to say that I did work with the governor's office, I worked with the Association of Oregon Counties and the juvenile department directors to try to find some common ground and be able to move all of us to a place where we could feel like the focus on juvenile crime prevention would be appropriately considered, and at the same time, the Youth Development Council could move in the direction that they were wanting to move. I think where things broke down was that then after we had changed the language in the bill to what we felt like was probably not everything we would have wanted, but of course compromises that way, that communications that we got through the Youth Development Council made it very clear that despite the plain language of the bill, their approach was going to continue to be the way that it would have been without the changes in the language, and that was just unacceptable. So we, again, communicated that very clearly with the Speaker's office, and then everything just, session was ending, so they just backed off because they believed that there was no way we could get to yes. There is an effort now through the governor's office and the Association of Oregon Counties to bring in Oregon consensus to work during this interim to try to find, again, some common ground, and some of the suggestions that we had made at the outset of that session as possible strategies are now being looked upon, we understand, more favorably by the state agency. But as John said, this was a prime example of this changing what was an important county function, where we've seen statistically significant results in terms of us being able to address juvenile crime, moving to a state agency process that it has really no regional or local input process to it, other than, you know, a very quick statewide meeting process, you know, a bunch of meetings held across the state and input gathered, and kind of a one-shot approach. So it has been very difficult, and we're hoping that something will come out of this that will allow us to keep the services, the important services that we're providing around the state intact. So just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Faye, one of the things that's happened at DOC and then in the jail is the increasing medical costs. You mentioned increasing mental health issues. I didn't hear that in your budget. How's that driving or not driving at your level, in your particular situation?
There's a very different distinction between the juvenile system and the adult system, and I think the distinction is that while we have those youth in our custody, they are still connected to their families. And so in the adult system, they're an adult. In the Oregon Youth Authority system, they have guardianship and legal custody of those youth. We do not take guardianship of youth when they come into our detention facility or even when we put them on probation. So the parents are still legally responsible for them. So the youth that we have in our detention facility or in our shelter care program, if they need to access any kind of medical treatment, we do have a contract for medical staff who provide services in, immediate services in our programs, not only in our detention and our shelter care program, but also in our work programs. If a kid was to be injured in our work programs, our medical staff would respond and address that. But if they go to the hospital or if they have to have some sort of operation or whatever, the responsibility, the financial responsibility for that is still retained by the parents because they're still the legal guardians.
So that's, that's a little bit different than OYA.
Correct, because they have legal custody and guardianship of those youth, so they essentially become the parental figure responsible for that youth.
Thank you.
Other question? None? Faye, thank you. Chuck, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Sheriff, I think you're up. I see your staff meeting out in the hall there. Are you going to have to call somebody in, or can you start out on your own?
I think I can handle it.
Oh, there they are. Call for backup, and there they are. So if you'd state your name for the record, please, and we'll get cooking.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, and residents of Marion County, for the record, my name is Jason Myers. I'm the Marion County Sheriff, here today to present our fiscal year 2014-15 Sheriff's Office proposed budget, which starts on page 215 in your workbook. The Marion County Sheriff's Office is a full-service public safety organization that provides services to all citizens within our county. These services are delivered through 342.3 full-time employees. I'd like to reference handout number 1, which we'll be coming to here real quickly. It's an abbreviated organizational chart as I cover the Sheriff's Office 4 divisions and the important public safety services that these divisions provide to our county. The Operations Division provides court security, civil process, administration, code enforcement, and response to community livability issues. The Enforcement Division provides patrol, criminal investigations, search and rescue, traffic safety, marine patrol, forest patrol, and contracted municipal law enforcement services to the cities of Jefferson, Sublimity, and Aurora. The Institution Division has our detention facilities, which is our budgeted 415-bed jail and 144-bed work release center. And this is where all pretrial sanctioned and sentenced offenders arrested in our county are detained. And finally, our Parole and Probation Division, which provides supervision of approximately 3,600 offenders who are either on probation or prison supervision. I'd like to talk about our approach to this year's budget. Our approach to this year's budget is based on a model we implemented 5 years ago of fiscal accountability, strategic thinking, and an eye towards the future. It begins with us establishing a clear understanding of all the challenges facing our office, and then doing our very best to predict any unforeseen issues that could arise in the upcoming fiscal year. With this fresh in our mind and an optimistic outlook and a goal of providing the best service possible within the means we've been given, we set out to develop a budget that meets our overall county public safety goal of pursuing a safe and secure community by protecting the people, property, and economy of Marion County. It has been said, like a person building a house who digs deep and lays the foundation on solid rock, when the floodwaters rise and break against that house, it stands firm because it is well built. The foundation of our proposed budget starts with our administrative budget team, comprised of the undersheriff, division commanders, lieutenants, and an amazing team of support staff that work diligently together on preparing this budget, which has been built from the ground up. As in the past, each program and each line item started at 0 and was built from there. Our budget team realizes that the Sheriff's Office is more than just 4 divisions. It's an interconnected system that requires balance in order to function effectively and efficiently. Our budget team, using wisdom, knowledge, and past experience, has developed a balanced budget, ensuring that each of our important programs were properly justified and funded. Throughout the entire preparation process, we utilized our foundational character traits, our core functions, and our top 10 objectives as a guide and a reference to ensure that we're delivering on our primary responsibilities of public safety. And that document is included as handout number 2. This year, we've included a couple documents that we believe will be helpful as you look through our proposed budget. Handout number 3 is titled Budget Highlights. This document highlights changes in the overall Sheriff's Office budget, including revenue, full-time employees, personnel, materials and services, capital expenditures, and the budget officer's proposed decision packages. Handout number 4 is titled Materials and Services Summary by Program, and this is a summary of notable changes in expenditures by program in each division. I'd like to talk about our kind of current and future challenges, but before I begin that, I'd like to acknowledge the work of our budget officer, John Latimer, and the support of our Marion County Board of Commissioners. We truly appreciate the priority you've placed on public safety in our county. A year ago, we didn't know the outcome of state funding for community corrections. This funding is an area where we continue to watch it very closely, as it accounts for a portion of the Operations and Enforcement Division's budgets, roughly $3.6 million of the Institution Division budget, and for all of the Parole and Probation Division budget. Thankfully, after our fiscal year 13-14 budget was adopted, House Bill 3194 passed in the Oregon legislature, which provided $215 million in baseline funding to community corrections for the 13-15 biennium. Additionally, House Bill 3194 added another $20 million in justice and jail reinvestment funds for counties and sheriff's offices throughout the state. House Bill 3194 included language crafted to avert the state's anticipated prison growth over the next 5 years through sentence modification of select property and drug crime offenders and the expansion of prison short-term transitional leave to 90 days. With the expiration of the Second Chance Act grant, justice reinvestment funding came to fruition at a time it was desperately needed for the continuation of our Marion County Reentry Initiative and Senate Bill 416 programs. With the implementation of this House bill and the great work being done here in Marion County, we were able to sustain and enhance these programs designed to reduce recidivism rates and the need for prison beds while increasing public safety in our community. As the next biennium approaches, I will continue to work with our legislative leaders and public safety associations to ensure that we have adequate and sustainable funding in this important area. As a county, we continue to monitor the impacts of legislative changes made in House Bill 2712, which was passed in the 2011 session, and House Bill 2562, which was passed in the 2013 session. Both of these bills impact the traffic fine structure. You've heard John Latimer, Faye Fagel talk about this, and that is the distribution of fine revenue from these traffic citations, specifically revenue to community corrections, jail, juvenile, and court security. A periodic assessment of these impacts of House Bill 2712 and 2562 by the Sheriff's Office and Marion County Finance continues to show that problems may exist regarding the distribution of the fine revenue coming back from the state of Oregon and municipal courts. This has a direct impact to our county in regard to funding drug and alcohol treatment for the jail, community corrections, juvenile, and the court security fund. Sheriff's Office will continue to work with county finance to monitor these revenues and try to determine where those funding streams are going. I'll talk a little bit about medical costs. As I walked in, there was a conversation regarding this jail medical costs. Over the past several fiscal years, we've seen a dramatic increase in jail medical and medication costs, including expenses for hospitals, psychiatric, dental, ambulance, and laboratory services. I'd like to draw your attention to handout number 5, which illustrates these increases. In fiscal year 10-11, we spent about $711,000 for jail medical services. For fiscal year 13-14, we're projected to spend approximately $1.5 million in this same category. This is an average increase of about 31% per year. Unfortunately, there are a number of factors that drive costs in this area. An offender population with significant mental health issues, a lack of preventative medical care, and higher costs from the healthcare industry are some of the major reasons our expenses have increased. While the current increases in this area appear to be on an unsustainable path, we're working diligently on a number of initiatives to help mitigate these expenses. These initiatives are a legislative bill that was passed in 2014 session that extends private health care coverage for pretrial offenders, possible implementation of a jail health screening fee for all offenders lodged in our jail, working with the Oregon Health Authority and Medicaid to offer extended Affordable Care Act coverage to eligible offenders, and finally, a consideration of purchasing medications and medical supplies at an actual cost rate through the Oregon Department of Corrections. We're hopeful that one or more of these initiatives will help reduce future costs in this area, and we have a commitment from the County Administrative Officer, John Latimer, that should we exceed our budget authority in this area, that the county will assist us with contingency funding. While this next issue could be seen as a challenge, it's also a tremendous opportunity as we bring new professionals into our organization. Last year, we reported hiring 33 new full-time employees and the challenges associated with hiring and training these individuals. We are now just starting to see the benefits of these new employees as they're able to work solo after their required training period. This year, we have hired 23 full-time staff, 12 non-sworn and 11 sworn, and the trend of hiring new full-time employees will continue in the upcoming fiscal year as we continue to fill vacancies from retirements and unforeseen personnel losses. Currently, our office has 21 sworn and 10 non-sworn positions that we're actively recruiting for. And as with many agencies in public safety, Finding the right candidate is vital to the important roles that they perform. And while we've had a number of vacancies, our people continue to work diligently and show an optimistic approach to their job while we recruit and fill these vacant positions. Another personnel issue we continue to watch closely is the reduction in Secure Rural Schools Act, Title III federal funding that our county has traditionally received. The Title III reductions have forced us to eliminate 2 full-time employees, a deputy position and a sergeant position, from our Forest Patrol unit, which serves the East Santiam Canyon Recreation Area. And we're working closely with the federal government and our county commissioners and community members to find alternatives to this funding stream. The Prison Rape Elimination Act of 2003 was enacted by Congress to address the problems of sexual abuse of persons in custody of U.S. correctional agencies. The act applies to all public and private institutions that house adult and juvenile offenders and is also relevant to community-based agencies. It addresses both inmate-to-inmate sexual abuse and staff-to-inmate sexual misconduct. Within the published final rule, there are 300 requirements that must be met for each facility to show compliance. The agency is subjected to an audit every 3 years to ensure compliance with these requirements. The audits are to begin in 2014. If compliance is not met, there's a possibility of a financial impact to the agency regarding federal funding. One of the standards requires each agency to have a PREA coordinator. The coordinator has extensive and complex duties to include developing and maintaining procedures, provide program services, including inmate education, coordinate investigations of complaints, track and monitor cases, complete after-action reviews, and identify areas and procedures for improvement. We're in the process of implementing these standards at both the jail and work release center. We have appointed an existing position to be our PREA coordinator, but as we move towards full implementation, we will likely need some assistance in the area of resources for the ongoing tracking, monitoring, and compliance of this federal requirement. I'd like to talk about our key indicators. Like a farmer tilling the ground to protect nutrients and growth, our key indicators help guide our office in strategically looking at ways to reduce the impacts of crime and improve the quality of life within Marion County. With our 4 core functions and our county strategic plan goals, our office is delivering a holistic public safety plan that is purposely designed to reduce crime through educating the public, engaging our public safety partners, and remaining focused on community livability issues by promoting positive, healthy choices for our returning population from prison. Of our 6 key indicators, no one indicator is more important than the other. Whether it's community presentations, focused, intelligent-led policing decisions, mental health issues within our community, quality of life problems, traffic concerns, or recidivism, they all play an important role in our duties and responsibilities as conservators of the peace. I'd like to take a few minutes to share with you some of the accomplishments that we've gained this past year. Let's start first with accreditation. In 2008, the Sheriff's Office chose to seek accreditation from the Oregon Accreditation Alliance, OAA. This started a lengthy and thorough review of all Sheriff's Office policies. In June 2013, after the review and revision process was completed, all Sheriff's Office policies were in compliance with 102 accreditation standards. In April 2014, an on-site inspection was completed, and we were found to be in compliance with all of these 102 standards. The Oregon Accreditation Alliance Director has recommended our accreditation status to the Board of Directors, and once adopted, we will begin the 3-year maintenance cycle. The accreditation status ensures that we are following standardized best practices that have been established by the state of Oregon and on a national level. Accreditation also helps mitigate risk and legal issues associated with Sheriff's Office activities. Next, I'll talk about a jail inspection. The Oregon State Sheriff's Association voluntarily adopted the Oregon Jail Standards in 2000. There are currently 309 standards created to address safety, security, and health compliance with Oregon jails. Our jail was inspected on January 30th and 31st of this year by a 10-member panel made up of trained jail inspectors from 10 other Oregon counties. At the end of the inspection, 302 standards were in full compliance, 6 were in partial compliance, and 1 was in non-compliance. The 7 areas that were not fully compliant were noted as policy verbiage needing updating, but no change was needed in our current practices. The 7 policies applicable were updated and a reinspection was held in May, and we were found to be fully in compliant with the 309 standards. The inspection team specifically noted the professionalism of our staff and the outstanding condition of our facility. I'd like to touch a little bit on mental health outreach. We are in the 2nd year of the Crisis Outreach Response Team grant and our partnership with Marion County Health Department and the Salem Police Department. The Crisis Outreach Response Team's mission is to connect people in crisis with community services and resources. In 2013, the court team reviewed over 2,000 police reports from around the county involving citizens in crisis. As a result, 1,255 client visits were attempted. These attempted contacts resulted in 371 individuals being referred to existing resources in the community and diverted from going to the jail or through the criminal justice system. As an enhancement to our countywide crisis outreach efforts, we are pleased to report that our collaboration has expanded in April of this year. Through an Oregon Health Authority grant, we've been able to fund 2 mobile crisis response teams. These teams are available to respond to in-progress mental health crisis calls 7 days a week countywide. The 2 teams, comprised of a deputy sheriff and a Salem police officer, each have a qualified mental health specialist from the health department assigned to them. The emphasis of these teams is to connect people in immediate crisis with the appropriate resources. It is the goal of the team to only take an individual to jail when all other options have been exhausted or the person has committed a serious offense. As I mentioned earlier, we received funding from the state through the passage of House Bill 3194 for jail reinvestment. We have used this funding to create 2 new full-time employee deputy sheriff's positions at the Jail and Work Release Center. One position will serve as a jail and work release counselor. This deputy assigned to this position is responsible for assessing the risk and needs of offenders transferring from the jail to the work release center, and then working with these offenders to ensure that they are connected with services such as treatment programs, the Demunis Resource Center, and the newly formed Jail Reentry Program, Veteran Services, and Employment Services. The second deputy position is dedicated to security and operational needs at the jail. In an ongoing effort to help effectively manage our jail's population with a focus on keeping the highest risk offenders incarcerated, our jail intake staff continues to utilize a risk assessment tool that has been developed by our office and the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. The use of this assessment tool and refinements made to our capacity management plan have been a collaborative effort between our district attorney's office, trial court administrator, our judges, parole and probation, defense attorneys, county counsel, the county commissioners, and jail staff. The Demunis Resource Center, which was designed as a one-stop center for people who are or have been involved in the criminal justice system. Initially, it was located in central northeast Salem. The Demunis Center was relocated to the Marion County Work Release Center in October of 2013. Although there were some initial concerns, this move has had a tremendously positive impact on the target population of medium to high-risk offenders who are seeking to make positive changes in their lives. The Demunis Resource Center is designed to improve access to community-based resources and address criminogenic risk factors, which will facilitate and assist those who are working to build a successful life in our community. Services available at the Demunis Resource Center include computer access, employment assistance, GED preparation, parenting classes, personal finance classes, housing, cognitive and motivational programming, free legal clinics, and Affordable Care Act application access. The proximity of the jail and parole and probation offices and the court annex has allowed the Resource Center to promote and enhance other services as well. Additionally, the Demunis Resource Center staff will provide these same programs and services to Bridgeway Recovery Program participants in our new jail reentry program. Although this move is proved to be highly successful, it has also been considered temporary, and in the coming year, there are several options being discussed with our community partners and locations considered as a permanent home for this center. I'd like to briefly touch on some of the technology upgrades and updates that create efficiencies in our office. Our records management and jail management system, which I've talked about in years past, is sorely needing replacement, and we're in the process of preparing to release a request for proposal in July 2014 for a selection of a new records management system. And we believe once we identify and implement the system, we're going to see tremendous improvements in the efficiencies in our jail enforcement and operations division. The Sheriff's Office remains committed to using data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety, DDACS, to address crime and traffic and livability issues in our county. Our office utilizes a computer program called CrimeView to assist us in achieving the DDACS goals. CrimeView is a crime analysis, mapping, and reporting software. By connecting the Sheriff's Office reports and traffic data, the program automatically converts this data into locations on a map. Software shows the high activity areas as hotspots. As an example of this technology, we identified the intersection of Silverton Road and Lancaster Drive as a hotspot for vehicle collision and traffic offenses. An analysis of the data identified primary factors related to collisions occurring in the intersection and the time of days they were most likely to occur. And we can now target this area through education, engineering, and if necessary, enforcement. Touch on some of the collaboration and partnerships we have. The BJA Second Chance Act co-occurring grant is a function of the Marion County Reentry Initiative. The $600,000 grant was awarded to Marion County, and it targets medium to high-risk offenders who have drug and alcohol addictions, as well as those offenders diagnosed with mental health conditions. For the next 2 years, this grant will support 120 individuals released from prison to Marion County. It will provide mentor support, mental health and addictions treatment, medication maintenance, housing, employment, and other crucial supports to address known risk factors. These services will be provided in collaboration with the Oregon Department of Correction, Bridgeway Recovery Services, Community Action Agency, the Marion County Health Department, and several other Marion County Reentry Initiative partners. And as you know, in Marion County, we have a number of specialty courts. We work in collaboration with the Circuit Court and District Attorney's Office and the local defense bar to provide a parole and probation deputy at the Veterans Court, Mental Health Court, and the Drug Team Court. Through closely analyzing our key indicators, examining our public safety practices, looking at data trends, and thoughtfully crafting policies and programs to address public safety concerns, we're excited to show you the results of our efforts. Handout number 6 shows the great progress we have made in reducing jail bookings, recidivism rates, crime, and enforcement calls for service. The backside of this handout has the 5 trend areas broken out individually. If you look at these trend lines, they're all heading in a positive downward direction. As we continue to examine this data, one area that has remained fairly consistent is the recidivism rate for the local control offender population. I'd like to briefly share with you a program that we are in the process of developing and planning to implement at the beginning of this fiscal year. This program is specifically aimed at reducing recidivism for this offender population. The jail reentry program is modeled after our successful SOAR program and current ORS 144 program, which is a partnership with the Department of Corrections. This ORS 144 program will be expiring, and we've determined an ongoing need for treatment in the work center, but decided to target a different type of offender. The jail reentry program will be an intensive and collaborative 90-day treatment and reentry program designed for medium and high-risk drug-addicted individuals returning to the Marion County community. It will target Marion County's highest recidivist population, which is typically around 35%, who are serving local control sentences in the work release center. A parole and probation deputy will work alongside a jail and work center counselor to jointly assess, supervise, and manage all program participants, which include assessments for addiction, risk to recidivate, and determination of criminogenics, risk factors, and motivation for positive change. Identified participants will then receive a therapeutic milieu of cognitive-based treatment, mentoring, employment, parenting, and housing upon release, and other support services through our collaborative reentry partnership, including the Demunis Resource Center. All right, we're getting to the end. In closing, the Sheriff's Office has continued to focus its attention on our citizens' and communities' needs for public safety services with a priority on fiscal accountability and demonstrating a good return on taxpayer investment. We have worked closely with all of our public safety stakeholders within the state, county, and local governments, and with our citizens and our community as a whole. With a focus on our office's core function and top 10 objectives, we collaborate under one common goal to make our county a better place to live, work, and play. I'm very proud to report that the great people in our Sheriff's Office continue to move forward in a positive direction despite the many challenges we face in our important job of conserving the peace. Whether it's facing a dangerous situation, holding an offender accountable, effecting a behavioral change, or supporting our office's operations, our people are exceptional at what they do. They remain firmly grounded in our foundational character traits of integrity, courage, diligence, loyalty, conviction, discipline, optimism, and humility, while remaining committed to delivering excellent public safety services to the citizens of Marion County. Albert Einstein is quoted as saying, "In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity." While the Sheriff's Office has faced a number of difficult situations this past year, we still embrace that philosophy. As a result, our office has become stronger, more focused, and efficient in the way we operate. We have or will be implementing a number of new and exciting programs that are good public policy, make the best use of precious taxpayer resources, and enhance public safety throughout our county. Finally, I'd like to personally thank our Marion County Commissioners, Sam Brentano, Janet Carlson, Kevin Cameron, former Commissioner Patty Milne, and our County Administrative Officer John Latimer for their ongoing commitment to public safety and for the trust and confidence you place in our office. Knowing that we have you as committed partners to assist us in any challenge reminds us that public safety is truly a collaborative effort. With that, I present to you the Sheriff's Office 2014-15 proposed budget of $57,461,615. I'd like to recognize and thank Under Sheriff Clausen, Commanders Kevin Schultz, Eric Ladd, Sheila Rance, Jeff Wood, and our administrative service staff, Chris Wilson, Gail Dick, Sherry Corey, Alicia Weathers, and Sarah Zavala for their work in assembling this budget. I'd also like to thank Jan Fritz and the entire County Finance Department for their work and support throughout this process. At this point, I'd like to invite Under Sheriff Clausen to join me, and if you have any questions about the budget, we'd be happy to answer them.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clausen.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Budget Committee, Commissioners.
Questions or comments for the Sheriff and Under Sheriff? Commissioner Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I alluded to this question earlier today. I'm concerned about the increasing medical cost and your reassurance by our good Chief Administrator that the money's there if needed. I was trying to figure that out in the budget. Jason, maybe if you can, I'm looking at inmate medical services versus, there was another medical service, I just lost it. Potential exterior medical services. Can you share a little bit about that, or maybe?
So under the umbrella of inmate medical services are a variety of different services that we provide. We have contract doctors, we have contracts with hospitals for outside services, we have contracts for medication. So they're all kind of under one envelope. The increases that we've seen over the last 3 fiscal years have been around 30% each year. It mainly hits the area of the cost for outside medical. We have pretty solid contracts, but it's when we have to take somebody to the hospital or an outside medical source, a doctor or something like that, where we're seeing those costs increase. So we're working with the legislative branch. We've got a bill passed that we think will assist us with one segment of the population, and we have a number of other initiatives that we're going to implement to help mitigate those costs. But they are a concern, and it's something that I think we're going to have to watch very closely in the upcoming fiscal year.
So can I be pointed to a number in this great detailed budget? I'm looking at page 246, inmate medical services program. Is that the number, we're looking at the 2.791 in the proposed budget? Is that the number that we're talking about that has continued to grow at 30%?
I don't think so.
246, I'm sorry.
It's included in there, actually, Commissioner. The number that continues to grow is the actual amount that we're paying for the medical services. And I think if we go back to the handouts,
If you look at the pie chart, it was handout number 5, I believe. That has the actual costs that we have paid. Our budget should be in the same, based on the projected, in the same area. The number that you're looking at looks a little high and doesn't look like to represent our jail medical costs.
That includes personal services. Sheriff.
that is correct. So the budget number that you're looking at is the 2 million Mark has on 246. That includes personnel services in there. It's not the materials and services, the contracted aspects that come with inmate medical services. So it's broken out further than that.
So within the personnel services, we have a cadre of nurses that work for us and a nurse supervisor, so that is rolled in there. Those costs have not been skyrocketing. It's the outside medical costs that we incur, like hospitals and private doctors. So all of the figures are rolled together, but the ones we're really watching closely are the costs that we can't control, which is not our personnel.
Okay, I think I'm clear, but can you point to that number in this budget package of what that outside number is? Because I'm looking at a 2.7, which I understand now is your existing staff and what you try to do, but if it gets outside that, there's a number that we're talking about. Right, John?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cameron, if you look at the number under contracted services,
Yes.
see that line?
5.9, or 592,000.
I think that would be most of it, wouldn't it, Troy?
That would be some of that.
It's not all of it, but
No, it's going to be some of that.
it's under that. I mean, that's more than just inmate medical services in that line.
I might be able to help here. If you go to page 280 in your binder. These are the detail accounts behind the budget. And if you look in that section called contracted services, you're going to see hospital services, medical services, psychiatric services, dental services, ambulance, laboratory, x-ray. You're going to find those same accounts in the other funds, but I think this is the primary area where those are. So you can see the couple of years of actual history, the current year budget, and the next year budget. Does that help?
Sure, I can see it. Thank you. Thank you. I can see it. What I'm concerned about is what you thought it would be grow to versus what is being recommended in your budget and where the reserve is.
Right. Where's the
That number,
contingency line?
I heard in your presentation, John, that there's a contingency fund. What is that contingency fund? What is that amount and where is it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cameron, that is in the general fund. It's an overall amount set aside in the general fund for contingencies, such as this. Now, what we want to do is see what happens with some of these attempts to reduce the costs that they're doing. using Medicaid, using the ACA, and other attempts to reduce the cost. If that doesn't work, then we have that money in the general fund that we can bring out in a supplemental to take care of those costs.
Okay, so I heard exactly what you said. I got that. What's this?
What's what?
What's
The difference.
we have that money. What's the difference that if you see another 30% growth or 25% growth, what is that number that we're holding back in contingency? Is it
It's the,
200,000?
it's the $410,000 decision package that we asked for. That was our estimation. Again, it's a guess because we don't know how many ill inmates we'll have come in, and we don't know what the increases will be. But based on our projections, that's the difference in the decision package that we asked for, that we believe we'll expend.
Chair, if I may, just for clarification, so there was an additional 410,000 in a package that you asked for that we're gonna hold back in reserve, assuming we can keep some of those costs. That's the number that I'm looking for. 410.
Mr. Latimer?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cameron, one of the things that we try to do in budgeting is we try to get as close as we can to what we think is going to be reality. Sheriff and I have talked about this. I think maybe we may have a disagreement on whether it's 410 or 200,000, but whatever it is, we'll be ready to supplement his budget in a supplemental budget if necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Carlson?
Okay, so thanks for the very comprehensive presentation. There are a lot of moving parts in the sheriff's office. It's a very large budget, and I appreciate the work that you do. So I have a couple things. One is, in looking at the public safety data trends, and there were some other charts and things in your handout, and looking at the recidivism rates in particular, given reentry, and we've had discussions that a lot of people listening don't necessarily understand the difference between jail and prison and all of these different populations that you talk about. So the first part of my question would be just to give a nickel overview of, so what is a local control population compared to a probation population compared to a parole population? And then it looks like the parole and probation population recidivism rates have gone down significantly over time, as we know, because we've been working on the reentry initiative. The local control population, it's a little bit volatile, and it might be because the numbers are smaller, but it doesn't look like it has that trend. And I know, Sheriff, that you have, in meetings that I've been in with you, talked about how this is a very at-risk population, and hence the emphasis that you're having now on the kind of the reentry program for local control population. So after defining the population, maybe talk a bit, or you or Troy, about then what does that mean? I think, again, people often think, well, if you just send them to jail, that's enough, right? They learn their lesson and they come out and they're citizens that will work well or not. But, and I also think that we've learned that you can't just give housing or money to people and expect them to improve. But some of the strategies that we have been using in the other populations to reduce recidivism that might show promise in this population, maybe you could highlight that as well.
Sure, I'll take a stab at it, and then I'll get help from my trusty assistant here. So under, I believe it was Senate Bill 1145, which goes back to 1997, this was an agreement between the state of Oregon and counties to house normally offenders who would be destined for prison who are sentenced to a prison term of a year or less in the local community. And so under that arrangement, created community corrections funding, and each county gets a portion of that to provide that service at a local level. That population, the 1145 population, is a population that's sentenced to our local jail. They do not go to prison, but they're sentenced on a felony crime. Through the funding system that was developed, there's not a lot of funds there for anything outside of incarceration. And so typically this population, which is younger, it's higher risk, doesn't get a lot of services. So they serve their time in jail and work release center, but there's not a lot of wraparound services. There's assessments of their drug and alcohol needs, and then in dealing with those or whatever issues that they have. And so that's what this jail reentry program is designed to do is through the course of them serving their time, they will work their ways out to the work release center, and we'll have an opportunity to work with them on a better level than we have in the past, which we believe will give us better outcomes because we'll set them up to come back into the community and be successful by, doing risk assessments, seeing what their risks and needs are, and then putting a treatment program around them to help them make positive changes so that they transition well and become a positive member of our community. So that is that segment. And again, we're kind of watching, it's like a horse race where you pick up a manual and you're watching different levels. We have different levels of offenders. We have offenders that come to us from prison. That's one level we watch for their recidivism rate. We have another level of offenders who are just sent specifically to probation. So we're watching those individuals and their recidivism rate, and then we have the local control population. So there's 3 different populations that we're receiving and responsible for. And that third population, the local control, is one we're really going to emphasize putting those wraparound services to.
And if I could do a follow-up,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair. So then I'm assuming that if someone is sentenced to a shorter sentence, so they wouldn't go to prison, they would go to jail, that perhaps their offense is maybe not as egregious as someone who is sent to prison. However, they're high risk. The risk that you're talking about is the risk to recidivate. And so in other words, that they would come out and commit a new crime, and then they would, sometimes because that crime compounds on the other crimes, they then may go to prison because the sentence may be longer. So we're looking at a system of trying to prevent, again, people from having victims in the community, and also taking up bed space in the prison with people then that could get services to help kind of change the way they think, help them hang out with better people, help them with their family dynamics, more stability, help them get off alcohol and drugs if that's what's driving them. And to do that, we're going to, sounds like, do some of the same strategies we've been doing with those people coming back out of prison that we've been so successful with.
That's exactly what we're going to do.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I actually do have one, probably for Troy more than anything else. You've budgeted for, I assume, full staffing and full benefits for employees within the department. And Jason, you mentioned in your presentation that there's a number of vacancies. And are there issues you may have with recruitment and going forward? And because of the age of the staff that you have, are you anticipating that there will be? That helps a lot. That makes the difference. It wasn't on. Are you anticipating that there's going to be changes or a need to be more active in recruiting because of the age of the people who are either retiring or leaving the department?
Yes, yes, and yes. Our entire office continues to evolve and change just based on the age of our staff that's currently working for us. I think we saw our biggest change in the last 2 years with regard to people who have either retired, sought employment elsewhere because they just figured that law enforcement or community corrections or working at the jail wasn't right for them, or they didn't pass our field training and evaluation program for a variety of different reasons. And then we have some people who have exited the agency due to disciplinary issues and things that we've had to deal with that way. So as each one of those issues take hold, it compounds themselves by the fact that it takes 4 months at a minimum academy training for our enforcement deputies and another 6 weeks at the academy for parole and probation and the institution division. And then each of us have about a 25-week field training and evaluation program. So every vacancy puts us exponentially behind in getting those services back to the public and working right. We just recently switched over to a new testing process, the National Testing Network, to help us with our recruiting and all of the needs that go along with that. We're seeing very good results out of that. It's allowed our staff internally to focus back on some of the issues that we have going on in-house and allowed some experts in the field that deal with this on a daily basis, 365 days a year, to help promote and recruit for us. The one thing that the sheriff has mentioned from the top down is that recruiting is part of all of our responsibilities for the sheriff's office. So making sure that we get the right people working for us is something that we try to promote for every one of us to bring people forward with. As we mentioned, currently we have about 20 plus vacancies that we're still trying to fill. What does that mean for us? That we see potentially increased amounts of overtime being utilized, and then we see additional sick leave that's being utilized because people are working themselves very, very hard to help make up for those staff shortages. Quite frankly, we've had to make a couple of adjustments, specifically at the jail with regard to our mandatory posts. So when we fall below a certain number, we have to shut the facility down, basically, which means selling everybody in, locking down most of the daytime activities that we do at the jail, just to make up for those shortages that we have in staff right now. So it's something that we see as an opportunity to continue to grow and bring new people into the career field, but it's a challenge to us at this point in time as well.
Other question? I think that'll do it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're running a couple minutes ahead of schedule. So do you want to take a longer break and catch up on phone calls and do that stuff?
Sounds good.
Okay, so we will recess to take a little bit longer break, and we will be back here at 3:30 with Board of Commissioners Jolene Kelly. We will be in recess. Marion County Budget Committee, June 3rd. We're returning from recess. And the next item on our agenda is Board of Commissioners, Jolene Kelly. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see everyone today. For the record, my name is Jolene Kelly, and I'm the Communications and Administrative Manager for the Board of Commissioners Office, and our budget begins on page 299. We have a very small department, and the Board of Commissioners Office consists of the Board of Commissioners, county administration. The board sets the policy for the administration and operation of county government, while the Chief Administrative Officer is responsible for administering county policy as directed by the board and supervises department heads. The Board of Commissioners Office is allocated in one program called Board of Commissioners, and our total budget for fiscal year 14-15 is $2,143,683. This is an increase of just 0.64% from fiscal year 13-14. And our total FTE is 14, which does include our new commissioner who just started yesterday. Our personal services, we have an overall increase in personal services of just 1.52%, which is primarily attributed to a 2.75% increase in benefits and a less than 1% increase in salaries and wages for merit and longevity increases. Our budget does include a decrease in materials and services of negative or 39.92%, and this change is primarily attributed to the adjustments in utilities, rentals, and administrative charges as explained by Jeff White earlier this morning. As far as our department outlook and what we're looking for in the future and the demand on our resources, we're really looking forward in the next year to getting more back to normal. Over the last few years, the Courthouse Square remediation project has consumed considerable resources within our office. I don't think there's any part of the project that wasn't somehow touched by someone in our office. And so we're really looking forward to, in the coming year, to starting some projects that we've wanted to do but have been on the back burner for some time. So a couple that we have that are just beginning now is our overall web redesign of the county website, and then looking at getting electronic board sessions for the Board of Commissioners. And I want to take just a small moment to talk about Courthouse Square. I think all of you received this booklet at your chairs just as we were starting. And so this isn't really about the book, but what it is, it's about Courthouse Square. And it gives a really good overview and summary of what the background and history of the project was and what happened to get us to where we are today, that we're here back in this building doing our budget committee hearings here. So at your convenience, I certainly would encourage you to take a look at the booklet. For our key indicators that we have, we'll be talking about one called Organizational and Management Assessments of County Departments. It supports the county strategic priority for operational efficiency and quality services and does fall under the Board of Commissioners Office Goal Number 2, which is enterprise approach, lead and manage the county business functions more efficiently and effectively to enhance accountability and stewardship. Beginning in 2006, the board began contracting for performance audits of county departments to assist in creating efficiencies, review our organizational structures, and make recommendations to improve our service delivery. The goals of the assessments are really to reduce waste, improve efficiency and effectiveness, and then foster continuous improvement. Some of the recommendations that we've received over the years, some have had impacts in just the departments that they were conducted in, and some have really had an overall county impact. And one of those includes the analysis of comp credits, and one of the first organizational reviews that was conducted. Others have been things like cross-training, workload division, development of metrics, and then efficient document management. In the current year, we did an assessment on the Housing Authority, and we just started a contract for a staffing study in the Board of Commissioners office. So that came in after we had already submitted our budget, and that contract is just now getting underway. And then we're planning on probably 2 department assessments within the next year, and that's something that the board, along with our county administrator, will determine later this year, which departments those will be. And then finally, I'd just like to invite the committee members to review our key department accomplishments. The list highlights our varied and diverse activities that the board, CAO, and staff have been involved in during the year. And I think I said this last year, or maybe the year before, but when you look at that list, it's really diverse and it's really varied. We go from reentry to Courthouse Square and construction projects to striking out meth, community events. And so it's one of the things that in our office, we really get to see a broad perspective and see the enterprise and see what's going on in Marion County from a really, I guess, the 30,000-foot view. And that's one of the things that I appreciate about working in our office, is having that opportunity to see things from that broader perspective. And so at this time, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Questions for Jolene?
No, I'm fine. Yeah.
Commissioner Carlson.
So just want to thank Jolene for her presentation, and of course, we are the Board of Commissioners office. We are the Board of Commissioners, and we're talking about the Board of Commissioners office. I wanted to, first of all, make sure that we took a moment to thank the people in the board office. There were other people, obviously, in other departments that helped, but there was a lot of oversight. Jan and others in the board office that made it possible for us to move back into Courthouse Square. So it's really important that we acknowledge that. It has consumed our office and we were saying at lunch that the reason why the budget is late and compressed is because of the Courthouse Square move. It was a technical, strategic kind of endeavor that, I mean, you'd have to see the project management charts to really understand how complicated it was to get everybody back in and all of the different details that happened there. The other thing I wanted to highlight was something that I was able to work on this last year, and I noticed it under the sheriff's office and also under our key department accomplishments, and that is the school zone signing for pre-K and for and the ordinance around school zones. And we have a really great legislative delegation at the state level that works with us pretty closely. And when this particular issue was identified, that we had some schools that had been either sold or leased to Head Start programs, and then because the inhabitants of that school were no longer K through 12, the law didn't apply in terms of having a school zone sign next to that school. So you had Head Start directors and teachers emailing and calling the board office as Public Works was coming to uninstall their signs, saying, what's going on, because a child is 3 or 4, does that mean that they're no more worthy of a school zone sign than if they are 5 or 6? So I called Senator Jackie Winters, and she said the best person to deal with that would be Representative Sherry Springer. So Sherry really stepped up. She has a history. She was actually worked in a sheriff's office. She was a sheriff's deputy. And then she has also been on a school board, and she serves on the education committee. So both from a public safety standpoint and from an education perspective, she was in the right place and had the right background and connections, and worked with us to put a bill through, which the legislature had just gone through school zones a few session or two before, and really didn't want to mess with it because they did it was the one where you had to go 24 hours, go 20 miles an hour, and then they had to go in and fix that, and they didn't really want to go in and fix it again, but they humored us and allowed us to do that. And then from that experience, we learned a whole lot about school zone signs. And when the tragic accident happened out in the Cascade area, we were able to take that issue and work with the community and respond. And we're right now in the process of changing our ordinance, but even prior to changing our ordinance, our Public Works Department has installed signs all over the county to make sure that on rural roads, children are protected from cars that generally go a little bit faster than 55 miles an hour, even though that's what's the posted speed limit. So that was one area that we were able to work on this year as the Board of Commissioners office.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about all the accomplishments I did this last year.
You did. You helped us out.
Thank you for welcoming me and helping me yesterday. I really appreciate your service and getting me into my email box.
Absolutely. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mina, you're coming back up again for business services. And I'm sorry, but you have to identify yourself
I
again for the record as
understand.
part of the drill.
Hi, I'm Minus Hanson. I'm the Business Services Director. Business Services is a small program, relatively speaking. We are comprised of 4 units, the administration section, the facilities management, risk management, and human resources. Somebody recently told me, well, you guys do all the things nobody else wants to do. That's probably true, but they're critical to keeping the county running smoothly. You can see that we have a very small budgetary increase, 0.58% over the 13-14 year that we are proposing. Most of that comes in roll-up costs for employee benefits under the personnel services. You'll also notice a change in FTE. We had a 58.5 last year. We eliminated a half-time groundskeeper position and added a full-time facilities maintenance worker at the Public Works campus. Over the last year, we picked up providing the facilities maintenance at Public Works, and so that required that we added another individual to our staff. In addition, as we move farther through the budget, you'll see that we're proposing to add an additional custodian. So to kind of walk through our different programs, administration has no significant changes to their program. This is a group of folks who provides some critical support. And when we moved back into Courthouse Square, they're the group that took everybody's pictures, issued key cards, made sure everybody had keys. If you want to check out a pool car, these are the folks in this building that take care of it. They process all of the work orders for facilities maintenance. So they're kind of a critical hub. There's 5 people in administration, and they do an excellent job for us. The next program is facilities management. We did see some changes here. One of the dilemmas we're having in facilities management is the cost of goods and services have increased, even though as a county we've kept our central services, materials and services budgets flat for a very long time.
We could no longer absorb in the facilities maintenance budget all of our costs that we were incurring, and we did need an increase, largely because we saw a fairly significant increase in our utilities charges from Northwest Natural and from PGE. So we transferred $9,000 from human resources to facilities management, in part to cover the utility increases, in part to cover the fleet increases, and then finally to cover some increases we're seeing in paper goods for custodial. There's only so much we can cut back on that, and we were no longer able to keep up within the budget parameters. In the human resources program, we took that funding out of a line item for legal services that we use for grievances and arbitrations. We're doing more of that work through county counsel's office, so we didn't need quite as much funding there, and so we made that transfer. We also have seen an increase in the cost of electrical parts. That was another note that I had. The budget officer has looked at, we did a study of custodial services, and I want to do a shout out for the custodians. Our custodians work from 3:30 to 1 a.m. Rarely does anybody see them, but boy, if they don't do their jobs, we all know about it, right? It's the one kind of group of people in the county that most people never see or never think about. They work really hard for us. We did a staffing study to determine where we were, and we were significantly understaffed. And particularly with the move back to Courthouse Square, some of the leased spaces provided services, some of them were smaller. We actually picked up more square footage. So you'll see a decision package for an additional custodial worker that will be assigned to this building. We needed to either do that or consider cutting services. We were not able to keep up. So that is one of the things that we're asking for. Facilities is also very happy to announce that as part of, you heard the budget officer's message around the projects we're working on. We are on time and on budget on the new roofing system at the jail. We are in process of peer review for the HVAC upgrades at the jail, and we anticipate that all of the jail campus work should be done within this calendar year, which will allow us then to move on to our next string of projects at the Center Street campus involving the health department building. And that's going to involve replacing all of the windows and the HVAC and much of the lighting in order to bring it into some energy efficiency, reduce our costs, and prolong the serviceability of that building. Moving on to the risk management program. Risk management is a small group. You'll see there was a somewhat significant increase in personnel services in this program, but it's a very small program, and I think we heard earlier, sometimes when you see one change in a program to benefits, it is a pretty big increase. We had one employee in this program who had opted out of health benefits for a long time and had been on their spouse's plan. That employee needed to take coverage under the county's plan, which increased our expenses. There's no real significant changes. One of the things that we are very proud of in the risk management program is our wellness program. For those of you who aren't county employees, we have a phenomenal wellness program. Beth Hawk, our wellness coordinator, is everywhere she needs to be, helping employees. We've had great success. Last I checked, our body mass index for county employees had reduced by 2 points, which I'm told is quite phenomenal. I think that plays out in that we have seen our health insurance rates remain flat for many years despite other people's, other public entities seeing increases. And in fact, we had an unprecedented 2 years ago reductions in our health insurance premiums. So we're very proud of our program. It's recognized. She did tell me, Commissioner Cameron, that she has you on her list to come measure to make sure your desk is correct.
I was just going to say it went down 2 points before I got here.
That's exactly right. Our DART rate, which is the days away restricted and time away, which is tied to our OSHA rates, is down as well, and we're very proud of that. The risk program handles that. With regard to human resources, as we talked, I have recommended transferring $9,000 out to cover the facilities shortfalls. We're also really proud in HR of our new leadership development series that we have just completed the second round of, and it's been very well received. There was a period of time where we had not been doing some of those things. They had kind of fallen by the wayside, so we've restarted that. That's an exciting time for us. Our next project is to develop an employee talent development. We know that we have one of our concern areas, and it ties to one of our indicators, is pending retirements. We have some jobs in the county that are not duplicated in private sector. They're so specialized that when we lose some of that talent, we're going to be in a problem situation to find replacements. And we don't have a really great program internally for bringing talent up through the ranks. So we're going to be developing that over the course of the year and hope to have that rolled out by fall, starting with the topic of communication in the workplace as kind of one of the first talent development areas, teaching employees how to deliver a message, how to communicate effectively. So that's coming in the fall. We also installed a new help desk model for HR, which has been really well received, where there's now a help desk hotline for HR. You dial 3999 and you get a HR representative to help you with your questions or problems. And we are currently in negotiation on several union contracts. As I mentioned, the days away restricted, which is one of our key indicators, we're at 3.74 in 11/12, as you'll see from your materials. We are at 2.1 estimated currently and continue to go down. While not one of our key indicators, it should also be noted that our experience rating for workers' compensation purposes is a record low 0.54, which is phenomenal for those of you who understand workers' compensation. Our staff, while small, does a great job with safety and prevention. We're going to be rolling out some new safety initiatives in the coming year, and so we hope to work at keeping this where it is at. We implemented the ratio of preventative maintenance to repair hours some time ago. We are steadily making improvements in that area. You'll see that when we began it, the ratio was 1.3 to 1, and we're now down at a 0.7 to 1. This is important because if we can do preventative maintenance, we have less repairs to do. The more prevention we can do, the less our cost is. So we have developed a whole system of work orders and preventative work orders and really are focusing on preventing problems with our infrastructure. And then finally, employee retention. This is the one that in the next year I'm a little concerned about. We've already seen, as the economy has improved, a fairly significant uptick in the number of packets for retirements. That's not to say we've gotten the retirement request yet, but a greater interest in receiving information about retirement benefits. And we think that's going to pick up over the next 9 to 12 months because we have a fair share of county employees who were eligible to retire and postponed it because of the economic times. So that's one indicator that I'm not quite sure. We're running at about 91%. We could see that actually not hit its mark next year, depending on what folks do with this retirement piece, which then all ties back to that talent development I talked about a few minutes ago.
Question?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Cameron.
Mina, thank you. Does that include the sheriff's department? That's all county employees?
All county employees, yes. Any questions?
Commissioner Cameron.
Again, thank you. Thanks for just a nice greeting and allowing me to ask some questions. The custodial staff that you're adding to this building, is that in addition to what was staffed here prior to leaving the courthouse?
When we left, we laid off a custodian.
Okay, so it would bring back staffing current to what it was prior to being here?
Correct.
Thank you.
Good question?
No, I just-
Comments?
Just wanted to thank Mina for the presentation. She does such an outstanding job running business services. And we talked yesterday, I think it was it yesterday? It seems like a long time ago, about the risk management aspect of holding health insurance levels to the costs of health insurance for the county level. And that is much to the credit of Mina and her staff along with the other services that she talked about. So they make a huge difference in Marion County. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that the cost for the services that are provided out of the board's office, finance, business services, and so forth, come out of the other departments. And so there's this kind of equilibrium that we have to have, because if they add staff, then it costs all the other departments, particularly the ones that are not general fund money, to be able to support that. So they've been very judicious over the past number of years in terms of looking at staff. And if you look at the budget, I mean, it's a very tiny increase, again, in this budget as well. So I want to thank you for your very efficient management of the Business Services Department.
Mr. Latimer.
One of the things she showed, risk management amount for her budget was very small. She also manages a $33 million self-insurance fund. So it's not small potatoes.
I think that will come up in the non-departmental.
It used to be in your budget, and we pulled it out because everyone thought you were just hiring massive numbers of positions in the the Business Services Department.
Well, I'm going to make just a real quick comment, and it's more about leadership and management, I guess, after I read it. At first, I looked at it, and I saw you had a separate risk management function with several FTEs in there doing what are typically HR things. And I'm mainly kind of aiming at John, and I'm working that direction. And then I looked and I see you have a fully functioning HR department. So I look back at what's going on and what are the accomplishments of these two as we're talking here. And it really is strategically, it's a pretty, this is a compliment to you and your leadership, John. It's a pretty neat deal to focus somebody's reason for coming to work every day, to focus on risk and risk management, watching OSHA compliance, watching accidents and so on, and take that a separate sort of sub-unit of HR, but really focus it on the safety of employees and the cost of insurance. And I think I answered my own question, but I was really pleased to see that level of forethought having gone into the structure. So I guess it's a compliment. I'm rambling, but I guess it's a compliment.
Mr. Chair, we do have one person that deals with workers' comp. We have one person that goes out and talks to departments when we see their workers' comp or their OSHA records not right. And it does save the county a lot of money when we can reduce those costs.
Yes, to actually manage it ahead of time. Ms. Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess, Mina, you said 0.54 mod rate. What if it was 1? How much money would that cost if we just doubled our rate? If we had,
Well,
do you have a number?
I don't have a number off my head, but I can give you an example. So we're at a 0.54, but we're self-insured. So we retain the first $650,000 or so of all workers' compensation claims. But we pay tax to the state on our projected payroll. So they take our payroll times the rate that the state calculates times our experience modifier. So we would essentially pay 50% more tax
Right.
if we were at a 1.
But we don't know what that number is.
I don't know off the top of my head what that number would be.
But it's a chunk of money, I betcha. Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah.
It would also goes into, we would pay more for our premiums for our excess coverage because obviously we're a poorer risk.
Your reinsurance rate, yeah. But I learn every time I come here, I learn something new about the way you people do things. Any other questions for me? Thank you very much. Next one is, Jeff, you're coming back now.
30 seconds, Jeff.
For the record, Jeff White, Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. I can do this in 30 seconds if you'd like.
Well, we're about 20 minutes behind schedule, so.
Okay. The budget for the Finance Department starts on page 345. I guess the really only significant thing that is happening with our departmental budget is the inclusion of a decision package that was approved by the budget officer for a grants coordinator position. We have found over the last few years some audit exceptions in our single audit related to compliance with federal grant money. We also understand that this upcoming year. The Office of Management and Budget at the federal level has redefined some of the criteria and the compliance requirements for grant money. It'll be more restrictive and a little bit more watched over. So with those historical things and upcoming issues in mind, we asked for this position, and the budget officer has approved it in the budget. Unfortunately, it was not approved until after the central service process of allocating all those charges out. So in the first year, it would be funded by a request for general fund money. And we intend to hire the position partway through the year. The idea would be that in future years, it would be part of the allocation plan.
Jeff, before you go on, and I'm looking at the chart here on 350, shows 20 FTEs. You're upping it from 19 to 20 for this current year, and that's the position?
Yes.
The grant position? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
As far as our key indicators, the one I talk about every year, you'll find that on page 356, about our contracts that are in compliance with county policy and procedure. You'll notice our trend has been trending down. We were able to add a position a year and a half ago within our contracts and purchasing area, which allowed us to have time to start really helping departments a little bit more with our contracts, whether it's scope of work or timeliness, and do some additional training. I think we see that in the trend of the key indicator to help us try and be a little better on top of our contracting process. I neglected to state the total of our budget is $2,397,711. With that, that's the short version of the Finance Department budget presentation.
Questions for the finance officer? Mr. Latimer, any comments? Anything to add?
He did a phenomenal job.
He always does. He always does. Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Moving right along. Mr. Frey. Information technology.
Good afternoon, Chair Vance and Budget Committee. I don't know if I can do it in 30 seconds like Jeff, but I'll try to shorten the presentation. Yeah, nice PowerPoint, automated PowerPoint
Just
where I
tweet
didn't have
it.
to show up. Yeah, that'd be great.
Identify yourself for the record, Tom, please.
My name is Tom Fry, the IT Director. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to keep it short and informative. The budget information on IT is on page 361. The IT department's total budget is just over $8.4 million and consists of 3 programs and 53 FTE, just a 1.25 increase. Our programs provide services which include network services, application programming and support, security administration, program management, and desktop support. Our administrative program has 3 FTEs and is just over $458,000. Our administrative group provides traditional staff support. I would like to point out that this group manages almost $1 million worth of contracts for the county that cover about 74 separate line items or pieces of software or contract type issues. It's about a 5.6% increase. Our operations program is 22.85 staff, and that budget is just under $4 million. Operation manages services, including support desk network and security, computer facilities, servers data, and the safekeeping of that data, hardware and software installation, cameras, videos, telephones, voice, backup and recovery systems, desktop applications, and capacity planning. I'd like to point out that this group, one of their key operational activities is to provide access with over 250 devices for 24/7 access across 40 different sites. This private secure network expands and contracts each year for things like Courthouse Square Move, Justice Courts. We're doing a consolidation this month from 3 to 1. Health department seems like they're always moving from building A to building B, and it takes a lot of our time. Over the past few years, the budget group has funded a consolidation of our IT servers. So for the servers that we do buy, we're becoming more efficient with what they call virtual servers. And as a result, we've been able to reduce our server counts by about 100 servers down to about 10 key servers that run in a virtual environment. And I think we're running just over 180 servers on 4 systems. So it's been a tremendous benefit to our budget. So my estimate is about, if we had to buy about half of those and had a 5-year replacement cycle, that would be about $80,000 a year. And we're spending about a quarter of that on server technology right now. So this technology also provides significantly better backups, recoveries, more timely upgrades, better testing, and less staff time to manage. This last budget cycle, we put in a request and it was funded improvements in our disaster recovery. With this funding, we purchased several new storage devices that allow us to do backups more quickly, and backups from our primary data center to our secondary data centers happen overnight instantaneously. So we're not doing tape migration through cars or any other way. So if we had a disaster out at our primary facility, the following day, there'd be no impact to the data because it's already moved off to another site. These systems are operational, and the final step on this DR project is to move part of that technology into this building now that we're back in it. My staff tells me that we're getting a 60 to 1 compression ratio on our financial systems, which means if we were putting those to tape, you'd do 1 tape instead of 60. It's actually done through disks and other compression algorithms, but it's a tremendous cost savings to the county and to IT. So overall, less long-term storage, faster site data migration, and faster recovery times in the event of an emergency. Let's see, our final program is Technology Solutions. There's 27.15 FTE and just over $4 million. This group is primarily responsible for applications and technology changes, application development and management, project management, direction, oversight, and documentation, business analysis, business process improvement. Our business line managers directly assist customers to ensure projects are properly managed and align with the needs of the enterprise, business, and technology objectives. Key function of that group is to manage enterprise systems. We have quite a few: finance, tax and assessment, jail, juvenile client management systems, and it goes on and on. One great example of what they do for us is our imaging system that is managed with that group. Let's see, that system supports almost every department that we have. It has 54 applications built on top of it. It currently stores 11 million pages and 2.6 million documents across those 54 applications. The current growth rate of that system is about 30% per year. So there's a lot of data that departments need to store, and it's going into a consolidated enterprise system. Another key group in that technologies program is our project management group, and they are tasked with providing guidance and helping to ensure the successful county projects through the implementation of project management methodologies, clear and best practice standards, project oversight, reporting, and staff training. This group has many years of experience and training in formal project management, and it has been working to train and bring the level of project management and project delivery throughout our staff and raising the level of the whole group. I wanted to point out 2 challenges for our IT department over the next few years. The first is the security of IT systems, data, and people. As you may know, there's been several high-profile attacks and significant security holes recently. These were serious problems for anyone that was doing business on the internet. While these issues did not directly affect our data or our systems, we had to take some systems offline to prevent an attack from happening and making our systems or data have issues. Let's see, this consumed a considerable amount of our time to actually determine what had happened to our systems or if anything had, And I guess as an industry-wide statement, everybody had these same issues, and it's becoming a significant problem for IT. Some of the numbers related to security in IT in Marion County is we have about 300,000 pieces of email that comes into the county each month. About 100,000 of those are blocked because they have virus or virus-like activities. Our estimate is we block about 500 infected messages a month. From our network group, they use firewalls or some of our network services for our border defense. And basically, last quarter, they blocked about 500 attempts to access our systems. So this is a significant issue for our IT group and probably all IT groups. Of course, we use antivirus, we use web filtering systems. So with all of this software, hardware, and staff time, we still get about one virus a week that we have to deal with internally. Side effect of all these attacks and funness, the feds, state, and private businesses continue to increase their requirements on IT shops like ourselves. And so a good example of that is the CGIS crime data. So that's used heavily by the Sheriff's Office, DA, and others. And in order to use that data, they continue to change the rules. So a recent change that is about to go in effect for us is two-part authentication. So one-part authentication is when you sign on to a computer system. Two-part authentication is if you have something like a stick or a device that allows you, or maybe a number that you type in. So it's a second way to authenticate that you are who you say you are. The other component that they're having us do is improvements to our firewall. So we actually have to recognize attacks in a different way. This is a service that the state of Oregon used to provide for us. And recently they told us they can no longer provide it because there's just too much going on. So we're having to spend some money to fix both these problems. So the firewall improvements are about $30,000 and two-part authentication is another $30,000. So let's see, the credit card industry is another place where the rules are changing. We're going to have to make some changes to what we do, probably cost money in terms of devices and or charges. And I guess the last area here is security and surveillance for the county. We manage 31 video systems at 21 locations, over 300 cameras, spanning 9 departments that basically watch doors, customers, elections, facilities. And so this data is now stored, backed up, and managed to the business process. To summarize this challenge for us, more bad stuff is coming, more rules are coming, more data is coming, more technology is likely needed. The second challenge for IT is just the increased hardware and software. What I've noticed is we had a little lull over the last couple of years when the economy was bad, so people weren't willing to increase their maintenance costs on software to probably keep business. And so now that the economy is gradually gaining, so we're seeing increased maintenance fees to try to either catch up or probably that's the best way to describe that. The other thing I've noticed in the industry relating to maintenance is for large systems, there's less vendor options, which means they become more expensive and they also charge higher maintenance fees. I think we'll be affected by both those. So with that, so we have 2 decision package requests. One is for building rent and the rent out at Public Works for our staff and for our data center is a new charge to us. It's about $31,000 that we put in above and beyond the materials and services that we had in the past. The other one was just to cover our increased software and hardware maintenance fees, which was $52,758. Large players there are Oracle. We have a tax and assessment system that's fairly old that they can continue to ramp up the charges. And then other products like Microsoft. In the CIP group, we had 2 CIPs that been requested. One is for a service management tool for IT, so it's an internal tool for us to manage our asset management, application management, license management, service desk functions. In the past, we've had several either homegrown tools or disparate tools where they don't connect. And so we're hoping to get that approved so that we can actually become more efficient in terms of service calls related to assets and managing software, hardware, and the relationship between the two. The second CIP request is for our imaging system, as I described earlier. It's $90,000, and we're looking to add licensing for two reasons. One, the vendor has changed their licensing policy so that anybody writing images to that system or modifying some of the records associated with those images must have a right license. The other portion of that is because of that 30% expansion per year, we have a lot more use. And so this will add licensing to that system. On page 376, we have our key indicators. We have 3 of them. One I'd like to cover is our application consolidation and support. As part of trends, we talk about our target is to decrease the number. This year, 13-14, we went up 326. So we really didn't make the decrease portion of that. This was largely due to our Windows 7 project, where we went through and did a complete assessment of all the software on all of our desktop devices, which I don't think we've ever done around here. So the software's been installed on desktops for 10 years for various reasons. So we had a significant increase. I think we broadened the parameters of what software is too. So over the next year, we'll go through and classify that software into mission critical, business critical, incidental tools, and get a better handle on what those numbers mean. But the overarching goal of that would be to keep that software asset management or our portfolio management in line with best practices. So making sure we don't have 10 products that do one thing, make sure we have one product that has one affordable product that we can accomplish our goals. So in conclusion, the department is doing well. We're in high demand. I have an excellent staff that works hard every day to support the needs of the departments. We plan to continue.
Congratulations, Ken.
Oh, no, don't do that, Ken. I have an excellent staff that works hard every day to support the needs of the departments, and we plan to continue and bring knowledge, good customer service, and hard work ethic to everything we do. So thank you for your time. Questions?
Thanks, Mr. Fry. Questions or comments regarding IT? None? This is just a reference question for me. Years ago, we went around and around with Oracle. The county went around and around with Oracle. And I see on your list of stuff, Oracle is still there and it's working for you. And
It is.
Okay.
We use it for its Oracle EBS system. It runs our financial system.
Yeah.
Payroll, HR, accounts payable.
Good.
Yeah. It's not cheap, but it's working.
But as long as it's working, yeah. Nothing else?
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Thanks.
Let me see. Legal counsel. Good afternoon, Counselor. How are you?
Just fine, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try to do the 5-minute version, that's about what we're allotted. Legal counsel's budget starts on page 385.
Gloria, would you identify yourself and your companion for the record, please?
Gloria Roy, Marion County Counsel, and with me is John Brenner, who is our Marion County Law Librarian. Legal Counsel has 2 programs. The Legal Counsel program has the Legal Services and the Hearings Officer, and this program summary is on page 387. And then we have the Law Library, which is a separate program under Legal Counsel. Legal Counsel's budget is on page 388. We're just a little bit over $1.296 million for the Legal Counsel budget. This includes an increase of slightly over 4%, mainly due to a budget package for a half-time temporary legal counsel assistant to help us catch up on some workload. There are also 2 people that are eligible for step increases, and in a small budget, you see that impact noticed a lot more than you would a larger department. This year, for the first time in 10 years, we have increased our billing rate that we bill to certain direct services for the county service districts, the Risk Management Fund, and the Housing Authority. We've gone from $95 an hour to a whopping $110 an hour for legal services for those programs. In terms of the law library, which is on page 391, overall, the budget is pretty flat. It's actually a decrease of $200. There have been some changes in personnel in the law library, where Mr. Brunner here was promoted to the law librarian, and we hired a 30-hour-a-week library assistant, and she is currently, she has a master's in library science. The law library has done a lot of things to improve their services. They're using technology to push out information about the law library, Twitter, and some of the other social medias. They also have gone through and cataloged all of the law library materials. Right now, we're required to have a law library by statute. Who knows what's going to happen in the legislative session? There continues to be push on that to look at regionalizing or centralizing those with the state. And we do have networking capital in the law library program, which would cover any unknown contingencies. In terms of our key indicators, which are on page 395, the tort claim notices, those are claims for money against the county. We have seen those eke up a couple of claims each year. We had estimated 38 for this year. We're currently at 40, although we're at the end of the budget cycle. And the concern there is not necessarily the number, although that is a concern, but it's the type of claims. And so we analyze the type of claims, and then we try and focus proactively on training or preventive, looking at policies. One big area is with the jail and juvenile department. The Prison Rape Elimination Act is about this thick, and it requires you to have some very detailed policies and procedures in place, and our council is working with those departments to make sure we're in compliance with those requirements. For the hearings officer, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel with land use cases. We've had 4 so far this year. We've been in quite a low. I'm looking forward to seeing that number increase, estimating maybe 6 to 8 in the upcoming year. Dogs, we've had quite a few more than we anticipated. We're currently at 58 dog hearings. And that, I think, is a reflection of we had changed our program, and so now it's balancing back up to what we would expect to see for a number of dog hearings. And then tows and the others, those are miscellaneous ones. Those are about right at 5 and 1. Other than that, we're a pretty simple budget. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Questions for legal counsel? Commissioner? Okay. Commissioner Carlson.
Well, just a brief comment to thank Gloria particularly for her help with the Board of Commissioners. We rely so heavily on legal counsel, and I know that in addition to all the things that are listed here under department accomplishments and things, that she has helped with some of the organizations I've been involved with as a commissioner, looking at bylaws and other types of things as those come forward, and always does it very professionally and with a great deal of skill. So I really appreciate the work that you do, Gloria, and your staff as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Community Services. Ms. Ketch, you and your partner would identify yourselves for the record, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tamara Getch. I'm the Director of Community Services.
And I'm Derek Godwin with OSU Extension Service, Regional Administrator.
So thank you so much. So looking at our budget, it starts on page 405. And the community services total budget equals $2,749,139. There is a slight decrease in these resources, 29%, a little over that, which is shown on page 408. And we'll talk a little bit more in detail about why that decrease exists. Across the 4 different programs, we have 15.1 FTE that helps carry out the duties of our department. That's Children and Families Program, Dog Services, Marion County Fair, and the OSU Extension. And the major functions that are provided through our department is general administration of the department's functions, such as contracts, payroll, etc. We also provide management and development of our programs, boards, and volunteers. Through the dog shelter, we provide licensing, we take in and the caring for lost dogs, as well as planning, administering, and implementing the county fair, which, if I can do a shameless plug for the fair, July 10th through the 13th here in Salem, so please check us out. And then we also provide supports and administration of the dollars that the county passes through onto OSU Extension. There are a few changes, significant changes in our budget that I'd like to point out. On page 412, you'll see in there that there is an additional management analyst 2 in our budget starting for fiscal year 14-15. This additional position will be looked at in the near future in determining what's the role and function of this position. This was recommended by the Board of Commissioners office, and then it is also a decision package that was approved by the budget officer. I'm going to move us quickly just through this. On page 415, you'll notice a drastic decrease in our resources in the Children and Families Program. This is due in large part to legislative changes. For the first time in over 20 years, the Children and Families Program will not be administering early childhood or the youth development programs that have come through the county. Those funds are now being administered through the Department of Education and then allocated out into communities through 2 different state-level departments. And then on page 415 as well, you'll notice that there's a $20,000 listed in our general fund transfer. This transfer is a match for an application that we submitted for a RARE, which means Resource Assistance and Rural Environments, which is a AmeriCorps Vista position. I'm excited to say that we got notification yesterday that our application was accepted, and we will be going through interviews in mid-July for a master's level position to be placed here in Marion County to work with rural communities to look at how we can advance economic development opportunities in those communities that are identified. That is also on page 415, and it is also was a decision package that was submitted and accepted by the budget officer. Turning to page 423, you'll see the Marion County Fair budget. There is a slight, even though the change is slight, you'll notice there is a decrease in this. This is a concerted effort by the County Fair Board members to be very conservative in their incoming revenue projections, as well as trying to keep the anticipated expenditures very tight and conservative as well. We've also established a contingency fund that we have set aside, which is less than what's showing on page 423. We have set aside that we won't be touching unless we have unexpected expenditures to help the fair become more self-sustained. Also in the fair budget, we have 2 decision packages that were reviewed and accepted by the budget officer. On page 424, you'll see the increase of 37.6% increase in administrative charges due to the nature of the fair. This was a burden, and thankfully that was accepted, and so you'll see that there has been an increase of $6,562, which has been covered, as well as a cost of the new liability insurance policy of $6,232. This particular liability policy was purchased for the first time last year. It was a shared cost, but at the request of our business services risk management departments, we've been asked to carry that forward in our budget, and this will help keep the fair, support the fair in case of bad weather. When those things come along, we really rely on people attending the fair to keep our promises with contractors, et cetera. Perhaps maybe a large performer or something happens where they're not able to show up at the last minute. So this is a great business choice, and we're happy to have that in our budget. And then to the last program, which is on page 425, is OSU Extension Program. And you'll notice that there's a one-time allocation, additional allocation of $30,000. Typically, Marion County allocates $348,828 to support the services provided through Derek's shop at OSU Extension. These additional one-time dollars of $30,000 will be used to support the development and distribution of educational information about the wonderful services that are provided by OSU Extension. And Derek will talk about those in just a little bit more. But as we look in general at the Community Services Department, we're kind of in a exploratory phase, is what I kind of couch it as. We're looking and having discussion. We'll be having discussions with the Board of Commissioners about the roles, functions, different types of programs that get added to our department if needed, and we invite those conversations. So at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to you, Derek.
So good afternoon. Just a couple of quick reminders here, starting on page 425. So it's a partnership with Marion County that OSU Extension Service, through state and federal dollars, provide faculty stationed in Marion County and surrounding areas, surrounding counties to provide services here. So the money that Marion County provides primarily goes to program support staff, travel dollars, basically trying to make sure that those services are delivered here in Marion County. It does provide one position, or actually 0.8 of a position, that's a program faculty, which is 4-H Sustainable Communities. Anyway, so that's been the tradition of the dollars that go to OSU to provide that leverage. A couple of things here, page 434, beginning on page 434, highlights some of our indicators. And I have to say that, so typically OSU doesn't report in the same manner. And so what we decided to do, I'm sorry, I said 424, I meant 434. So what we decided to do is provide a couple of highlights. One area of data units that we're providing are the number of volunteers, and this is, a lot of our volunteers don't actually report. So this is a pretty conservative estimate of the number of volunteers. So those volunteers provide each year roughly about 45,000 hours of service. And also all of our programs and faculty serving Marion County are estimated to serve about 50,000 residents annually through Marion County. So this is looking at some of our numbers here, and we are expecting them to grow. Typically volunteers the number tends to increase as the economy goes up. The other part here is related to economic development, Marion County's goal number 4. This is highlighted on page 436 and 437. What we did here is select a few accomplishments related to agriculture because that most closely relates to the economy and jobs. And so we have just a selected list of various programs that our faculty have been providing. And that reminds me that one other portion of the dollars that you provide goes to North Willamette Research and Extension Center. Roughly each year, about 15 to 20,000 of that goes to support them and their faculty that are delivering programs up there. So with that, I think we'll pause and see if you have questions.
Comments? Mr. Carlson.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And Tammy has been working really hard on the Marion County Fair and has been getting kudos from a lot of people in the community for her work on that. So I just want to highlight that as something that she has done along with a lot of other areas for the Community Services Department. So it was very interesting when we made the transition from the Children and Families Department to the Community Services Department. Then Allison Kelly left to direct Liberty House, and Tammy stepped in as interim and then was appointed to be the director of Community Services. She came around and met with the commissioners and talked with department heads and others and said, how can our department be of service to you? And the moral to that story is be careful what you wish for, because when you looked at the decision packages, the big winner in this budget is community services, and rightfully so, because we're moving some pretty significant functions under the Community Services Department. So the first one is economic development, and that's going to be something that actually we had a meeting yesterday, and Commissioner Cameron is going to take a fairly significant role in helping do some alignment around that in Marion County, and we're pretty excited about what that holds in store. The reentry initiative, which we talked about in the sheriff's office, we've been exploring what community services might do with a role, not with the nuts and bolts parole and probation pieces that we heard about, but more with around the community partnerships. We have a community breakfast each year. We have a lot of teams that meet together and look at how we collaborate in the community. It's a skill set that the staff and community services have through their work with children and families. Seems to be a good fit. And so we'll kind of see what the future holds there. So wanted to, again, and then, and the other piece, Derek's sitting there, so sorry, is that there's going to be a lot of work by volunteers on looking for a service district levy that will come up on the ballot in 2015. So the department will be involved in terms of education and the functions that legally they can do as government staff. But I know there's been a lot of preparatory work in terms of getting the paperwork together on the part of staff and children and families working with OSU Extension. And it looks like it's been a really healthy partnership. Derek, your OSU used to come up by yourself, kind of a little bit of an orphan in Marion County, not sure where you fit. And I think that having that liaison and connection has been really good for us here in Marion County.
Yes, definitely. And I will say another kudos that you didn't highlight is some of the youth work that you have in pulling together the group around the county. It's been great for OSU to be there at the table and just leveraging more of our efforts that we have. So it's been fantastic.
So that's a good segue into my last comment, which is a suggestion. So in the past, the Children and Families Department has kind of won the award for the most key indicators of any department, maybe most pages covered by key indicators. And it might be good now that there's a transition to assess whether or not all of those are really relevant anymore. In looking at number 1, community literacy, since Reading for All has been transferred successfully. I was reading your department accomplishments, and so many of them are successfully transitioned this program here, successfully transitioned another program there. And there was a lot of work in that, and it was done very gracefully, I must say. But I'm not sure that we need to have that in the budget book. Poverty would be another one. Certainly it was a goal of the Commission on Children and Families. It sounds like they're moving in a little bit of a different direction, and Many government organizations have tried to solve the poverty problem. I'm not sure that one department in Marion County is going to do that for the county with the limited resources that we have here. And then I probably would keep child safety, given that you're still doing the family preservation action team, whatever that thing is called. And then teen pregnancy, I'm not sure that really is something that the commission's necessarily focused on in terms of investing money or strategy or that type of thing. So those were the three that I looked at that immediately came to mind, but I'll leave it to you and the budget officer and others to take a look at that and see how we might trim that down a bit so that it's more manageable for you.
I appreciate that, and we've had the same thoughts. So we were going to explore one more year, see where things lie, and determine whether or not these indicators for the Community Services Department and informing community members about what is happening in our county-wide supports and services, how these align with what we're doing and the roles and functions. So I appreciate that, and we'll look at it a little bit more detail.
Right, and then there may be, as you take on economic development, something with regard to that that might stand and be aligned with the work that you're doing there. So, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we will, oh no, Jeff, you're up next, aren't you? Almost. Welcome back.
I would. Thank you.
Oh no, a supplemental book?
We need more material.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, does a version of this document become part of the budget thing when it's done, or is this just a reference piece?
It's a reference manual, so. So once again, Jeff White, Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. I would like to take just 20 seconds here and acknowledge Elizabeth Martineau, who sits over here very quietly and kind of behind the scenes, and have you know that she's the one who does all the setup, is taking all the minutes, takes care of the lunch, and all those things that probably we fail to recognize her for sometimes, so I want to thank her for doing that. She also printed off all your binders and put them all together, every page of them, so, yes. Yes, quite a task. We're very happy she helps us with that. What I've handed out here is what we call the 5-year proposed capital needs summary. It's not a document you're going to approve or accept. It's not part of the budget document. It is does two things. In the first few pages, it summarizes all of the capital outlay that you will see within the budget document in one place, because it's kind of spread through various departments, Public Works, our capital budget section. Mr. Fry talked about something he had for capital outlay, a couple of pieces of equipment and software. So you can see all of that in those first couple of pages. Behind those few pages, if you get to page, let's say page 4, which you can't hardly see the page number, but there is a detailed description of each of those capital outlay items. It's organized by grouping over 5 years. So page 4, you see, page 4 and 5, you see the IT-related software and hardware purchases. You'll see a column that will explain whether it's general fund or non-general fund funded, what the cost is, and then a total for the 14-15 year, and then 4 successive years after that. So it's a bit of a planning document. Quite frankly, departments submit what they think their needs are for 14, 15, or 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. There is not a lot of analysis. We pretty much accept what they submit. We focus more on the budget year we're talking about. But the information is there, so we have an idea of what things are out there in our future that departments believe they will need to purchase. After the IT section is the Public Works section again, in its 5-year path, and then the facilities-related, plan. And then finally, in the very next to last page, there are a few kind of miscellaneous items that the sheriff's office is looking to purchase in the current year and the future years. And finally, the last page is a summary by those categories and by year, and whether it's general fund or non-general fund. It can be a scary number if you look at that whole 5-year, that last page will say something like almost $72 million worth of stuff. Not committed to any of that. When we get to 15, 16, we'll be taking a look at what's the priority and how we can fund those and what we can afford. But for the 14, 15 year, you will see that there is $29 million worth of, almost $30 million worth of non-general fund capital outlay appropriations in the budget that you're looking at, and another just over $800,000 of general fund capital outlay projects. So with that as a reference document, we're not really going to look at that right now, or you're welcome to look at it, but what I'm going to talk about is the section in the budget that begins on page 637.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Carlson.
So I'm looking, Jeff, maybe wasn't following it correctly. So on page 3, I've got 30,545,882. So I was wondering do we have the right version of this? Because you mentioned almost 29 and 800,000.
Oh, let's see. Let me look at one item real quickly.
Like one maybe shifted category or
Yes,
something.
it did. Last night about 10 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
The health building that you'll see on page 1, I apologize for that. Thank you for catching that. In the middle of page 1, or slightly below the middle, you'll see building improvements, capital network and capital loan, health, 4.77 million.
Mm-hmm.
That is the project total, and there's a couple $100,000 that will be general fund funded.
Okay.
I will make that correction for you and replace these pages. I made the change in the detail and didn't catch the title page, or the front page. Thank you. Okay, page 637. What I'm going to talk about today is just this section of the budget regarding capital outlay that is found in our capital projects funds. Tomorrow you'll hear from Public Works, and they'll discuss their share of the capital outlay, which is the other main portion, but we'll catch a good share of it here. So there are 6 programs that we'll talk about. 2 of them are reserve funds, so the other 4 where most of our capital purchases are going to occur or be accounted for in this budget year. So page 640 begins the building and building improvement program. You'll see a little over $7.2 million worth of capital outlay in this program, and the resources that are going to be used to purchase or construct those capital outlay projects. Page 642 is the detail of what makes up that $7.2 million. Part of these projects are, actually the majority of these projects are funded by the loan that was taken out in this current year, and they'll be carried over into next year as they're started and or finished up. So you're looking at several projects at the jail, $656,000 for the HVAC system improvements, almost $900,000 for the work release center HVAC improvements, and almost $500,000 for the jail roof replacement. The health building improvements that are accounted for in this program is really $3.7 million of loan money, $794,750 that will be transferred from the health building reserve fund. That fund was started a few years ago to try to accumulate resources to eventually deal with the health building, and now that the budget officer is proposing that we deal with the health building by renovating what we have, we'll take those resources and put into this project. And then finally, as I just mentioned, $264,000 in general fund money will be used for this capital project. The remaining category of capital projects found in this program are funded by the rest of the general fund transfer and a bit of networking capital. You can see what those are. They're much smaller projects. The court annex, HVAC system. You see a juvenile fire alarm upgrade, sealing of one of the jail pods, work release center, and other ADA improvements. There's a specific need there, but we also recognize that we probably have needs we aren't aware of, so we want to fund some dollars for ADA improvements. A remodel at the sheriff's office for the reception, and a little bit of work at the juvenile conference room behind their market to deal with an echo problem they have, which has impacted their ability to, people don't like that so much, and they don't use the room as much as they could. Those will be the projects that will be funded through this program, again, primarily through loan funds and a little bit of general fund and health building reserve transfer. You'll also note in this program, there is $1 million of transfer out. Some resources from this program are going to be moved to the proposed parking garage renovation project. Some of that funding will come from here. Excuse me. If you turn to page 643, we have the capital equipment program. You'll see approximately $831,000 of capital outlay here. Page 644 identifies those detailed projects. Water heater replacement, washer and dryer at the jail that we try to do annually. We have some funding there to continue work on the assessor and taxation software. Contract management system, you've seen that for a couple of years. It continues to hold over until we can get focused on that project, but it's critical to part of that key indicator we talked about and how we handle and manage our contracts here at the county. The IT web design project has already begun. This will be the remaining portion to finish up that project. Mr. Fry talked about his service management system for $125,000, and also he mentioned the Laserfish upgrade, the licensing needs for $90,000. And then finally, out at the juvenile market, they need a new cash register system. What they have just isn't working for them, so they're going to take care of that. On the next page, you'll see one capital outlay item in land and land improvements program. You don't normally see that program in here, but we're actually doing something to remediate a catch basin issue out at the jail campus, and Salem Kaiser Transit is going to share in the cost of that for us. Now if you move to page 646, a new program, the parking garage program. I want to talk about how the budget officers propose to fund this program. You'll see that on page 647. There's $1 million worth of general fund money being transferred here. The other $1 million I just talked about coming out of the building and building improvements program. You mentioned the intention to recommend $5 million worth of financing, and then we have just over $3 million of networking capital that will be used for the capital outlay for this project. And the one project that sits in here is the parking garage renovation that we estimate right now to be around $10 million. The next couple of pages are the two reserve programs we have in our capital budget program, capital funds. The capital building and equipment reserve was started a few years ago to begin to accumulate resources to deal with those emergent capital needs we have, whether it's IT equipment, anything else that comes up. We had a bigger chunk of money in there. We needed to use some of it, and now this year we don't intend to need to appropriate any of it. And we hope over the next year to develop a system that allows us to ratably assess departments to grow this fund. The last fund we'll talk about is the Health Building Reserve Program. And as I mentioned earlier, we will be transferring the balance of this fund out and essentially closing this reserve program now that we've identified a way to help the health building along. That takes care of the capital section. Open to any questions.
Commissioner Carlson.
Sorry about that noise. Thanks, Jeff. So, question for you or for John or Jen. The IT system improvement, the jail records management system improvement, did I miss that? Was that in the sheriff's budget? And I was expecting it perhaps to be in this and I didn't see it, so tell me where we would find that.
It's not in this budget. The sheriff is still working on an RFP for that and trying to figure out whether they want to do a lease purchase or an outright purchase.
All right, so once I know that, then it'll be brought up later.
But since you brought that up, one of the things that, as Jeff went through this capital plan that we have, You may notice in there that there's a lot of electronic systems that we're talking about in that. And the problem with those electronic systems is they have ongoing costs. And I'm worried about that. For example, the sheriff wants to put videos in the cars, in his patrol cars. The systems themselves don't cost too much, but the software and the upgrades in the software, and then the hardware that it takes to retain those pictures, particularly if they're going to be used in court, is very expensive. And that just goes on and on year after year. I'm not saying that we don't need a new sheriff's jail management system. We do. We also need a new DA's management system to keep track of their ongoing trial activities. I think that we have to understand that we're going to have increasing costs in electronic activities to run government, particularly to run the county. One of the things that we'd like to do in the future is find a way to set aside funds to continue those costs and upgrades. And so we'll probably be coming back next year with something for the Budget Committee to think about for doing that. Because it's very expensive.
I just have a simple comment. It's more than just licensing and upgrades and stuff, but all this electronic equipment kind of seems like about a 5-year life, and you got to replace it. So you always have to be factoring that into.
Mr. Cameron?
Yeah, in fact, what caught my eye was $10,000 on it, being a restaurant guy, a juvenile market software upgrade. And totally can relate to POS systems and just what you were saying, John, about constant, cost to upgrade them. And we're looking at the Square system in our restaurants, which is free on iPads. And you pay a percentage based on the credit card sales. But there's things out there right now that we could get creative with in small areas like this that we got to take a look at. And it's not free because you got to buy the hardware, which maybe costs you $2,000 or $3,000, but the software is you pay for it as you sell something on a credit card. Pretty interesting technology.
It's a good idea.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I could just add to John's comment, on page 376, when I was looking at the information technology key indicators, the amount of technology maintenance costs in 10-11 was $745,000. In 14-15, the estimate is $1 million. So just in that 5-year period, it's gone up $250,000, right? And then the number of applications has gone from 489, same year 10-11, to 854 in 14-15, so almost doubled in terms of the numbers of applications. So, that just is kind of a case in point. And then you take not only the IT, but you take the use of cell phones, you take the base costs of the IT system, you take the financing system. We start looking at all of that. And but then I started thinking to myself as I was, because my immediate reaction was like, holy moly, this is a lot of money and it's growing so rapidly. At the same time, we have growth in the population of Marion County. If we had to assess taxes and get the tax rolls out by hand today like they used to back in the 50s and 60s, how would we do that? We'd probably need to hire multiple more people who we would be paying the PERS rate and the healthcare rates and all the other things that we're dealing with now. So, certainly technology allows us to do our work more efficiently, but it does come with a cost.
It does. One of the things that I've talked to Tom about is that we've got to start looking at how we really identify where we can be more efficient with these costs. We used to have a lot more software systems than we do, and I've told them they need to try and get rid of more of them if they can, and combine them. So find a piece of software that handles multiple functions rather than a whole bunch of individual ones. If you look at what's happening to the sheriff's office, for example, they're really going to a lot of electronic activities, and it enhances public safety. but it's also expensive, but then you're not hiring more sworn deputies either. So there are trade-offs of that nature. But what's happening in the business is that hardware is getting very inexpensive relatively, but software is just escalating dramatically. And the board knows what we pay every few years to upgrade our Oracle system. It's tremendous.
I guess the other side on the capital facilities is the facilities themselves, the buildings, the site improvements. And, you know, there's some list in here, I'm not sure that is a full list of the projects that ought to be on that developed for the 20-year time period. And really, it's nice to see that the county has invested in Courthouse Square, adding the health department building, which I know has been on the list of the finance department for a number of years of things that you wanted to see upgraded, and doing the parking lot are major investments in facilities. But my guess is that there are other major investments that are coming down the pike that are not included in this list and ought to be included. And the question is, what is the planning process that the finance department and your office has thought about to start adding those things to the budget packages for future years?
Do you want me or Jeff to answer that?
I'm sure you've thought about it. Now, whether you
We have, and clearly the administrative building and some of the other buildings for the juvenile department need to be remediated. In fact, I think the administration building for the juvenile department needs to be torn down. It's a mess. It's full of asbestos, so just fixing it would be probably more expensive than tearing it down and rebuilding it. The buildings they have behind the administration building for their juvenile programs, they're very old and they could stand to be remediated too. So that would be my next thing that I think we ought to go at to fix. But you have to have an ongoing set of capital dollars because these buildings do age, HVAC systems do age. As we found in this building, we had problems with the electrical system that we didn't know about and we had to fix. So there's always ongoing facility costs.
That's part of the answer.
Yeah, the rest of the answer was, what about a document that would start to memorialize that for future?
Oh, you mean the
It should be in there, and also the strategy in terms of where you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kinney, we did have our our facilities folks rate our facilities. They have some software, speaking of technology, that they used, and they've rated all of our buildings. So we do have that to fall back on. Clearly, though, as we now have worked on the jail campus and the health department campus and this campus, and once we get the juvenile campus up to date, then we will continue that rating process. And as you know, things age. We'll have a life cycle. What we want to do is do life cycle plans for all of these facilities, as well as the systems, the MEP within the system, within the buildings. So we can rate them, we can age them out and fix them before they go terribly bad.
Other questions? None? Okay, well, we are done for the day, with the exception of public comment period at 5:15. So recess for 5 minutes, let people.
We could have Sam do a little song for us.
I can't really talk. How am I going
How about a tap dance?
You told me you have 6 notes.
I used to, but they fired me. I only hit 4 of them at Easter.
So let's take about a 7-minute break, stretch our legs, and we'll see if there will be any public comment period. So we will be in recess.
So John,
Okay, thank you. It's 3:15 on June 3rd, and we will, or 5:15 on June 3rd, and we will open the public comment period of Marion County Budget Committee. I see nobody here, and there's nobody on the sign-up sheet. Okay. Is it our practice to leave the meeting open for a moment in case somebody comes in late? We'll give them a couple minutes, just in case somebody wants to. And Jeff, for the record, this meeting has been noticed. I saw a copy of the notice in the manual, so this meeting was appropriately noticed. Okay. We'll take this opportunity then for people who might be watching at home to say that there's also a comment period tomorrow morning, is it? 8:45 tomorrow morning in the Senator hearing room in Courthouse Square for purposes of the Budget Committee's hearing public comment regarding the budget process. I see nobody else here, and I don't, yes, sir, Jeff?
Maybe it would, if there is anything that the Budget Committee would like for us to prepare for tomorrow, you could let us know that now, and we could go fast, work away on it. If not, that's good. If what you have is fine, great, but if there's any additional information you need.
Well, if today is any indication of your forethought and preparation, I can't think of anything else that we might need that you probably haven't already thought about. But Commissioner Brentano might.
Well, I'm getting multiple public notices. I would like to know how at least I brought up the question, I think there was support on the compensation survey. When are we going to make those decisions, and how will that work? Or could somebody be preparing a proposal, perhaps? That's really what I'm looking for.
Deliberations, Commissioner.
Pardon me?
Tomorrow during your budget deliberations, you can make that decision.
But I don't know a correct number. I just know that not addressing them to what I saw wasn't enough.
We can bring you some numbers.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
And then some format for doing that too, to make sure it's all legal and ethical.
Bring you a salary schedule, and we'll even have a calculator here that goes up to 100%, you know.
Sounds like a plan. Okay. Anything else? Any other comments from committee members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, as a first day on the job, I guess second day on the job, and then my first time, I want to just thank staff for the great organization and thorough preparation that you did to get us here. I don't know how it got done. I'll learn more and more, but I understand how it feels to drink water out of a fire hydrant your first day on the job. And I love the idea that we're talking about going to a paperless future. So thank you very much to the staff who did this and for the excellent job.
We haven't started working on budget committee with paperless yet. We're only talking about our board meetings. But this would be a whole nother book to put under.
Well,
that may be beyond our capabilities for several years.
Yeah, our timber industry might get upset if we got rid of this.
It's already all electronic. We just print it off the computer.
Right.
So if you have your little laptop there or whatever, we can.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be pretty slick, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Mr. Carlson?
Patty would have told you if she were here that when she first started, there was one notebook, and it was the same way when I came, there was one notebook for every department. So we brought down carts of notebooks, right?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
you went over and had one for the sheriff's, was it by area, or it was by area? So there might be, public safety was together and health was together in that.
There were more than one big library carts carrying huge 3-ring binders, one for each member of the committee.
About 7 for each member.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But I will say, the other thing is that I'm generally not this kumbaya, but I guess I should have a granddaughter every budget day, or at least the Marion County staff would like it if I did, because then I wouldn't be asking as many pointed questions as I usually do.
So we got to do that every year. How do you time that?
You want to do that before work sessions?
Commissioner, I
For a
must
kid.
say that I'm truly impressed that you were able to, now I know you, and I know you're able to stay on task, almost independent of anything else, you stay on task. But it really is impressive that you were able to stay on task during all of this family stuff going on and all this great news, and you were still...
Well, I was surfing Facebook looking for the pictures at the beginning, and so that's why I wasn't.
I won't
sure if
comment for the record.
Missed some of those details that I asked about.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir?
the problem that staff has is not only does she ask tough questions, but she already knows the answers when she asks.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Ms. Kenny?
No, I'm okay.
Let's hear your hammer.
I don't see any public comment, so for the record, there was no one here to provide comment from the public, although the meeting was noticed, so the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn, or to recess until tomorrow morning. Mr. Brentano, is there a second? Mr. Taylor? Is there discussion? Call the question. All those in favor of recessing until tomorrow morning here in this building? Mr. Latimer?
8:45.
8:45 in the morning.
For public
For public comment, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We are in recess. Thank you.